and disproportionate. Will the rest of the world stay with us? And what happens to Pakistan?
Yesterday changed everything in the world, and we have to go after and terminate and eliminate these people who are the plague to the world, who are murderers, they're cowards, and we now need to take positive action. So I hope Congress this afternoon, Neil, does declare war on international terrorism and states, and then we have to be selective, but we must act.
All right.
Must act now.
General, thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time. All right, here is where we now stand. Terrorism, of course, is hitting America. Hillary Clinton speaking on the floor of the Senate right now. Her reaction to yesterday's crisis.
You know, yesterday dawned a beautiful day in New York. My daughter told me that it was one of those days that the sky was totally clear, there was a breeze, and people were starting to line up at the polling places to vote because it was primary day, an election day, a continuation of the commitment to democracy and self-government that has set us apart from every society that has ever existed because of the longevity of our democracy and the will of our people to constantly renew ourselves. New Yorkers went from standing in line to vote to standing in line to donate blood in just a few hours. I don't think any of us will ever get out of our minds the images that we saw on television of the plane going into the first tower, the plane going into the second tower, the plane going into the Pentagon. But there were tens of thousands of our fellow Americans, people who live in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, people literally from every part of our country and indeed the world, for whom this was not an event that they watched in horror on television, but lived through and in too many instances did not survive. We're beginning to find out what that was like. Chuck and I have a lot of friends who worked in those towers, worked in the center, worked nearby. We're hearing the stories of husbands and wives grabbing cell phones and calling home.
Live today to help emergency workers. New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says the first priority is to find any survivors.
Rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
Mayor Giuliani adding that he believes there is a few thousand people in the smoking ruins of the World Trade Center. So far, emergency personnel have been able to rescue 9 people, 9 survivors. That includes 6 New York City firefighters as well as 3 Port Authority police officers. Also, Major League Baseball games have been canceled for tonight, and the PGA has canceled golf tournaments for this weekend. Live in New York, I'm Jane King. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jane. So, Scott, obviously that means the Diamondbacks game will not be taking place tonight as well. Also canceled, I think, the college football games that were scheduled for today. I know Ohio University is playing North Carolina State, and I think there are a few other ones going on later this afternoon that have been canceled.
And ASU UCLA for Saturday has been canceled as well. Some of the best video that we've seen, Tara, came from the home video camera of Dr. Mark Heath yesterday. All right, apparently we don't have that once again. Sorry about that. Well, the airspace in the entire North American continent is being watched very closely at this hour. Despite that, we have reports that 3 aircraft have been spotted in Canada.
The airspace of Western Canada near Vancouver are currently being tracked by Canadian officials, by the Canadian Air Force and ground officials, and it's unclear what these aircraft are up to. They are attempting to ascertain who's flying them.
and we'll of course continue to monitor that story. The governor of Maine says 2 hijacked suspects in yesterday's attacks left behind a rental car in the Portland area. Angus King said the suspect had flown from Maine to Boston's Logan Airport, where authorities believe they boarded 2 jets that slammed into the World Trade Center yesterday. Police have said that they will test cigarettes found in the car for DNA. Meantime, the Boston Herald has reported that another rental car that had Arabic language flight training manuals inside was seized at Logan Airport. 2 of the planes that slammed into the buildings in New York and Washington originated in Boston. That is the car right there. So far, 5 Arab men have been reportedly identified as suspects in yesterday's attacks. 1 was a trained pilot. All right, rescue efforts at the Pentagon have now turned to recovery efforts after searchers there say they do not expect to find any more survivors. So far, 80 bodies have been found. Firefighters say the fires inside the building are mostly contained at this hour. They are, however, having trouble putting out fires under the collapsed roof. Yesterday, from the White House, President Bush praised the unity of the American people in the wake of all this violence.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
On our power, on who we are as a people. And I know, because I know America, that America will stand behind New York, that America will offer whatever resources, aid, comfort, support that New Yorkers and New York require. Because the greatest rebuke we can offer to those who attack our way of life is to demonstrate clearly we are not cowed in any way whatsoever. I hope that within a short period of time, Senator Warner, we see scaffolding on the sides of the Pentagon. After we finish the search and rescue and recovery work that is being carried out heroically there, I hope we all see a clear signal that we are rebuilding, that our defenses are more resolute than ever. And I hope, similarly, that Lower Manhattan has the same kind of image to project, because the reality will be that we are rebuilding and reconstructing and making clear that just as our military might is unchallenged and uncowed, so is our economic, our social, our political values epitomized by New York.
All right, there you see at the Junior Center from New York, Hillary Clinton pointedly talking about what needs to be done to confront these terrorists that launched these multiple attacks against the U.S. yesterday, making reference to the indomitable spirit of New Yorkers and the collective strength to rebuild. Not making a reference to what President Bush just made an announcement of, which is requesting immediate funding from Congress to deal with the rescue efforts and the cleaning up of the debris. So that is the very latest from here. Darren, I want to go back to you and just make one more quick note about what rescue workers are telling us. Once again, they have every reason to believe that 2 people trapped in the rubble will be rescued, that they will be found alive, and if that is true, that would bring the total to 11 of all of the victims who have been successfully brought out of these horrendous ruins.
And Paula, as those efforts go on in New York City, I'm sure thoughts and prayers from across the country and around the world go into those rescue workers trying to save more lives. Another development in this story, earlier this morning, CNN received word that there were possibly planes in Canadian airspace. And of course, this would go against the shutdown of airspace across the U.S. and Canada. Let's bring our David Ensor in. He's in our Washington, D.C. bureau. David, do you have any more information on these planes? Were they flying? And perhaps did they have permission to do so?
Well, we understand from Canadian sources that the planes are compassion flights, but we have not been able to get confirmation of that from U.S. officials. We should have it soon. The feeling is that these planes are probably no threat to anyone, but that has not been finally nailed down yet, Darren. What is happening in the U.S. intelligence community and over in law enforcement is, of course, a tremendous amount of work. They are being flooded with all sorts of data. Intelligence gathered, but also received and unsolicited. Countless emails and faxes are being sent to agencies from the White House to the CIA, claiming credit for the attacks, if credit is the right word, threatening future attacks. Much of this information, officials I've spoken to say, looks pretty wacky, but they are not able to eliminate any of it. Every lead is going to be checked. So,
John McLaughlin, gloriously alive. Certainly that gave the rescuers a great inspiration to keep on going, keep on pushing, and there are 2,000 busily at work searching hand by hand with dogs in these areas. They believe that most of the subterranean part of the World Trade Center, which is a shopping mall, it was basically abandoned by people who ran out. So some of the workers told me that they didn't see anybody there, that the weird juxtapositions, that the Krispy Kreme store is completely fine while other areas are totally and completely destroyed. We have cranes, we have the National Guard here, we have all sorts of units. They took out 120 trailer truckloads of equipment last night. A lot more to go. It's been going to be taken on barges across the river. So that is the intense operation going on right now. And I just want to close by saying at one point one of the search and rescue officers gave us a photograph. It was a small desk photograph of two children in Halloween costumes. One girl appeared to be 6 years old, the little boy maybe 4, dressed in a little leopard costume with the tail, holding the plastic jack-o'-lantern trick-or-treat bag. There was a rock embedded in that tore up some of the photograph. You can only imagine if those two children still have a mother or father today, and I think that's part of what this operation clearly is all about. We're live down with the rescue operation in Lower Manhattan. Eric Shawn, Fox News. Back to the studio.
Eric, thank you very much. So many little vignettes like that we're going to be getting over the next few days, indeed weeks, as they say. It will take that long to get a confirmation of the number of fatalities from this calamity. Well, you know, doctors have been working around the clock at New York City's hospitals. Let's go live to Fox's Catherine Harridge in St. Vincent's, one of the hospitals closest to the World Trade Center. Catherine, what do you have?
Yeah, the latest information we have is that 5 firefighters have been brought here. Hospital officials, though, have emphasized to us that they were not pulled from the rubble, but they did tell officials that the activity downtown, the rescue activity, is intensifying. One hospital official pointed out to me that presents other complications when they're using bulldozers, heavy lifting equipment to remove debris and all of the concrete dust. This stirs up the dust and makes the rescue effort very difficult for the workers. They talk a lot here about an injury they're seeing over and over, and that's an abrasion to the eye. And just to describe it to you, you can imagine the fine dust in the air, and your eye is moist. It clings to your eye and gets trapped under the eyelid. So as you blink naturally, in essence, abrades the eye, scratches the eye. It's very painful. It makes it very difficult to see. Now, the latest facts that we have for you in terms of the counts: 41 dead, 259 unaccounted for, that's police and firefighters, 1,700 known injuries. Of that total, 365 individuals have been treated here at St. Vincent's, 90 have been admitted, 4 sadly have died. What they're expecting today is to see many people who were injured yesterday, who thought it was only minor. They were able to make it home, perhaps the adrenaline helping to make them home, and when they got there, they realized that they were much worse off. So they expect to see some of those people back here today, but more significantly, they have several mental health officials on hand, mental health workers who can talk to people. They anticipate a real grieving process, and they're going to need to help to get people through that. Now, earlier this morning, New York's Governor Pataki was here. He told us firsthand about his trip down to the disaster zone. He described the rubble. He also said to us that the concrete had been turned to powdered dust. He told me it was surreal. It was like walking on the moon, yet the government remains optimistic. lives.
It's our hope. There were 2 Port Authority police officers late last night who were taken from the rubble alive and saved, and there are some indications that there might be people who have been able to communicate by cell phone in the rubble. So we have 18 search and rescue teams down there right now from across America and as far away as Puerto Rico, going through trying to save lives, and that's the focus at this point.
Thank you very much. One of the things that they've been overwhelmed with by the hospital officials is that they've had so many volunteers here, 500 doctors, about 150 nurses. They've really been quite overwhelmed by that. But at this point, they're having to consider 2 things. One, the physical exhaustion. Many of these people working for 24 hours straight. And then also the mental and emotional exhaustion, seeing the fractures, seeing the blunt trauma, seeing just horrific burns. And one of the officials we spoke to just moments ago said to us that since midnight last night, they've had no survivors at this hospital that have been pulled from the rubble, and that's really a sad indication of the tremendous loss of life that we've had. Back to you.
Catherine, thank you very much. Catherine Harridge, again, close to ground zero of the World Trade Center. Just some reminders of that Red Cross hotline. Again, 866-322-5663. We were happy to hear from New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani that the response for emergency supplies and blood has been overwhelming. If you want to get information on anyone missing there on the web, you can go to www.ifccfbi.gov. Or for victims hotline or those you're concerned about, they're trying to keep this open just to relatives of potential victims, 1-800-331-0075. All right, David Schuster is at the Pentagon right now with the update on the calamity in our nation's capital. David.
Neil, apparently their fire and rescue say that there's still 2 small fires that continue to burn on the Pentagon roof, and so this fortress of the defense establishment continues to burn away. You can see some of the smoke still drifting now to the north of the Pentagon building, and so fire crews are still battling some of the flames, some of the embers that continue to burn up there. Meanwhile, fire and rescue officials now say that they have pulled out of the wreckage there some 80 bodies, but that number, that death toll, is expected to go much higher. There are accounts from inside the Pentagon that perhaps several hundred people, mainly those who work for the Army in that particular section where the plane made its impact, that several hundred people remain unaccounted for. When the American Airlines flight slammed into the side of the building, it was carrying a full load of jet fuel, and the fireball was described as intense, caused significant structural damage, even several hundred feet away from the point of impact. And some rescue workers have described the area where they would like to search as an unstable mess.
We're going to have to clear all that debris out to try to find any people that were left in there. We're obviously trying to help the FBI locate the black boxes if there's anything left of that from the aircraft and the like. We have a lot of areas at the impact site where the 5 floors collapsed. They're leaning at about a 45-degree angle, literally like a slide. What makes it even worse is that slide is pointed to this other area that's unsupported. So we have to be very careful. It's almost the analogy I use is like a game of pickup sticks. You've got all these members there, and if you pull out the wrong one, they can all come crashing down.
But again, search and rescue, because of the instability of the building, have been unable to go and actually go as far as they would like. This morning, some fire crews draped an American flag from the roof of the Pentagon. This is the side of the building where the rescue crews hope to be able to remove some of this wreckage and try to recover some more of the bodies. Meanwhile, counterterrorism sources tell Fox News that the intelligence establishment in Washington has made significant progress in pinpointing which terrorist cells were responsible for this. More information is expected to come out later today. But again, the National Security Agency in Virginia going through literally millions of electronic phone calls and electronic intercepts to try to isolate some of these messages, some of the contacts, to try to determine exactly who was responsible. Plans already being drawn up for the Pentagon for a number of different scenarios if and when the president decides that military action is the appropriate response. Neil?
All right. Thank you very much, David Schuster. Just a quick financial market update as well. We are also waiting to hear from Morgan Stanley. Dean Witter, the chairman and CEO of the company. Both gentlemen are expected to be talking to financial reporters. That is probably the best known financial name that was involved in the World Trade Center bombing yesterday. There is no status in death here, so it really doesn't matter. But there are reports that Morgan Stanley might have lost a good many executives, one of the premier brokerage names on the planet. We'll keep you posted on that. that. In the meantime, I want to go to my buddy John Scott, who's upstairs, with a bird's eye view of what's going on about 40 blocks down.
That's right. Thanks very much, Neil. We are keeping an eye on the situation down at the Battery, down at southern Manhattan, where the World Trade Center continues to smolder, but also keeping an eye on the investigation. Orlando Salinas is in Daytona Beach, Florida, with the latest on what FBI and other police authorities are learning there. Orlando?
Good morning, John. The FBI, as you said, Daytona Beach Police, also bomb squads, all here right now, all searching certainly for one, possibly two people right now, two former students of the place where we are at right now, which is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. That is here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Let's show you now some pictures of this school that were shot just a short while ago, just a few hours ago this morning. Federal investigators say cell phone calls they intercepted yesterday, apparently, following the attacks in New York and D.C. as well as PA. Some of those calls were traced to Daytona Beach, what they call sympathizers. We've seen a good chunk of local police here today. We understand that yesterday police did seize a car, confiscated a red 1994 Camaro. They believe it belongs to one man that we now have confirmed his name. He is Ali Mohammed Al-Darmaki. He is a 20-year-old student here. Police report says that Al-Darmaki last attended school here at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in June. We also understand that Al-Darmaki never took any flying or pilot classes here at this school. He is, we're told, from the United Arab Emirates. Police say his car had a Palestinian flag as well as a picture of the billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden, had a picture of him somewhere on his car. That car, we understand, has been towed, taken away out of here. It is under lock and key, kept away from the view of all of the cameras, but indeed it is here. We also understand that as we speak right now, Chris, if you could, guys, if you could move out of the way. Chris, if you could sort of pan off a little bit. I'm catching you off guard. But over here to my left, you're right at home, is the Daytona Beach International Airport. We understand at this point right now, there is a Continental plane on the ground there that has been surrounded by federal agents as well as the FBI, as well as local police here. They have brought out their bomb-sniffing squad and dogs, and they are searching right now for what they say could be a bomb. They may have received a bomb threat. We're not really sure exactly how that transpired, but that certainly is what's taking place here right now. Let me also tell you this much right now. Police are here. They are at this university because, as I said earlier, they did intercept some cell phone calls yesterday here at this school. Now, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University is listed by many people, is considered as one of the most prestigious training schools in the United States. They apparently do have an exchange program, and they bring in students from all around the world to train here. Now, we do understand sources are quoting U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft as saying that he believes it's possible that the terrorists that were involved in yesterday's attacks did receive training at some superior aviation schools here in the country, and that is why some of these federal agents are here right now. Now, he does believe, and he has said already, that they have got some fantastic flight simulators here on the campus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical School, and he believes that somehow these terrorists must have received some superior training to be able to pull off what they did yesterday. We understand it's very possible that officials at this school, who we have already asked for statements to give some sort of comment, but they have certainly backed off completely, saying they're not going to speak to the media. They say that this is a federal investigation, and if you want any information, you just better walk on over to the feds and ask them, because they are keeping their mouths shut. Now, after a little bit of talking, now they're backing off a little bit here at the school and saying, look, we may have a press conference a little bit later on this afternoon where we certainly will give a full statement and tell you as much as we possibly can. John?
All right, Orlando Salinas reporting live from Daytona Beach. Thank you. One of the things we are still not seeing here from our bird's eye vantage point is any air traffic. The cap on air traffic remains in place, although there were reports as recently as an hour ago that the FAA was hoping to lift that cap about half an hour from now, noon Eastern time. We'll keep an eye on that, let you know what is the latest. Neil, back to you.
All right, in that regard, John, we're also hearing reports from United Airlines that it is looking at a small number of flights today. It did not indicate where or when, but that is the first airline that I can see that has indicated it is looking to fly again later today. Again, United Airlines not indicating from what airports those flights will resume or when they will resume, but we'll be keeping you posted. Separately, we are expecting word from one or several of the major exchanges as to when they will reopen. The chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission has indicated it could come as early as tomorrow, whether that would be the traditional 9:30 open. Anyone's guess. This, of course, a symbolic move to say that the capitalist community is back in business, and the terrorists hoping to shut it down will be disappointed. So it's as much for symbolism, even though trading would likely be very, very light. On to some other issues now. For some insight into the Islamic terrorists, we're joined by Mark Juergensmeyer. He's the author of a book looking at the terrorists behind the last World Trade Center bombing. He's done extensive research on the terror mastermind Osama bin Laden. And we've also got with us a fellow who knows a thing or two about terrorism, General George Julwan, the former NATO Supreme Commander. Mark, if I can begin with you. How do you catch a guy who's had a good deal of time now to run and to hide?
You don't catch it very easily. And you have to remember that if this is a war, first of all, it's a war that's proclaimed by Osama bin Laden and by the Islamic activists, a small crew of transnational activists. That's their war, the one that they proclaimed, and they would love for us to be sucked into their image of a global cosmic war. It's not. It's a very specific war with a very specific group. And we should beware of getting involved with a war with all Arab states, for example, and certainly not all Muslims. We should target our attacks very specifically against this one network and this one group of people.
But haven't we tried that already, and to little avail?
And that's the problem, because they are a very small network, but it's not going to help to widen this war to a broader group of Arab states. I think if we do that, then we're sucked into their image of a global war. I've talked with many people associated with the Osama bin Laden's movement. I've talked with people who tried to bomb the World Trade Center in 1993, who did bomb it, of course. And the only difference from their point of view of what happened in 1993 and what happened yesterday is that yesterday they were successful. In 1993, they were trying to bring down the whole of the World Trade Center. And when I talked with Mahmoud Abu Lima in prison, one of the people who was involved in the conspiracy to bomb the World Trade Center in '93, and I said, look, if you had been successful and you had brought down the whole of the World Trade Center, you might have killed as many as 200,000 people. And he said that's exactly the number of people that the United States killed in their act of terrorism in Hiroshima. So from his point of view, there was a moral equation between what he regarded as America's terrorism in the world and what they were trying to do.
I guess it's just hard to relate to this kind of nuttiness. But General Julwan, maybe you can help me. There are reports, of course, that the Afghan government has or can get a hold of Osama bin Laden. But then you wonder whether it goes back to what President Bush said in his remarks to the nation last night, that we will hold not only the terrorists themselves responsible, but I'm paraphrasing here, those who house them. So would that essentially be the green light, and should it be the green light, to go after nations that just might let them reside within their borders?
But first of all, you have to get the facts. And I think the previous speaker was talking about getting the facts right here, and there's an enormous effort going on now, going through all kinds of intelligence reports to try to get the sort of information we need. We think we know where the finger is pointing. We have to be sure that it must be a focused effort in order to make sure that what we do is targeted at the right individual and right state if we determine that it is state-sponsored.
But see, and Mark, maybe you can always this, we never do know unequivocally that by going after, let's say, in Afghanistan, or if you wanted to expand it to Sudan, or any one of a host of enemy countries, whether you're doing more harm than good, that the knee-jerk response, and quite justifiably so, is to go after all of the SOBs. But in so doing, do you not deepen the crisis, or maybe is that what we're looking at?
Well, that's exactly the problem. The problem is to go in like gangbusters and overreact might, in fact, provoke more violence from Osama bin Laden's cadres, but also suck in state activists, to suck in Arab states into being involved in a war with us that they're not involved in right now.
So you fear, in other words, a constant tit for tat, like Ronald Reagan attacks Libya, after the Beirut bombings, they go after one of our planes and shoot them down, and on and on and on it goes, right?
But this is not a state. Remember, this is the difference between this and Pearl Harbor. This is not Pearl Harbor. We're not attacked by a country.
General, what do you think of that?
Attacked by one guy in Afghanistan.
we have got to change the way we're doing business here, and that is we've got to institutionalize, not just have an attack against for one day or 1 week. We've got to change the way that we're looking at this. This is a long-term operation. You're dealing with a very small cell. They've probably gone to ground. We've got to change the way we look at things. It isn't just fighting two major theater wars somewhere. We have got to organize ourselves. That's military, police, ambassadors, political, all to understand that this has to be an interagency with our allies response to try to understand how do we prevent one of these from occurring.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, General, I got to tell you, from some of those allies, even in their editorials today, they're saying we can understand and sympathize with you, USA, but you got to check with us before you go after anyone.
Well, I don't think that's. We have the right to respond to this horrific attack against our people. But let us not, we need to try to work with our allies, but we do have the right to respond. But let us get institutionally correct here. We're not there yet.
And the General was right. We're in a new era. The transnational actors and a new kind of war.
All right, guys. Thank you both very much, General.
Thank you.
And Mark. Welcome back, everybody, to Fox News, continuing coverage of the terrorism that hit America yesterday and is changing everyone's lives ever since. Some of the updated figures we have for you, you've probably heard maybe up to 800 casualties at the Pentagon, about 266 on those 4 planes that were hijacked, 3 of which were used in essentially kamikaze air raids on some of the most well-known structures in the United States, the World Trade Center, of course, the Pentagon. 300 firemen are missing, presumed dead. 78 policemen missing, presumed dead. The count could go up by a staggering sum. We now join Tony Snow in Washington with the latest from the nation's capital. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Neil. A couple of things. Even though the President of the United States and key members of both the House and Senate have used the term war today to describe the attacks yesterday on American targets in New York and in Washington, D.C., I've been assured by a senior leadership official in the House of Representatives that there is no contemplation, at least today, of considering a declaration of war. Instead, what the House is probably going to do is offer tomorrow what they call a permanent supplemental. It basically means a blank check to the President of the United States to use however he wishes in trying to wage, you call it war, call it a response to yesterday's attacks. That means in terms of intelligence expenditures, military expenditures, you name it. And it sounds as if members of both parties are on board with that. In addition, NATO, evidently, Rick Boucher in a briefing just a few minutes ago with reporters hinted that NATO is likely to pass a resolution, a so-called Article 5 resolution, that not only would express solidarity with the United States, but also pave the way for some form of military cooperation should we figure out exactly what it is we want to do. You just alluded to the fact that some foreign newspapers are saying, okay, you need to deal with us and foreign ministers. It looks as if NATO ministers are at this point willing to start working on military cooperation. I spoke earlier today with Secretary of State Colin Powell. He said something very much like that is underway. Rick Boucher also noted that 25% of our embassies and missions overseas, that is, our embassies and consulates overseas, that's 50 to 60 of them, have closed, at least for now. That's subject to the call of the counselor or the consular general or the ambassador at the site. They can determine whether they've got security needs that require closing the facility. That has happened. We're expecting the Department of Transportation to issue at noon today, in less than half an hour, on the internet a statement presumably regarding the nation's airports, which will let us know what's going to be open today, what's not going to be open. And finally, members of Congress are agreeing on a great deal today. Also in the House of Representatives, evidently they're going to hold a prayer vigil at about 8 o'clock tonight. The time isn't firm yet. A prayer vigil in the rotunda of the United States Capitol. That will be open to the press and obviously produce a lot of pictures. So there's a great deal of activity. Also, Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, is expected to brief the press 2:30. They're trying to figure out the exact time today. and the president and his advisors are playing phone tag, or at least they're getting in touch by phone with leaders all over the country. It is pretty obvious that the United States is preparing some sort of military option. The timeline unknown. When Secretary of State Colin Powell was on TV today earlier, he made it pretty clear that they think that they're narrowing in very rapidly on the people responsible, and they think they're going to be ready to move. Neil?
All right, Tony, thank you very, very much. Tony Snow in Washington. Of course, we will be going to Tony throughout the day to get the latest developments in Washington. Of course, the Pentagon bombing, as we told you about, we have close to 100 known casualties right now, but it could rapidly exceed that, maybe as many as 800. We do want to hear from you about these events over the last 24 hours, and I want to bring my buddy David Asman in here to sort of pick apart developments as well. David, some fast and furious movements today.
Indeed there are. Great to be with you here, though, Neil. What are your thoughts? We want to know what you think about all this. How are you feeling about this? Does it give you pause? Does it make you afraid of America, or does it give you the resolve to fight back? Give us a call, 1-888-TEL-FOX. We're going to be taking those calls very soon.
All right. In the meantime, Dave, we're going to go to Jeff Goldblatt, who's live in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where one of those 4 planes went down, and there might have been a little heroism involved there, Jeff, huh?
Yes, indeed, there may have, Neil. Unlike the terrorism targets at the Pentagon and in New York, where there is still hope today of finding survivors, here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 went down, that hope, it is long gone. The flight en route from Newark to San Francisco, and the focus today is on recovery of debris and also what happened. The flight left Newark yesterday shortly after 8 o'clock and made it as far west as the Cleveland area before taking a turn to the south and then the southeast in the direction of the nation's capital before going down here in Shanksville, which is about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Why this plane went down here and not perhaps a more high-profile target, as some are now speculating, could be the result of heroics from either the crew or some passenger who made it into the cockpit and decided that if I'm going to die, I'm going to take this plane down here in a rural area and not in some high-profile target area. This morning, investigators from the NTSB, the FBI, and also the ATF are on site treating this as a crime scene. They've set up 2 perimeters, one an inner perimeter and also an outer perimeter, about 4 miles in radius, and they're scouring the site. But they say it's going to be a long investigation, Neil, because there's very little there that's any bigger than a telephone book. What they're going to go after immediately, though, the in-flight voice recorder and also the data recorder, which are of vital importance.
All right, Jeff, thank you very, very much. That's an amazing story, Jeff, if you could still hear me, that some of those guys on the plane had the wherewithal to know they were going to die, but to avoid an even bigger catastrophe, they forced these hijackers down.
Yeah, Neil, I can still hear you. We heard from Congressman Murtha, Democrat in the 12th District this morning here in Pennsylvania, and that was his speculation as to why the plane went down here. He also talked about why this scene is critical to this investigation as to all the terrorism targets that were hit yesterday, and the reason being the likelihood that these black boxes might be found. Unlike in New York and also at the Pentagon, where it could be a long time before the black boxes are found, if they are ever found, here the crater is about 35 feet deep. And it doesn't, investigators do not believe, at least preliminarily, that the black boxes would have been compromised, even though this was a violent crash, and so that some data might be retrievable, perhaps later this week, and perhaps getting some preliminary information as early as early next week, Neil.
All right, Jeff Goldblatt, thank you very, very much. Jeff Goldblatt at the scene of what might have been a heroic effort outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on the part of the people doomed on that flight to make sure the damage wasn't even more severe. Dave?
And joining us now, former NTSB board member and Fox News contributor Dr. Vernon Gross. Dr. Gross, if it is conceivable that they find that black box somewhere in that deep pit, that crater that was created by that plane crash out in rural Pennsylvania, are they going to be able to retrieve any data from it?
I think it depends on 2 things, Neil. First of all, they have to make sure that the terrorists themselves did not disable the recorders. They already disabled the transponder. The transponder allowed air traffic control on the ground to track the aircraft. And in the case of the other 3 aircraft, the terrorists disabled the transponder. If they also did that to the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, then there would be nothing on them, even if you found them.
Dr. Gross, could you just hold your thoughts for a moment, please? We've got a breaking development.
Indeed, we do, Dave. At Logan International Airport outside of Boston, where two, of course, of the doomed hijacked flights took off. They're having a presser right now. Let's listen in.
We ready, everyone? Is the microphone on? Yep. Good morning. My name, again, is Virginia Buckingham, Executive Director and CEO of the Massachusetts Port Authority. I'm joined here this morning by Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Jim Farmer, by FBI Special Agent in Charge Charlie Prouty, by State Police Colonel John DeFava, Massport Director of Aviation Tom Kitten, and Massport Director of Public Safety Joe Lawless. This morning, I instructed Massport staff to focus on 3 priorities. Number 1 is to continue to assist law enforcement with the ongoing investigation. Number 2 is to work with the airline's family assistance teams to transition the Family Assistance Center at the Hilton to them and to continue to aid the numerous family members who are currently at the airport. Number 3 is to begin to focus on reopening the airport, including full compliance with the new security requirements being imposed on all U.S. airports. We received specific guidance on these measures from the FAA a short time ago, and I'm proud to say that many of these measures have been in place at Logan for many years. In addition, I spoke with Governor Swift this morning, and she has instructed us to go beyond these FAA requirements by placing state police at all security checkpoints at Logan Airport. With the new FAA requirements and the additional security at Logan, we are confident that when the airport is reopened, the safety of the traveling public will be ensured. I'm going to turn this over to our other speakers. Let me just say that due to the ongoing investigation and for the sake of public safety, the law enforcement officials who are here with us today are limited in the questions that they can answer and the facts that they can confirm. Let me first ask Tom Kinton, the Director of Aviation for Logan Airport, to speak.
Good morning. As Ginny mentioned, we are focused on a reopening of this airport, and I cannot tell you what time that will occur. I'm going to go through a number of issues, summarizing the guidance that we have been given by FAA, both the airlines and the airport operator, that has to be done and has to be in place before this airport can open. A lot of it, as you will see, will take a lot of time, and we are going to take our time. And if we have to delay the reopening of this airport, as others open around the country, we will delay the reopening to get it done and get it right. First of all, let me reemphasize that the guidance is for all U.S. airports. It will begin with immediately evacuation of all terminals and sweeping of canine teams, explosive canine teams. Increased presence of uniformed personnel, plainclothes security personnel, and others in all areas of the airport. And as you heard mentioned, we will be staffing the security checkpoints with uniformed state police, which goes beyond the guidance given to us by FAA. Be increasing the frequency of random ID checks in the secured areas of Logan Airport. We will secure, we already have them in place, bomb detection teams for quick response here at Logan Airport. We will be reducing the number of operational access points into the airport. We will also discontinue curbside check-in and remove unauthorized vehicles that are within 300 feet of any terminal building. And that point there is probably one of the most time-consuming things we have to accomplish, because presently there are over 9,000 vehicles parked at Logan Airport. One of the garages, Terminal B, has almost 2,500 vehicles, and it needs to be emptied. We are in the process of doing that and relocating those cars to Suffolk Downs, and we will not reopen that terminal, certainly, and perhaps not the airport, until that task is completed. There is FAA is prohibiting the sale or use of knives, regardless of any size, in any sterile areas of the airport. That includes concession operators, food and beverage, as well as any retail operators that may sell such items. That means anything metal or plastic. Airport operators will develop an awareness plan to keep all airport employees informed about security, and the airport operators and the FAA shall review and reevaluate these contingency plans for ongoing airport security threats that may develop. Airlines will not be accepting cargo or mail, and prior to passenger boarding of any airplanes, those aircraft must undergo a comprehensive search. That's each and every flight before they are boarded by passengers. And as I said at the beginning, we do not have an estimate on when this airport will reopen. Possibly it could be for some relocation of flights that are on the ground, ferrying empty airplanes back into position later today. And again, no estimate on reopening the airport for commercial flights until we have a better handle on both the airline responsibility here and the airport operator responsibilities being fulfilled. We've already had an air carrier meeting. We held it this morning. This work is underway, and we'll be meeting with the air carriers later this afternoon to update and keep the traveling public updated relative to the reopening of Logan Airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. The next speaker is Colonel John DeFava, Massachusetts State Police.
Thank you, Director. Good morning. The Massachusetts State Police is prepared to provide all necessary resources to assist the Massport Authority in reaching and surpassing those new security measures as mandated by the FAA. These resources will include additional personnel, special and tactical units such as explosive ordnance disposal personnel, and canines that are capable of sniffing out explosives. These measures will stay in place indefinitely to ensure the safety of the public at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Prouty, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Boston.
Thank you, Director. I want to reassure all New England citizens that your law enforcement is aggressively investigating this horrific event. First of all, my heart goes out to the victims and the families in this tragedy. Because this appears to be a terrorist attack, the FBI will be taking lead investigative status in this. We set up a command post in the FBI office in Boston yesterday as soon as we received notice of the hijacking. This is a joint command post with State Department, ATF, Customs, the Massachusetts State Police, OSI, Boston Police Department, Department of Transportation, U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals represented. We're also involved in Massport's command post at Logan Airport. We'll continue to man these command posts and continue our joint investigations around the clock until all investigations have been completed. We are coordinating our investigation with FBI headquarters and with other federal agencies. A website and a toll-free tip line has been established. For this case, we're using the Internet Fraud Complaint Center website, which is www.ifccfbi.gov, because it's an existing site designed to receive information from the public. The toll-free number is 1-866-483-3733. 5137. And we've had these two lines up for the last day, and we have been getting some good information and some good tips. At this time, the White House is coordinating all public information at the national level. As this is an ongoing case, I'll not be discussing the case or taking any questions, but I can assure you that absolutely everything will be done to identify and bring the perpetrators to justice. Thank you. Sorry.
We have one more speaker, Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Jim Farmer.
Thank you, Director Buckingham. I'm really here to second the comments of Mr. Prouty. I'm here first to doubly ensure the public that the prosecutive resources of the Department of Justice, and specifically the United States Attorney Office in Massachusetts, are working round the clock in the closest possible coordination with all federal, state, and local law enforcement investigative agencies. I will be making no statement and taking no questions as well. It is and will be remaining our highest priority to conduct a successful criminal investigation of these critical events. I would ask your indulgence and your understanding that at this time we are simply unable to make any further comment.
Are there any other questions not pertaining to the investigation?
Wraps up the initial part of some introductory remarks at Logan International Airport, where two of the doomed flights yesterday left. The two, of course, that were involved in yesterday's big calamities at the World Trade Center. We should emphasize here that if I heard some of these guys right, they're going to do a full sweep of the airport. They're not going to allow any cargo or mail on any of the planes. So if I'm just thinking off the top of my head, that's going to be next to impossible to get back to business as usual or flights normally scheduled anytime soon today. I guess it's possible later today, but if we're to take them at face value, it's going to be a few hours away. So, Dave, I just don't see it happening anytime soon.
And Neil, you and I were talking about how despite all the security precautions, who is going to want to fly in the near future unless they absolutely have to? This has got to hit the airline industry, in addition to many others we've talked about, insurance industries, et cetera.
Sure.
Very, very hard.
Well, they've been losing a lot of money lately, and higher fuel prices haven't helped. A soft economy certainly is just, hurting them all the more. And now you got a lot of people quite panic-stricken about this.
All right. We've covered events in New York, in Boston. We're going to go down to Washington now. Of course, the Pentagon was hit yesterday. The disaster there unfolding in a very, very much worse way than we had initially thought. Our James Rosen is following that situation from the White House lawn. James?
Well, David, according to a well-informed source who is close to the Bush administration, the hijackers, at least of United Flight 93, that's the one that went down in Pennsylvania, have already been identified by name. This source tells me that the key to finding the perpetrators of all of the attacks is, quote, what we're finding in Pennsylvania at that wreck site. The source added much there at that site has not burned and much has been salvaged. And according to this source, the hijackers, at least of United Flight 93, the one that went down in Pennsylvania, have been identified by name. And this source added that it looks like what all the papers are saying as well, that these hijackers are indeed tied in with Osama bin Laden, the famed terrorist who has been linked to a series of terrorist attacks against the United States over the past decade. But to recap, according to a well-informed source close to the Bush administration, the hijackers, at least of United Flight 93, the one that went down in Pennsylvania, have already been identified by name based on some of the wreckage out at that site in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. David?
All right. James Rosen, we thank you very much. Well, in this time of tragedy, many people, of course, are turning to religion for guidance and comfort. With us to talk about that, Liberty University Chancellor, the Reverend Jerry Falwell. Jerry Falwell, thanks very much for coming here today. How do we confront this as a nation?
Well, obviously, first with prayer, and I don't know in my ministry of 50 years when more Americans have been praying. 7,000 people came together here in one place in our little Lynchburg, Virginia, on the campus of Liberty University to pray for America, pray for the president. That certainly is first and foremost. Secondly, I think the president has on him the burden to act decisively and swiftly. We are at war, as he himself said, and that means, as FDR in 1941, December 7, called this a day of infamy, and And the Congress declared war the day later, spent 4 years of its maximum resources stamping out Nazism. I think our president can do no less. We've got to decide this is war. Osama bin Laden, I mean, everybody wants to talk about it, but we know what he has done, and what he's done in the past is enough to annihilate him. I think we have to find him, spend the resources, do whatever it takes, and rid the earth of him, of this man.
Reverend Falwell, you mentioned, of course, prayer, and the power of prayer should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, I hate to say this, but I'm sure those terrorists who hijacked the planes were praying to their own God. And the question is, how do we distinguish between the peaceful followers of Islam and the supporters of terrorists?
Well, all Muslims, of course, are not murderers and barbarians.
Okay, Reverend, I'm sorry to interrupt you here. New York Mayor Giuliani is speaking in New York. Let's listen.
We have more volunteers than we know what to do with right now. But please continue to volunteer, because we're going to need you tomorrow and the next day and the day after. And, you know, our firefighters and police officers are going to get pretty exhausted after a period of time. So the outpouring of volunteers has been tremendous, and we're very, very thankful for that. And the city, the people of the city, their spirit is tremendous. And I said that yesterday, and I'll say it again. This city is the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest people, and a bunch of cowardly terrorists can't make us fearful. We're stronger than they are. We're better than they are. And people of the city proved it yesterday. They're going to prove it today. And they're going to be a great example of what Americans are like. Thank you.
All right, in New York, Mayor Giuliani, he's been the #1 cheerleader for the city of New York right now, indicating, well, there is, at least at this point, no way to determine how many died in this disaster. New York's finest are doing their best, including just the general residents of New York. Dave Hasman's certainly one of those. And it has been unusual, just the camaraderie and the sense of togetherness out of this city that gets a bad rap.
The one thing that everybody appears to agree on at this point is that Mayor Giuliani has done a fabulous job, taking all kinds of questions, all times of night, following his people wherever they go.
And he doesn't sleep. This guy has not slept.
And yet he still maintains his calm, maintains his determination. He's not weak-kneed one bit. He stands firm and strong and committed.
And I think it goes back to his DA days, district attorney days. Yeah. I mean, he has a fine legal mind, and he just has that deliberate style that is just tailor-made for a disaster like
We're glad we have him for the moment. We want to go back to Reverend Jerry Falwell. Reverend, I cut you off in mid-sentence. The question distinguishing between the terroristic followers of Islam and the peaceful followers of Islam. It's going to be hard to do in the coming weeks and months.
It is, and we must be careful not to generalize. Most Muslims are peace-loving people who are just trying to live and let live. But the fundamentalist Muslims, I'm talking about the bin Ladens, I'm talking about also the crazed extremists like Yasser Arafat and Saddam Hussein. The only cure for these people is the one that Ronald Reagan imposed upon Muammar Gaddafi 20 years ago. He put a missile down his chimney, killed some of his family, unfortunately. But Mr. Gaddafi decided to get out of the terrorism business, and in 20 years, we've hardly heard of him.
Understood. Reverend Falwell, again, we have breaking news all over the place. I hope you understand we have to break in once again.
All right, Tony Snow in Washington. What have you got, Tony?
Neil, very quickly, one of our producers out at the Pentagon is reporting that the Pentagon is being evacuated. The people are running out of the building as you no doubt know that the fire was never completely stopped, and the way fires work is that they tend to work quite often within the framework of building, dancing through air ducts and so on. Evidently, the fire has gotten worse. We do not have any video. We don't have any correspondence at the site at the moment, but as soon as we do, obviously we'll be bringing that news to you. But again, to repeat, one of our producers has informed us that people are evacuating the Pentagon. There is a shot of the Pentagon. You don't see much that would indicate that sense of urgency, but that's the report we have, and obviously we'll get back to you with more as soon as we have confirmation.
And Tony, if I'm to understand it, this would have been even worse had this particular portion of the Pentagon not been recently reinforced. Hard to imagine how it could have been much worse, but that it actually could have been.
not only was it being reinforced, but also was being renovated. So a lot of the offices in that particular portion of the Pentagon were vacant. Nevertheless, yesterday we had cheery reports that they thought that there might be a fairly low casualty estimate, and indeed, if you take that particular slice of the Pentagon, certainly a couple of thousand people should have been there. We've heard estimates today ranging from 100 to 800 may have died in yesterday's attack, and furthermore, that they don't expect any more survivors. I have a feeling that the structural and interior damage is far worse than we originally were led to believe. But on the other hand, when you have fires with that kind of intensity and that kind of heat, it takes a very long time for people to put it out sufficiently even to be able to examine it. Firefighters were all over the roof of the Pentagon last night punching holes in it, trying to provide air for the flames to come through so they could simply figure out where the flames were and where the fire had traveled. And that's the kind of challenge that they're going to be facing until they get this thing taken care of.
All right, Tony, thank you very, very much. Before I turn over to Dave here, I just want to update you on Keith Brett Woods. You're going to start hearing more talk of this. Those who had offices in one of the two World Trade Centers yesterday confirming that they cannot account for 172 of their workers. Neither can Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, that it has limited information on the safety of its workers. Separately, Senator Chuck Schumer says, regardless, it's a good time that the market should open as soon as possible. Dave?
And we want to go back down to Washington, where our David Schuster, who has been following events very carefully in the Pentagon, has more information. Once again, we want to say, while it's being evacuated, this is not another terrorist attack of any kind. We're just talking about a fire that is very difficult to put out, very difficult to control, sprouting out in places where they are unprepared to deal with it. That appears to be the reason why the Pentagon is now being evacuated. But David Schuster, back to you. David Schuster? David Schuster, can you hear us? All right, apparently our connection...
Are you able to hear me?
There we go. David Schuster, we can hear you now. Go ahead. David Schuster, you're on the air.
David,
go ahead.
can you hear me? Well, David, if you can hear me, I'm going to just let you know that there have been 3 fires that apparently broke out this morning underneath the Pentagon roof that have spread significantly beyond the point of impact that we're all familiar with, that big gaping hole on the south side of the building. The smoke was apparently getting fairly thick towards the center, towards the A and the B rings that are closest to the center courtyard, and that is some of the areas where they had hoped that the fire would not spread. So that has caused certain sections of the Pentagon where they had hoped some employees would be able to go back in. That has caused them now to tell those people, no, you're going to have to go back out and leave. It's not the sort of mass chaotic confusion with the evacuation yesterday when the American Airlines jetliner smashed into the side, but nonetheless, this is sort of another sign of the frustration that the firefighters have had in battling the blaze at the Pentagon. It's a huge structure, 23,000 employees. It's some 500,000 square feet, and one of the problems that they have had is that the fire is spreading not just up through the roof, but is going through each of the different wedges within the Pentagon, starting, of course, on the south side. It has apparently now turned the corner to some of the other concentric sides of the Pentagon. 5 sides of the Pentagon. You have the southwest side that you're looking at here. Apparently the fire in a couple spots has now turned the corners, making its way office by office down the hallway. For much of the night, for much of the morning, we've seen firefighters dumping hundreds of gallons of water a minute on the roof. The problem that they're having, though, is they're not always essentially getting on the flames. Some of the flames are sprouting up in places where the firefighters on top of the roof cannot see them. And again, this is causing a lot of confusion, a lot of angst within the Pentagon in a lot of the offices where they thought that some employees would be able to return today. This has been a very orderly process at the Pentagon. This has not been described as very chaotic or a lot of confusion. It's just frustration that the firefighters are not able to control the fire to the degree that they wish they would have been able to now, some 27 hours after the jetliner crashed in the south side of the Pentagon. Back to you.
David, what is the very latest on casualty figures?
In case you're asking me any questions, I've lost IFB, right, so I'm going to leave it at that.
All right. David Schuster is reporting from the Pentagon. Once again, the fire situation there continues to be hazardous. There are evacuations being made right now, not because of another terrorist attack. This is not because of another terrorist attack. This is related to yesterday's attack. The fires are extraordinarily difficult to put out, primarily because the casings of the Pentagon, as you would imagine, were so thick that it's difficult for the firefighters to get their rescue efforts, the water inside the Pentagon, and these fires keep spurting out in all kinds of different directions. So the evacuation is taking place. As you can see, it's very orderly. There does not appear to be any type of panic whatsoever. You're looking down at the bottom of your screen at recent estimates, the top of which have come in much higher than we originally believed they would. We had thought, because this particular area of the Pentagon, which was hit hardest by the plane crash, by the terrorist act, was being renovated, that perhaps it would be devoid of a lot of the personnel that was normally there. That may have been true, but still, upward estimates are that perhaps as many as 800 people, in addition to those in the plane itself, died as a result of this terrorist act on our military headquarters of the United States. There is a news conference happening now in Pennsylvania about the crash of the airline there. Let's listen in.
Pittsburgh office, 412-471-2000.
Stay with us, please. We're holding on. We may still have the audio portion of that press conference on the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. Let's see if we do. No, unfortunately, we lost both the video and the audio. But our Eric Shawn, I believe, is at Ground Zero, and there is a press conference happening there in New York. Let's see if we can get any audio from that one.
And many of you were here last night when Governor Ridge addressed the group. Obviously, we take our responsibility very seriously, and the prime responsibility of the Pennsylvania State Police is scene security and to assist the FBI in any way that we can with this investigation. To that end, we have approximately 130 troopers working a day shift and approximately 150 troopers working a night shift to ensure that only authorized personnel are allowed at the crime scene. In addition to that, we also have the mounted unit, our helicopter units, and other personnel from the Pennsylvania State Police to ensure security as well as to assist the FBI with their forensic search. As Agent Covington said, we expect to be here several weeks, and our commitment is to make sure that the sanctity of this place where 45 souls were lost, as well as the possibility of gaining critical evidence to solve crimes too heinous to even discuss or think about, is accomplished. Agent.
Any questions?
Covington, are people actually out there right now collecting evidence? Or are you still mapping?
Still mapping and gridding.
Any evidence, sir, of a bomb on board at this point?
We have nothing at this point with respect to that issue. Again, we are mapping and gridding. We haven't collected anything yet.
How about telephone calls made aboard that plane to family and 911 centers describing that there's 3 people aboard the plane, they had hijacked the plane, and they knew they were going down?
I would ask that you direct that question to Jeff Colleen, the Pittsburgh office, at 412-471-2000.
Sir, do you have any reason to think that those calls have been real? We should be doubting those reports?
Quite frankly, our efforts have been focused, as you can imagine, here at this location. Again, I can only direct you to contact Jeff Colleen at our Pittsburgh office.
We heard that a fire started overnight. What ignited that? Did any additional evidence possibly burn?
I'll defer to the Lieutenant Colonel.
Are you searching for the black box right now?
Let me answer the fire question first, and then we'll move. The airplane crash resulted in a fire initially with the jet fuel. Aspects of that fire involved the tires of the aircraft. It's very difficult for the fire crew to put those out, and there were some hot spots that were still there that ignited sometime after dark, and we brought the fire department back in just to knock down the hot spots.
Did any other pieces of possible debris get burned up in that second fire?
No, they did not.
Are you searching for the black box right now while you're mapping?
We are doing so.
All right, once again, this is a presser related to that crash that occurred in Pennsylvania, south of Pittsburgh by about 80 miles. It is assumed by many that that plane might have been aimed at Camp David. Perhaps no coincidence. Yesterday was an anniversary of one of the anniversaries of the Camp David Peace Accord. Perhaps that was a destination. We may never know for sure, but they are searching now for the black box inside a ditch that may be 35 feet deep, such as the crater that was left by this plane smashing into the ground with almost a full load of fuel. We will give you more details of that press conference as they become available. In the meantime, I want to go back to my colleague Tony Snow in Washington. Tony?
David, there has been a lot of talk in the last couple of days of the role of Osama bin Laden in yesterday's attacks on American targets. As a matter of fact, earlier today, we've received reports from James Rosen that officials say they have identified people aboard the flight that crashed in Pittsburgh, outside of Pittsburgh, that's United Airlines Flight 93, that evidently the contents of the plane did not burn up, and as a consequence, they think they may have evidence that will point fingers maybe not only toward the people involved in that particular attack, but the others as well. Furthermore, Osama bin Laden has been saying he didn't have anything to do with it, but on the other hand, he's perfectly pleased with the situation, and he's happy that it happened. The Taliban government of Afghanistan at the same time has said that it is not willing at this point to hand Osama bin Laden over. Osama bin Laden is the commander-in-chief of the forces within Afghanistan. That is one of the things that the administration obviously is looking at when it is trying to figure out what to do with nations that may be, quote, harboring known terrorists. In addition, we have just received word from the Pentagon that employees there have gotten the all clear, so the evacuation is now going to be reversed, so people are now going to be able to go back into the Pentagon. So that's the very latest.
All right, Tony Snow, we thank you very much. Once again, we want to remind folks that evacuation of the Pentagon was a result of the stubborn fires that continue to spurt out at various places because the infrastructure of the Pentagon is so thick, it's difficult for firefighters to know where all the nooks and crannies are that those fires may be hiding out, and sometimes they burst out, and it becomes very dangerous for all those thousands of workers still going to the Pentagon. As you can see, 50 embassies and consulates have been closed around the world. Various U.S. installations are hunkering down. There's no telling about how long this hunkering down is going to take or whether, in fact, we go into a full war mode. They are now debating that issue on Capitol Hill, both in the Senate and the House. Various speeches being made by senators and congressmen about war, using the word war. No single declaration of war yet. And the president, in a press conference earlier this morning, very brief press conference surrounded by his cabinet in the cabinet room, not going as far as to saying a declaration of war, but again, the question is how close we become. Well, the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, as we've just been telling you. Our own David Schuster is at the Pentagon. He's been reporting on this fire, and as we just heard from Tony Snow, it may be that the evacuation is complete and they may actually be moving folks back into the Pentagon. David, can you see anything from your stance there?
Well, David, from our perch here on the south side of the Pentagon, we're on the side of the Pentagon where the jetliner smashed into it. The fire has apparently spread to the sort of the northwest side of the Pentagon. If you imagine this particular side and then you go over one concentric side, that is where the fire in apparently 3 spots has turned the corner. One of the firefighters this morning described the problem, and I'm going to run the risk of seeing if we have this particular soundbite, and he describes it better than I could. So let's see if we've got that.
It looked like the roof was put out last night. It's very difficult to get water under the shingles to the wood members that are still burning, so that would flare back up. It's a very challenging type of firefighting operation that they're trying to conduct in a very unstable building.
And given that it is unstable, there's some areas, some floors of the Pentagon where obviously they're very concerned about having employees back in. And apparently as this fire spreads through the Pentagon, sometimes not going up through the roof, that is the reason for the concern, where just a few minutes ago they evacuated essentially one of the media wings, a correspondence quarter of the Pentagon. This is an area that's been pretty smoke-filled ever since this incident happened yesterday. But again, great concerns that the fire seems to spread and that they have not been able to fully gain control of it. Some of the walls and beams in the Pentagon have apparently become so precarious at the impact point and in the area on this side of the Pentagon that rescue crews have been reluctant to go very far in searching for victims. We have been told that so far the rescue crews have pulled out 80 bodies, but they are not expecting to find any survivors, any people being pulled out alive. One of the reasons is because apparently late last night and again early this morning, they dropped in some listening devices to try to check for signs that there may be some sort of life in this side of the building, and they have heard absolutely nothing. As far as the numbers of fatalities, it is expected to go much higher than 80. There are some reports inside the Pentagon that perhaps several hundred people remain unaccounted for. It seems that the Army took the brunt of the jetliner smashing into the Pentagon yesterday. The Army had a set of offices, particularly on the second floor on the south side of the Pentagon, that were completely obliterated. Meanwhile, while the Pentagon tries to control the fire and remove some of the debris, a number of intelligence sources say that the counterterrorism community has made significant progress in the last 24 hours in identifying the terrorism cell responsible. The National Security Agency, which is several miles away from here, has been going through millions of electronic intercepts trying to piece together the puzzle of how all of this came together. And again, here at the Pentagon, there is widespread anticipation that some military options will be presented to the president as the intelligence community gets more information as to exactly who is responsible for this attack and for the ones at the World Trade Center. Back to you.
All right, David Schuster reporting from the Pentagon. Of course, the other rescue effort that's taking place today down in Lower Manhattan. John Scott has a perch from high atop our own headquarters, the News Corp headquarters here in Manhattan. He can look down all the way to Lower Manhattan, and the sight is an awesome one, particularly on a clear day like today. John?
It is, David, and it is a clear day, as you say, a beautiful blue sky day in Manhattan. Absolutely nothing in the air. We've had one helicopter fly over, that presumably related to the rescue mission still going on behind me. Airport traffic is still very much stalled. The cap on air flights has not yet been lifted. As the smoke column continues to flare up behind me, we are being showered here some 5 miles to the north of the actual fire site. We are being showered with fine bits of little gray ash. It's the same kind of stuff, I imagine, that has piled up so deeply there in the immediate neighborhood of the World Trade Center. 2 and 3 and even 5 inches deep in some places. But that ash is now coating our equipment, coating our chairs up here on the roof of the News Corp building. Wanted to go back to something that David Schuster was just talking about in Washington, D.C., this having to do with the Pentagon and the fire they're in and the troubles they are having putting it out. I took a tour of the place a couple of years ago with a close friend of mine who was at the time an Army major. And he said that despite the fact that the Pentagon looks like this impregnable fortress, the building, he said, and I can only attribute this to my friend, the building was not particularly well built. It was put up, it was completed, as we have noted, in 1943, smack in the middle of World War II. It was built in a rather hurried fashion at a time when construction materials and other things essential to put up a building of that type were needed elsewhere, as the United States military tried to fight an enormous war on several fronts. And so in his view, the Pentagon building itself was put together in a rather slapdash fashion. He pointed out to me places where doors could not be opened because the foundation was settling, entire huge cracks in entire sections of walls. And I imagine that as firefighters try to put together or try to put out a fire in a building that was put together very quickly, they are running into some significant problems, and that may be just part of why this fire is proving to be so stubborn there. David?
All right, our own John Scott from his perch up on top of the News Corp headquarters. John, we'll get back to you. Joining us now, the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. It all comes down to terrorism. Paul Bremer is familiar with the subject. He's been dealing with it for a long time now. Mr. Bremer, for years now, for decades, we've made attempts as peacemakers in the Middle East, and now we're drawn into what appears to be a war.
Well, there are people in that part of the world and other parts of the world who hate us. The prime suspect in this case, Osama bin Laden, declared war on us in 1997, and he's never made a secret that he means to carry out warlike attacks on us, as he's done in the past.
The question, of course, is not so much bin Laden as it is those who lend him aid and support and comfort. Some people say that while certainly the Taliban and the folks in Afghanistan have done so, they've admitted so, even countries like Egypt have made backhanded support of him. Saudi Arabia, from which he drew so much of his money. Even perhaps Yasser Arafat, who we've gone so far to placate in the past few years of the peace process, is at times time now to change our relationships with these so-called moderates?
Yes, it is. I think some of those people, Mr. Arafat in particular, have a lot to answer for those disgusting scenes we saw last night of 8- and 9-year-old kids in Gaza dancing in the streets at the news of the American tragedies.
Well, he, of course, plays a different tune. He comes out and says that this is a tragedy. He watches events unfold with as much shock and dismay and horror as any of us. You don't believe him?
I'm sure he meant what he said, but he has created an environment.
Wait a minute, let me just stop you there. Why are you sure he meant what he said?
He has created an environment of hatred of America over the last 15 years, as have some of our moderate friends, including the press in Egypt. That is not, however, the immediate problem. The immediate problem is to find out who conducted this attack and then to go out and crush them.
But if we are on a war footing and people have gone very close to saying that we are in a state of war. So far, they haven't come out with that particular phrase, but have gotten about as close to it as they can. Don't we have to take it?
Well, we don't know yet. What we do know is that if you had flight plans this week, don't count on going anywhere. David?
Snow, don't count on many people going anywhere for quite some time. And of course, as Neil Cavuto was saying, the way this is going to hit one industry alone, the airline industry, we can only begin to fathom whether all, in fact, airlines will be able to survive what undoubtedly will be very hard times to come. We want to go now, speaking of hard times, to Catherine Herridge. She's been monitoring the situation as this city, New York City, tries to deal with a catastrophe the likes of which we never even imagined. Nevertheless, they are in gear, they are prepared. She is at St. Vincent's Hospital, one of those in charge of coordinating the rescue attempt. Catherine?
David, it's a very sad situation here. In the last half hour, we've had New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who has come to express his gratitude and thanks to all of the hospital workers here at St. Vincent's. And he's also expressed his hope that there are people who are still alive who will be survivors of this tragedy. Now, what we've had in the last 90 minutes is 5 firefighters have been brought here. They've been brought here for exhaustion. Hospital officials really going out of their way to emphasize that they were not rescued from the rubble. We understand from the hospital that there's more activity at the scene to try and rescue more people, and of course this is very good news, but it also brings with it complications. When you take in that heavy equipment, the bulldozers, to try and take out the debris, you also stir up the dust. And one of the injuries they're very concerned about for police officers and firefighters that they have seen here countlessly are abrasions to the eye, and in essence, with that concrete dust in the air that's flying, it adheres to the moist part of your eye, gets trapped under the eyelid, so as your eyelid blinks, it abrades the eye, it scratches the eye, it's very painful, and it makes it very difficult to see. Really, the numbers here have been virtually unchanged since late last night. 269 patients have been treated, 95 admitted, 4 sadly have died. They have 68 firefighters and police officers who are being treated. The injuries they expect to see today are what we might call the walking wounded from yesterday, people who were hurt, who happened to make it home, but now realize they're in a much more serious condition. They also have mental health professionals on hand because the grieving process for many has begun. We've seen a number of overwhelming stories here. Just one I want to share with you. We've had family members just walking the area, some of them almost with blank stares, and they brought with them photographs of their loved ones, brothers, fathers. And in this case, a very young woman who worked on the 101st floor of Tower 1. They're saying to anyone who is here, the media, the hospital, if you've seen this woman, to call this number. This is how desperate people are for information. We've also had stories from paramedics who, trying to save lives, nearly lost their own lives. Paramedics telling us earlier today that when they were down at the scene yesterday, they picked up one woman just as the buildings collapsed, and they just made it out of there, trying to take her to a burn center. And they said to us, if she hadn't been so badly burned with 2nd and 3rd degree burns, and we hadn't to take her out immediately, we probably would not be here talking to you today. The hospital has really been overwhelmed by the generosity of New Yorkers. They've had 500 doctors volunteer, 150 nurses, and they've really got 2 things to consider now. First, the physical exhaustion of these people. Many of them have been working for more than 24 hours. And then also the mental and emotional exhaustion from the carnage they have seen, the fractures, the blunt trauma injuries, the severe burns. And just earlier, New York's mayor urged people to continue to volunteer because there will be more activity, more help that will be needed in the days and weeks ahead. And I think there was really one sad piece of information that we had from the hospital. Since midnight last night, they have not taken any injured civilians from the disaster zone downtown, David.
All right, Catherine Herridge from St. Vincent's Hospital. They are doing a heroic effort. And the Red Cross hotline, the number to call is 866-322-5663. They'll tell you what, if anything, you can do to help. There are still great needs. You can also get more information from ifccfbi.gov, ifccfbi.gov, or contact information if you fear that one of your friends or loved ones has been a victim of this awful crime. You can call those numbers. All right, we are going to be talking now to Bill Belmont. He did survive. He somehow managed to walk out of that rubble, or at least walk among it to try to save those after he was injured. Bill, how did you get out alive?
I don't know, actually, how we ended up getting out. We just running. Initially, my office is on 30 Wall Street.
For those who don't know, tell us how far that is from the wreckage we see there on the right.
The 30 Wall Street is probably, distance-wise, less than a quarter mile. It's to the, let me give you some sense of the direction, it was to the eastern end of the World Trade Center. I got to my office, got out of the subway around 9:15, and already, at that point, the two planes had hit. There was debris, there was cell phones, there were memos just floating in the air. I'm with Pinkerton Investigations. We do crisis management. Told the secretary where I was going, tried to look for the command center. At that point, about 9:30, when I got into the World Trade Center, there had been a perimeter set up already at that point, and there weren't people running out of the building.
How soon was this before the Trade Center collapsed? Before the first tower collapsed?
I got on scene probably 25 minutes before that.
25 minutes before, and how far inside did you get?
I started on the eastern end, walked all the way to the western end. That's where the command center was set up on the West Side Highway, to see whatever assistance we can provide. And at that point, we were maybe 150 yards from the building.
Now, the one startling, frightening thing about this, and it may be signs of hope, it may be signs of the devastation of this, is how few people are going into that hospital, St. Vincent's, that we just had a report from. The doctors, the hospitals are ready to receive them. They're not coming in, which leads people to believe, one, either a lot of people just simply died and are buried under that collapsed building, or perhaps a lot of people did stream out safely. How many people were getting out, taking the firewells?
When I had gotten there, about 25 minutes before the building came down, there weren't people evacuating the building.
You didn't see people streaming out of
From the time I got there, I came from the eastern end to the southern end along Liberty to the western end of the West Side Highway, where we didn't have a buffer, which became an issue because we were only a couple hundred yards from the water. And there was no one. The only personnel that were there, and which I think hampered some efforts, was the emergency personnel.
How did they hamper the efforts?
What happened was the police, fire, and emergency personnel was set up on the West Side Highway. When that building came down, those were the guys that I was caught up with. That's who got thrown around with me. There was ambulance, ESU personnel, fire personnel, that's vehicles were destroyed that were thrown. I mean, we were so close when it first fell. You have some footage I saw earlier that shows the smoke billowing down 2 blocks, and it's a gray smoke. But from the area we were at was so close, it was completely black.
We see the smoke. There's some pictures on the right.
This footage here shows you where it's still at the further end of it. We were about 100 yards from the building. So when we first got covered in the black soot, which was total black for 5-8 minutes, we thought we were underground.
You thought that the building had actually collapsed on top of it?
Was on top of us. I mean, the injuries I suffered were from the debris from the building that was hitting us.
Describe the debris, where you mentioned cell phones, papers, and pencils. For instance, there must have been chunks of concrete as well.
There was concrete. There was.
Did you see people injured as a result of the larger debris?
Yeah. There was, like I said, the West Side Highway was lined with the emergency vehicles set up to go inside. 10 minutes before this happened, 10 minutes before, ESU, ambulance, fire department, they were heading into the building. I mean, it makes you realize that in situations like that, there's just two types of people.
You had mentioned to me before we went on that as a member of Pinkerton Security, your boss had a meeting scheduled for next week.
Right.
Describe what
just
that meeting was about.
With the company. That was a separate division from Pinkerton Security.
Yeah.
With investigation. But Jeff Craighead, who's the vice president of high-rise security, which is obviously specializes in these type of buildings, was scheduled to meet with the security personnel at the World Trade Center next week to go over their policies and procedures. And
did you think that there were problems with those policies and procedures?
No, nothing of that nature.
So considering what happened, which is as devastating as anything you could imagine, they did the best job they could.
I think so. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not an expert on terrorism. But
at least in terms of the evacuation efforts.
I don't know what the World Trade Center could have done to prevent an airplane from driving into the top of the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
I mean, it hit the Pentagon.
Yeah.
I mean, how much did they do?
Well, Bill Belmont, we're very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much for coming. We've been telling you all morning that the Pentagon went through another evacuation, not because of another terrorist event, but because there are these stubborn fires that keep popping up all over the place. One of our producers, Chris Wright, joins us now from the Pentagon to tell us more about what apparently has turned around. Apparently, Chris, the evacuation has stopped and people are going back?
Yes, they're pretty much all back in now, or most of the way there. It was a false alarm. It was a rumor, basically, that whipped around the building. Slightly less than half of the building, if you look at it from the top, is occupied today, and people started leaving from those areas, including the military police who thought it was a real evacuation. They've got automatic weapons patrolling the halls of the Pentagon, and they all moved out smartly, but then they came back quickly and said that it was all clear. There had never been an evacuation order. We still do have some small, stubborn fires burning, mainly under the old wooden roof structure of the Pentagon, on both to the clockwise and counterclockwise of where the impact point was, and those are very hard to get to and put out. There was also earlier, some of the unburned jet fuel from the airliner had actually puddled in the lower part of the building, and that had reignited. They seem to have gotten that under control with foam from Reagan National Airport nearby. But it's pretty jittery here.
I can imagine. So just to put things in context, we heard earlier that they may, in fact, have to quadrant off an area around which the fire is located. There are still personnel that they may have to take out of the building just to really completely isolate this building in which these stubborn little fires keep finding potholes of air.
Well, that's right. It's obviously it's made in rings, and the fire is under the roof, and it's a continuous roof that runs around the whole building, and we are sort of on the opposite side where the Secretary of Defense is, and although the one corridor over from us is dark and not smoky like it was yesterday, but the power is off in a lot of that building. But, I've got to say that in the main important parts of the building where the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and so on and the National Military Command Center are, things are going on pretty normally. The cafeteria is open. You can get your Starbucks coffee. It's a little jittery, but, life goes on.
Life does go on, and our nation goes on. Chris Wright, a producer for Fox News Channel. We thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Eric Shawn is in the midst of that battle right there. Now, just take a look at this picture for a while, ladies and gentlemen. Underneath the live bug, that red live bug on the upper left-hand side of your screen, just go down, and you'll see an ambulance in the midst of all that. Now, just as a perspective, to give you some sense of the size, the magnitude, of course, we all knew that 110 stories collapsing in and itself would create a hell of a pile, and that underneath those thousands and thousands of tons of steel and concrete is where these workers are hoping to go to find any signs of life. Our man Eric Shawn is pretty much at ground zero in Lower Manhattan. Eric, what do you see there?
Well, David, right you are. They are going in there, and they are in there. Several teams of search and rescue inside, down under those tons of debris and twisted metal and iron and steel, right inside there, searching for any survivors that they could possibly find. And amid all this horror and this horrific scene, there is hope. Even though thousands are believed to be dead, thousands buried deep within the former gleaming and glorious structure that the World Trade Center was, all 110 stories, now reduced to basically a 5-story hump and clump of concrete. 9 people have survived. They were pulled out overnight. 5 New York City firefighters, 2 or 3 police officers, and 1 man. And of course, the miracle story of one police officer, John McFarland, who rode this building down. He was on the 82nd floor of the building. When he rode it down to the bottom, he was found pinned under some concrete. They thought he would have to amputate his leg. They did not. Right now, the fire has increased. The smoke has increased because the firefighters have been dampening down the smoke and the small stubborn fires that have continued to burn as they try and enter some of the area down there. They have been through the night hand-picking piece by piece some of the concrete and have now been moving in some of the heavier machinery and cranes as they get up to the bigger ton slabs. With me now are 2 brave New York City detectives, Detectives Gonzalez and Suarez. You were here at 6 in the morning yesterday morning, so we're going past 24 hours for you folks. What was it like in there? What did you do as you were handing all this rubble out over the past 24 hours?
We were handing to each other piece by piece. We made like a row, and it's just horrible, a horrible scene. It looks like a war zone down there. It's unbelievable this could happen in New York City, really.
And Detective Gonzalez?
It's hard to add any more to that. It is horrible. We are working hard. There's people here from all over the place, we're grateful for it, thank God. We're just carrying out the debris as much as possible by hand and try to go in as quickly as possible to remove any possible survivors. But it is really total devastation.
Did you see any bodies while you were in there?
Unfortunately, we did, but it's just too horrible to describe, really.
But no survivors?
No, I haven't witnessed any survivors as of yet.
Clearly, there was a big cheer that went up when the one police officer was rescued, because that really gave a lot of everybody inspiration. Were you there for that?
No, we weren't there for that. You know, we showed up later.
Well, thank you for joining us and doing a terrific job. Get some rest, and I'm sure, like all of us, will be back. If this had not happened, David, yesterday, we would likely be reporting to you from 2 blocks to the right of me, the federal courthouse, where today one of Osama bin Laden's alleged associates, who was convicted in the East African embassy bombings, was to be sentenced. Was this attack connected to that? Was this attack connected to this? This is the so-called bin Laden terror manual. Look at that sword smashing, crashing through the earth. This was entered into evidence in the World Trade Center bombing trial from the bombing here in 1993 and the embassy bombing trial that occurred here with convictions just 2 blocks from here. And among the translated issues in this report are military aims of attacking vital economic centers. And one other page here says that candidates for recruitment are workers at airports. And I may just add that since we have reports down from Florida that a couple says that they think 2 young suspects in one of the crashes were students at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical Aviation Unit. Bin Laden has in the past had, in the embassy trial, had 3 of those alleged assailants. They had gone to aviation school in Oklahoma. So this seems to fit bin Laden's profile, at least as far as it concerns that angle. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Eric Shaw, Fox News.
In just a moment, we are going to be going to our own Orlando Salinas, who's joining us from Daytona Beach, where one of those flight schools apparently did train suspects in this awful act of terrorism. But before we do, we want to get another bird's eye view from on top of the News Corp headquarters right here in Midtown Manhattan from our own John Scott. John?
David, the cloud of smoke and steam and debris is still billowing up behind me, starting to fill much of the horizon now. It's not centrally located in a column as it was before. The skies are clear. It would otherwise be a beautiful late summer day over Manhattan, and they are still clear of aircraft. The FAA has not yet lifted that cap on air travel. The only flying machines we're seeing are military helicopters at this point. The FAA, as we said, still imposing that cap, but there is some updated information on that. Let's get that from our chief Washington correspondent, Jim Angle. Jim?
Hello, John. Well, the FAA has sent a security directive to the airlines calling for increased security, of course, which we expected. It will give you some sense of what kinds of difficulties Americans are now going to face with air travel. But first, let me tell you, from what I understand about this directive, there is language to the airlines that warn them of follow-on attacks. I'm told that this says the FAA is warning U.S. air carriers of the potential for fully targeting U.S. interests, particularly in the Middle East. And the security directive tells airlines that the terrorists retain a capability to conduct airline bombings, hijackings, suicide attacks, and that they possess surface-to-air missiles. Now, as part of the stepped-up security, as expected, they will end curbside check-in and any check-in of baggage from remote locations. There will also stop allowing people to take on knife blades of less than 4 inches, and there will be all sorts of other searches of airport personnel, of flight personnel, and of airplanes. We don't want to go into any more details because you don't want to give too much of a heads up to people who might be caught up in such a web, but the fact is security will be greatly increased at all of the airlines, at the airports for passengers, as well as for personnel who work at the airports and those who fly those aircraft. That is in a security directive from the FAA going to the airlines today. John?
All right, Jim Angle in Washington, thanks very much. So we will continue to monitor the situation here from about 50 blocks away from the spot where the World Trade Center stood until yesterday. David Asman, back to you.
John, we'll be coming back to you frequently. It's hard to imagine as you look at that carnage that it could have been caused by just 4 groups of men from 3 to 5 in each group with nothing more than perhaps razor blades attached to plastic combs. But it appears that that's exactly what was done as the carnage took place first in the airplane itself. Apparently, individual passengers and flight attendants were herded to the back of the plane where cutting or perhaps even killing of flight attendants led to the captains opening the doors into which the terrorists then jumped. One or more of whom may have been able to fly those planes. We do not believe in any way that it was the pilots, the original pilots who flew those planes into the Twin Towers or into the Pentagon, that indeed these terrorists were trained. They had flight instruction. The question is from where, from whom? Our own Orlando Salinas is on that story, and he joins us from Daytona Beach, Florida, where there is such a school and where these terrorists may indeed have been trained. Orlando, what have you got?
David, at this moment here on the campus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, as you said, that's here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Now, this is a flight training school, one of the elite flight training schools in the country, we're told. This is a place where wannabe pilots come and learn whatever they can. At this moment, we're told there are a series of search warrants being executed either on this campus or in homes and or apartments nearby. That's what we're being told. Also, let me tell you this. A short while ago, federal agents along with bomb squad cops here in Daytona Beach surrounded a 737, a Continental, on the runway at the Daytona Beach International Airport. After a few minutes, the feds told the photographer to leave, but we understand now that that's certainly what he captured on video is something that's taking place at airports all around the country. There was no real reason for them to suspect anything on that plane. They just felt that that is what they needed to do in light of what happened yesterday. There's been a good chunk of activity here at Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach since yesterday's attacks. Investigators intercepted a series of cell phone calls immediately following the attacks, calls that they say were made by terrorist sympathizers here in Daytona Beach as well as in Broward County. Calls they say were made to congratulate each other after the attacks. The feds have seized a red Camaro with a Palestinian flag and what may have been a picture of billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden. Also, David, word now coming that police may have interviewed that one student on the campus, this campus, the man who owns that red car. We're waiting to hear right now what actually transpired out of that interview. Investigators believe right now the terrorists must have had incredible training to pull off yesterday's attacks, training that would include superior flight simulator classes like the ones that are given here at Embry-Riddle University, as well as other training schools around the country. Also learning that the FBI has been going door to door in Vero Beach, Florida, about 2 hours south of here. They're searching for 2 Middle Eastern families, 2 dads who were students at the Embry-Riddle campus right right there in Vero Beach. 2 weeks ago, we're told, the dads sent their families back to their own respective Middle Eastern countries. Since then, no word of those two dads, no sighting at all of those two dads. Back here at the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, we're told right now that it's possible school officials here may be holding a press conference sometime later on this afternoon. They've been sort of sketchy about what it is that they wanted to say, but they're saying it's possible to hold something, say something publicly a little bit later on this afternoon. David?
All right, Orlando Salinas reporting from Florida, from one of the flight training schools that may, and we emphasize, may have been used to trade one of the terrorists who carried out these dastardly deeds. Rita Cosby's been following all this for us in Washington. Rita, what have you got for us?
Well, David, as we just heard from Jim Angle, there are going to be some new security measures put in place at all the airports, all the airlines across the country. This in light of the new ground stop that was issued yesterday, minutes after the attack. Well, now Fox News has learned that there's a combination of things that will actually allow the airports and the airlines to start operating again. I mean, first and foremost, these security measures have to be put in place. The very first thing, though, however, is Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta will have to make an announcement at some point today, sort of giving the airlines the all clear. Now, a number of airlines and airports have been given this list of new security measures, which include a discontinuation of curbside check-in, also no knives, period. We're told that they will not even be sold in the airport, not just able to now not be carried on planes. Before, the adherence from the FAA was that you could have blades 4 inches or less, and now we're hearing the new standard is no knives, period, whatsoever in the airport, even being sold in the airport. But what is happening now is airports and airlines, some of them, not all of them, we're told, but some of them already have this list of new security measures that must be in place, administered by the FAA, carried out by the airlines and also the airports. Therefore, when Secretary of Transportation Norm Mineta makes an announcement at some point this afternoon, and that's either going to be in a press conference or a written statement, at that point the airlines and the airports that are up to those standards will be able to open almost immediately. Now, FAA officials are saying that some of these airlines and airports may be able to get up to standards almost immediately, that some of them could do it within hours. Others may take days, so some airports may not be able to be open almost immediately. It may take some time till they can adhere to these standards. In addition to this, it's not quite clear if these standards are going to be temporary, if they're going to be permanent. At this point, they want to make sure that they get them in the most immediate because of the heightened state of alert, but they may also be something that may become permanent. In addition to this, the FAA is saying that they're not quite sure if we'll see a mass exodus. They don't believe that this will be something that'll happen all at once, that all airports and airlines will open all at once. Individually, airlines that get up to the standard will then begin opening. In addition to that, some of these planes are now in different airports than they were intended to be. So some of the planes have to be rerouted, have to be repositioned, so it could take some time. But the first thing is to hear from Secretary of Transportation Norm Mineta that it is okay, and then those airlines and airports that are up to those standards will be able to function almost immediately.
Rita Cosby reporting from Washington. It is absolutely clear that all of our lives are going to change dramatically as a result of what happened yesterday. Joining us now to explain how, retired Vice Admiral J.D. Williams of the U.S. Navy and security expert retired Colonel David Hunt. We welcome to you both, gentlemen. Admiral Williams, first to you, if I could. Question is, if we are close to a state of war, if not in a state of war, how will our lives change?
Well, first, I think we have been in an undeclared state of war, and certainly, hopefully, Congress would declare a state of war. American people have to be in for a long drawn-out war, and I hope Congress and the Senate will be up to closing all the gates to our country. It's kind of like a walled city. There's a lot of gates.
Admiral Williams, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have some breaking developments. Please hang with us. Dennis Hastert is speaking now. Let's listen in.
Workers, the rescue workers, and all those folks that are around the clock doing their very, very best. And, of course, our sympathies with the families and all those who have been the victims of this terrible, terrible act. But now is the time for government to move forward. We're in complete agreement that we will work together, that we want to share information, that we will be ready to move on whatever the president suggests, and we will go through the debate and the actions of Congress in a bipartisan way to make that happen. But as we said last night, when somebody takes this country for granted, when it violates the people of this nation and the sovereignty and the freedom of this nation, this Congress stands united shoulder to shoulder to do the right thing, to stand up for America, and do the legislative work and process that we need to do. And we confirm that with the President today.
On a bipartisan basis, I think it is accurate to say that we literally and figuratively stand shoulder to shoulder in our appreciation of the job ahead. It is to help the victims, to care for the families, and to punish those responsible. With a single-mindedness of that appreciation, we begin our work this afternoon. On a united, bipartisan, bicameral basis, we will be passing a strongly worded resolution
to close all the gates. They argue about one thing or another, but right now the Senate doesn't want to build a ballistic missile defense.
Is this a war that's going to be fought on U.S. soil as it was yesterday?
No, I hope not. I think we ought to be very concerned. I don't think you need to see the 82nd Airborne Division, David, outside your door. I think what we have to do is take care of business where this came from. I think we will find out who did it. We will find out who supported it. We've known about who did the Lebanon bombing with the Marines. We've known what happened in Dar es Salaam. We've known what happened with the Air Force guys in Saudi Arabia. We've got a good idea with the coal. We know where war criminals are in Bosnia. The issue is, do we have the will? We clearly have the capability. I guarantee you that we have the finest soldiers, Navy, Marines in the world. This Joint Special Operations Command, Special Forces Command. We've got the best. The issue is whether we have the will to commit them.
Well, Colonel Hunt, I can tell you that from the streets of Manhattan, everybody who went through what happened yesterday has the will to carry on whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't doubt that the people who have suffered this tragedy and are connected with unfortunately, everyone's predicting the thousands of casualties that are probably involved. The issue is with the people who just appeared on television and others are willing to let the national intelligence community, the investigative community led by the FBI, to do what's necessary. Mm-hmm. The ugly truth of this is you have to deal with very bad people to get at bad people. You have to put a lot of money on the street. You have to involve yourself with nasty enemies.
Understood.
And as of today, we have not been willing to do this. We've been looking for bin Laden for 10 years. 10 years and have not located him.
All right, Colonel Hunt, Admiral J.D. Williams, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you for the press conference from the Speaker of the House and the head of the Senate, but we thank you both for coming on. Appreciate it. Jeff Goldblatt, meanwhile, joins us from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That, of course, is the location of that huge ditch into which one of the 4 planes that was hijacked plummeted. Jeff, what's the latest from there?
Hi, David. Did this plane, United Airlines Flight 93, go down perhaps because of the heroics of someone, one passenger, or perhaps a member of the crew, that perhaps this plane was en route to a more high-profile target and that someone decided, you know what, if this plane's going down, I'm going to take it down here in a rural area. That is the hypothesis that is surmised right now by Representative Congressman John Murtha. He's an area congressman here. He held a press conference earlier in the day saying that this investigative scene, this crime scene, is perhaps the key to the entire investigation. That point underscored by information that Fox News has received this morning from high-ranking, well-placed sources within the government. And I want to quote this source here as saying, quote, "The key is what we're finding in Pennsylvania at the wreck site. There's much there that didn't burn and has been salvaged." The source added that based on materials already found in Shanksville, the hijackers have been identified by name. The source specified these individuals are indeed linked to Osama bin Laden. Again, that information coming from a high-ranked source within the government. I placed that very question to the FBI. There was a press conference held here just about a half an hour ago, and I asked them, have these hijackers been identified by name? That was a question they didn't want to answer, but they did talk about the investigation and some of the scouring and sweeping of this scene that's going on this morning. We have 200 members of the FBI and also of ATF and NTSB, this law enforcement entourage just sweeping the scene this morning. They started out by mapping and gridding this area of some 3 miles in acreage, and they've already begun the daunting and arduous task of evidence collection, saying that they've been able to retrieve things like some plastics and insulation, and that the largest piece of wreckage they've been able to find so far was a piece of engine But what we're hearing here at ground level is that most of what is out there is not any larger than a telephone book. The FBI wants to conduct most of this investigation and most of this recovery by daylight, emphasizing that that's where most of this constructive work is going to take place.
Blatt, we had heard a report that perhaps there was a heroic effort on the part of the people in that plane to try to guide this plane away from a more populated area, and that may be why it ended up in that old coal ditch. How close is the area where you are to a more populated area?
We're about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, but this plane, what we know from Cleveland Air Traffic Control, who reported here to the Johnstown Air Traffic Control Tower, which is just about 20 miles away from here, that this plane made it as far west as Cleveland before turning to the south and then the southeast, traveling in the direction, I want to stress, in the direction of Camp David and also the Washington, D.C. area. That is why Congressman Murtha surmises that this plane was headed for a more high-profile target. David, one other thing I want to talk about here is the black boxes. Unlike some of those other terrorism targets, the black boxes here, investigators believe that they will have more likelihood of finding them, perhaps shedding some light on who these people are, what they were after, and perhaps giving investigators an edge in both New York and at the Pentagon. That's the latest now from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. David, now back to you.
Jeff Goldblatt, thanks very much.
Hello, everyone. It is 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 Pacific. I'm Linda Vester.
And I am David Asman, and you are watching Fox News Channel's continuing live coverage, Terrorism Hits America.
And this is the day after. The day after forces of evil rocked this nation and wrecked the lives of thousands of people. So many questions today, beginning with who is the mastermind of this kind of horror? At this point, a lot of fingers pointing to Osama bin Laden, but we do not have confirmation of that right now.
Still, according to Palestinian reports, bin Laden is thrilled to see the U.S. reeling in pain, perhaps as those people on the West Bank were yesterday, although he says he had nothing to do with the attacks.
We do have team coverage today from coast to coast all day, actually all 24 hours of this day, starting with an update of what happened yesterday, the day America came under attack.
Sammy.
All right, need to just clarify here. We're going to correspondent Catherine Herridge. She's at St. Vincent Hospital.
I'm Catherine Herridge at St. Vincent's Hospital, where they're treating the wounded and hoping beyond hope that there will be more survivors. I'll have those details coming up.
All right.
And I'm David Schuster on the south side of the Pentagon. The FBI investigation here has clearly begun. We'll show you some of the pictures coming up next.
I'm Trace Gallagher live in Los Angeles. 3 of the 4 hijacked planes were bound for L.A. We'll tell you what's being done for the families of the victims coming up.
I'm Shepard Smith live high atop our headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. The building still burning behind me. Much of Midtown locked down. IDs only. A city under siege. Our live coverage continues in just a moment, but first, breaking news now on Fox News Channel. Let's go straight to WBZ, our NNS network news service affiliate, with the latest on breaking news there.
Suspects who eventually were on those hijacked planes and who took those planes into the World Trade Center tower. So you're looking at pictures from the Westin Hotel in the Copley Square area of downtown Boston, where police activity is at an incredibly heightened state. Police are apparently inside the hotel. We're not told which rooms they're in. We don't know specifically how the investigation there is continuing, but we do know that police are in there with a canine unit. We have been told that an armored truck was brought to the scene, and there is a lot of activity. So whatever is going on is suspected to be connected to the terrorist attacks in New York and in Washington, D.C. Of course, all of this as federal authorities are investigating whether these suspected hijackers who started here in the Boston area are connected to Osama bin Laden. So all of this activity that's going on right here in the Boston area could be connected to Osama bin Laden. We're going to take you right now to WBZ's Ted Wayman, who is on the scene. at the Westin Copley Hotel. Ted, what can you tell us?
Liz, I'll tell you that the surreal images continue, this time from Copley Plaza. I'm going to have photographer Michael Bennett just pan over. What you're looking at is the entryway, the horseshoe, if you will, of the Westin Hotel. When we got here about 15 minutes ago, photographer Ted Brogy arrived just as about 20 to 25 Boston police officers, and I think there were some federal officers there as well, with full armor shields going inside. Law enforcement source telling me they were headed to the 16th floor to make an arrest in connection with yesterday's events. At that point, I also saw battering rams that they were having difficulty making entry to whatever floor or rooms they were. But as that same law enforcement source said, they had full metal jacket. They had high-powered weapons as they were going in. And this at a lunchtime crowd just before 1 o'clock. And there are literally hundreds of people stuffing in at that horseshoe entrance of the Westin Copley Hotel, trying to figure out what is actually happening. But there's probably, I'd say, anywhere between 50 and 60 law enforcement, media, and now the public milling around to see what has happened. From what I can tell, no one has been brought out yet. But I will reiterate, probably anywhere between 30 and 50 heavily armed police officers went in as we arrived at that scene. It is unclear who they're bringing out, why they went in. Clearly, they went in with search warrants. But at this point, we're waiting for somebody to be brought out, or could be several people brought out. But they went in heavily prepared, heavily armed for whatever situation they may face. If you can possibly see, I don't know if Michael can look, just to the right of that EMS flashing lights, if you pan over, you see a very kind of plain-looking silver van. That's where all the heavily armed personnel piled out of as soon as it pulled in front of the Westin Hotel. If we want to pan up, you can see this is a skyscraper, one of Boston's bigger hotels in Copley Place, obviously, but it is a vortex of activity. State, local, and federal law enforcement officials continue to swarm this area. But more importantly, they have actually shut down one of the entrances that surrounds the Westin Copley Hotel, so they can't have any traffic in that area. Traffic leading on to that westbound Pike entrance is completely jammed up. Now I'm seeing Boston EMS vehicles trying to get into this area, but it's still unclear if there were any arrests made and who that law enforcement may have been looking for when they stormed that hotel probably just a little less than 15 minutes ago. Liz?
Ted, I don't know if you can hear me, but a quick question. Have they evacuated that hotel, or do we know if guests are in the midst of this incredible search?
Liz, I don't know how they would have evacuated by the time all that heavy artillery arrived at the entrance. That's a hotel that literally can hold thousands of people. That would have, I think, would have been next to impossible. But clearly, a lot of news organizations, including WBZ, got a heads up that this was happening momentarily, and we were lucky enough to get there before the heavy artillery, if you will, went inside. At the second part, they started to break out battering rams, for clearly they were trying to get in parts of the hotel that were either locked or blocked. But at this point, we have not seen anybody come out. I am back across the street right in front of the Boston Public Library. Now, we have crews there. We should be able to get some more information now, but this is certainly a great vantage point for viewers to at least see as these surreal images continue, this time in downtown Boston, opposed to the skyscrapers of New York City. But this is where this investigation could be one of the key locations where the Justice Department is now focusing their investigation in wake of yesterday's events.
We're looking at live coverage from WBZ of an incident taking place in Boston's Back Bay. Apparently, police and FBI have stormed a room inside of the hotel. This may be related to the terrorism incidents of yesterday. Earlier, we saw police charging in with, well, they were hardly charging, but they were moving in with battering rams. They had full gear on. They all piled out of a silver van that's parked nearby. We haven't heard from them since they went in, but they've got a lot of equipment. There are the pictures earlier.
Let us go back once again to WBZ's local coverage as they cover this unfolding story.
But the way they piled out of that gray van, I didn't know who was going to come out when they opened those doors, but 25 to 30 heavily armed officers went straight into the hotel, carrying battering rams and shields for whatever they were going to get into. So this is clearly something very serious, and the Justice Department obviously executing search warrants across the country. We're hearing reports not only in Massachusetts now, but also in the state of Florida. They're executing search warrants.
Justice Department clear orders from the White House, not wasting any time continuing this investigation into yesterday's horrific incidents.
All right, once again, these are live shots. We just showed you briefly a tape of the police and FBI moving in earlier. They had full riot gear on. They had battering rams. They also had fiber optic equipment, which allowed them to sneak little cameras underneath the doors so they could see what was in there. There may be something about to happen in that hotel. Perhaps an arrest is imminent. We don't know if, in fact, the people they're looking for are still there. If they are, there may be a confrontation, so we're going to be staying on this story.
Now, you might be wondering how it is that all the television networks seem to have advance word that the cops are going in here. Apparently, somebody inside the hotel tipped off a local station. The word spread, and then the media crews surrounded the place, as did the police, followed by the public. We have with us senior correspondent Rita Cosby. She is with us to explain a little bit more of the background on what is going on in Boston. Rita?
Well, law enforcement sources are telling Fox News, Linda, that there are already some people in custody that were seized from that Boston hotel and also from a number of other locations in Boston. In addition to that, we're also told that several arrests were made in South Florida also, and we're told that these happened in the last few hours. In addition to that, we're told that they are also serving some search warrants as we speak in some other locations around the United States. Now, I was told by a senior law enforcement official just a few moments ago that some of the individuals that are in custody as we speak have ties to Osama bin Laden. And the senior law enforcement source is telling Fox News that they are almost certain, he said he would not say certain, but he did say almost certain, that people with links to Osama bin Laden are responsible for the attacks that took place yesterday all over the United States. And he says that that's not 100%, but we are almost there. He is saying that indeed the individuals who have been taken into custody do appear to have ties, some of them loose ties, but some of them more clear ties to Osama bin Laden, who of course is the mastermind believed to be behind the other attacks, the East Africa attacks and a number of other attacks on U.S. interests throughout the world in the past few years. Now, we're told in addition to that, one of the things that they're looking at here is other pieces of evidence that they were able to get a couple individuals in custody, but they're also trying to see if this may have been a location, possibly one of the planning locations, some of the rooms at this Westin hotel where they may have actually been doing some of the planning to carry out these attacks.
Rita, if I could just jump in real quickly.
Of course,
do we have any information as to whether in the apprehension of some of these suspects there was any kind of firefight or confrontation?
I am not aware of that. I have not been told on that. And in fact, in one case, I do know that somebody was apparently taken in the wee hours of the morning, as someone described it to me. So that may have been more of a surprise arrest in that case. But I do not know about the other cases.
Rita, some of the early information is probably bound to be confusing. We're also getting something from law enforcement that perhaps there were no arrests made at this Westin hotel in Boston that our viewers are seeing on the screen, but that a room believed to have belonged to at least some of the suspected hijackers has been searched. It's believed, apparently what we're learning now, is that they believe at least some of the hijackers may have been staying at this hotel. I want to bring in Shepard Smith, who is anchoring our coverage from the roof here of the Fox News Channel headquarters. Shepard?
Rita, I was just curious how they might have landed on these particular places. Was talking with a photographer friend this morning in Venice, Florida, who says that they did some searching there, did some arrest warrants over in Volusia County as well, something down in Daytona, now Boston. It sounds as if this thing is pretty widespread.
Yeah, very widespread, Shep, and this is pretty typical for Osama bin Laden. He has tentacles all over the world, and in the United States is typical. When they were planning the Millennium Strikes, and we covered that very, very extensively, he had individuals all over the country. Remember, somebody was coming in through Washington State, but then he had close ties to someone in Chicago, had ties to other people in Florida, and this is sort of typical of the way he controls his network and has individuals all over the country. And we're told that some of the things that may have led is one of the things that we first reported last night about the cell phone calls, that the law enforcement sources were able to intercept 2 particular cell phone calls from bin Laden followers. And in one of them, they were saying basically, hey, thank goodness we were able to hit at least 2 of the targets, sort of congratulating each other. And when they were able to intercept that phone call, they were able to also obviously identify who was basically speaking, who controlled that cell phone call, and where that call was going to. And we're told that one of the calls at least was going to an individual in Florida. And that seemed to be obviously how it led them to Florida. And as we know, they were looking at one of the flight schools down there and a number of other locations.
Yeah,
but that seemed to be the tie to Florida and how they initially got that chip. And then in terms of Boston, also I'm told that something in one of the cell phone calls indicated Boston. I'm not sure if it was one of the callers or something that was said in one of the calls, but something pointed towards Boston.
Okay, Rita, just a question about some of the other people that the FBI may be wanting to talk to. We are getting some word that the FBI is also trying to speak to people like catering staff, maintenance workers, airport security, anybody who might have come into contact with anyone who got on those planes, those 4 planes that were hijacked. What are your sources telling you?
Yeah, we're telling that indeed, because the question right now is, were these individuals who came in from the outside who were simply passengers that were able to get through? And again, remember, FAA standards did allow for blades 4 inches or less, so it is quite possible that they could have just been passengers listed on the manifest. As we understand, at least one of them was. But the other question is, this was so sophisticated. How could they be so successful with 4 separate airliners? And the sense is that there may have been some sort of inside movement, some sort of inside job where possibly people who worked for the airlines may have been complicit and active in this. And that's one of the things that they're looking at. Was it someone who was in the catering service? Was it someone who was in charge of airport security? Was it someone at check-in? There are a lot of different ways that they could facilitate these type of individuals getting through.
Rita, it looks like there's some activity as the camera gets a close-up. There are local cameras closer by. You can see the police there. We're not sure whether they're surrounding a suspect or whether they're just leaving the hotel. Once again, this is in Back Bay, Boston. WBZ providing us with pictures here as police went into a Westin hotel there in search of suspects. Apparently, according to the AP wires, anyway, there have been no arrests. Let's listen into local coverage for a second.
Someone in the back of that or preparing to, but there are still full resources on the scene here. Just at the Westin Hotel in Copley Plaza, EMS still on board, as well as heavily armed local, state, and federal law enforcement agents. You can see some in the special operations uniform in the full black fatigue. You may or may not, because the crowd at this place continues to swell. People standing on the entrance ramp of the Massachusetts Turnpike here at Copley Place to get a better view. At this point, it seems that police priority is what is happening inside and not crowd control at this area. Just want to reassure people, this is not the site of any type of, at least at this point, any type of terrorist activity such as a plane or a bomb or a car bomb. This looks to be like law enforcement coming in to make, first of all, to execute a search warrant and then a possibly arrest. I can still see Boston police. Clearly, that may be the #1 law enforcement agency as far as numbers on the scene, but this crowd and law enforcement numbers continue to swell right at the Westin Hotel in Boston at 1:19 on a Wednesday afternoon. Normally crowded, but this event has maybe doubled or tripled the crowd that would be on here on a late summer afternoon. Normally people enjoying lunch. Now this is a full-fledged operation.
All right, once again, WBZ coverage of unfolding events in Boston. This is the Westin Hotel in Copley Place. Police dressed in full riot gear with ramming batons and other devices, including fiber optic devices to check underneath doors, went in there looking for suspects that may be related to yesterday's terrorist events. We saw the police come out just moments ago. It looked as though they were surrounding somebody, but we couldn't see clearly, nor could the reporter on site see whether, in fact, they had a suspect in hand. The numbers of people there, the crowd, as you can imagine, as all Americans are furious with events yesterday. When they got wind of the fact that something was happening that may involve terrorist suspects, the crowd began to swell. And as you can see, it continues to grow in numbers. But we have a lot of police involved. Apparently, the FBI is there as well. Once again, we see some activity right next to that emergency vehicle there. Let's see if we can spot what it is.
Little piece of information coming in from the Associated Press reporting that it appears that the authorities who went into the Boston hotel that you see on your screen, that they had gotten word that perhaps some of the hijackers that were on board one of those planes that was hijacked, one of the 2 planes hijacked out of Boston yesterday, may have stayed at this hotel. As you might imagine, in the hours, minutes immediately after those crashes, they began searching the passenger manifest Then they started trying to match those the names on the manifest with hotel rooms. It appears they matched it to the Westin Copley Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston. Let's go back to WBZ's local coverage.
Push back in order to hook up with our live remote truck so we could bring you this report. There are police filing through now. What may be happening now is that they are dispersing the crowd, or they are wrapping up whatever they have, the operation that they planned out here. Traffic is still flowing, literally bumper to bumper. The Mass Pike entrance has been blocked off by Boston police, but as you can see, people standing on the ramp to the Mass Pike, which is kind of bizarre in effect, only because the speeds of traffic that people were driving by before they cut it off. But now it looks like that crowd, now I see police tape being put up. Clearly that's a crime scene investigation, and those crowds are being pushed back. What is unclear, I can still see people in the windows of the Copley Plaza, the Westin Hotel in Copley Plaza, looking down. That must be a little bizarre to see that. They would probably be a little bit fearful of, obviously, some of the images that we saw yesterday. But I am here to reassure you there has been no explosions, no terrorist attack at this present moment. But it is amazing how people will stand around and watch something like this on the heels of what we saw happen on the lower end of Manhattan Island yesterday.
Okay. We've got some background information on why this is happening right now in Boston. It relates to an incident actually in Miami, Florida, where a Florida man says FBI agents told him that 2 men who stayed with him while getting flight training last year were involved in Tuesday's attacks on the World Trade Center. The guy's Charlie Voss. He's a former employee at Huffman Aviation in Venice. He said FBI agents who interviewed him at his home told him that authorities found a car at Boston's Logan Airport registered to the 2 men.
All right, this Mohammed Atta is one of the names, and it appears 33 years old. He previously had a driver's license in Egypt. They're just trying to piece together pieces of information. Obviously, there's going to be a much wider group of people in Boston connected because obviously it couldn't have been one single person on each hijacked flight out of there. In fact, authorities are saying that according to some of the frantic phone calls they got from the aircraft that were hijacked, the people were telling them there were groups of 3 to 5 hijackers on board. That, of course, would mean that they had other people with them on the ground. That's why they're trying to sort of search every location from Boston to Florida and beyond that might have been connected with any of these individuals, some of whom authorities already know are Osama bin Laden supporters.
All right, we want to go back up to the top of our headquarters here in Midtown Manhattan, where Shepard Smith has been watching events unfold from above. Shepard, what do you got for us?
David, 28 hours later, the building behind me is still burning. And over the past hour since the sun came up this morning, there are reports that there have been no survivors pulled out of that building, despite the feverish rescue efforts of literally hundreds upon hundreds of people, not just from the New York City area, but folks who have been flown in or brought in, but in some way from around the country. The task is grim, and it will be a long and difficult one. And certainly all are watching as I hear yet another fighter jet flying overhead. One of the most amazing things about the last 24 hours have been the change in the landscape of this city. We are used to this ongoing series of noise, planes landing over at LaGuardia and over here at Newark, and you hear it all the time, and the sirens and the cabs honking and the people screaming and the hustle and bustle. It is gone, and it's dead silence here until a fighter jet flies overhead. Ollie North has been watching all of this as well. Ollie, it certainly feels like a war zone.
Shepard, it certainly does, and just further to that report we just got from Boston, there were reports yesterday, as you know, that many of us got, that there were as many as 50 terrorists deployed to the United States. Well, if indeed there were 4 to 6 on each one of these 4 flights, there is a reason why these flights have not been reactivated in the United States. And that's concerns that some of the flights that had terrorists aboard them yesterday were thwarted by the president's immediate decision to ground all aircraft, and that's why they have not started up again today. Number 2, the entire reason why we've got problems is in larger respect because of this airport security problem that we've got. When I boarded my flight yesterday in Detroit en route back to National Airport, Reagan National, we were of course diverted to Dulles. I had in my bag that had passed through security this Leatherman tool that I carry with me for sailing.
Been taking
Forgotten
those
it was
on
in there.
planes for years and years.
Indeed they have, and of course that's part of the problem because we now have belief that some of the terrorists used this kind of a device to kill some of the flight attendants aboard and maybe even kill the pilots.
Does that lead you to believe, as John Gibson has been questioning over the past 24 hours, that it's time to go back to armed guards on flights?
Well, you know, Shepard, back in the 1970s, there were a bunch of us Marines who were called in when the Cubans were hijacking aircraft along the eastern seaboard. And the Marines posted the security on those aircraft, lieutenants and warrant officers, until the Federal Aviation Administration trained their air marshals. And of course, we don't have enough air marshals. If you look at what we've got for security in this country, it is now time for Americans to gird up to the fact that it's going to be just like getting on a flight to an El Al flight to Israel. Security is going to have to be enhanced dramatically.
For just a moment, we have additional law enforcement activity outside of Boston. You've already seen police officers enter the Westin Hotel there on your screen in the Back Bay, but it appears that police officers have converged on another hotel, the Park Inn at Chestnut Hill in Newton, Massachusetts. That's a suburb of Boston. We have with us once again senior correspondent Rita Cosby, who has been working with her sources on this. Rita, what do you know?
Well, Linda, we were told that they were in the process of trying to serve some search warrants on other locations in addition to the Westin Hotel and in Florida. So this certainly is coinciding with what we were hearing in terms of what you're hearing now in terms of the search possibly at that hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, which is not too far from Boston. Incidentally, it's just a few miles out. The other thing that was interesting, we were talking before about Mohammed Atta. That is the Egyptian who apparently the car that was found at Logan Airport is tied to, and he's someone who lives in Florida. It's interesting because my law enforcement sources are all saying that some of the individuals who are now in custody, and they're saying that these individuals seem to be tied somehow to the hijacking, and they're saying that they have some pretty strong evidence that these individuals have ties to Osama bin Laden. Typically, many of the members of his al-Qaeda network, which is basically his stronghold, his network there in Afghanistan, many of them are Egyptians and Algerians, which is sort of the pattern we saw in the Millennium attacks. And this is interesting because Mohammed Atta, who's one of the individuals they're looking for, is an Egyptian. So it sort of coincides with everything.
Rita, just to interrupt you for a second, I just want to explain to viewers that what you're seeing on your screen there in Boston is the police bomb squad arriving at the Westin Hotel. Unclear why it's been called. Back to you, Rita.
Well, and one of the big concerns I can tell you is that because these individuals, there's been a lot of publicity, and I'm talking to a law enforcement source, they were telling me they were very nervous about serving some of these search warrants, and evidence of seeing the bomb squad now and some of the other things that we were seeing, riot gear and so forth before, is evidence of that, because there obviously has been a bit of publicity in the last 12, particularly 15 hours or so, about these suspects tied to Boston, tied to Florida. So many of them may have suspected that maybe their hotel rooms and some of their locations may be searched and maybe booby-trapped them or did some other things expecting that there would be law enforcement coming in and storming and checking. You know, it's interesting, too, that these individuals are not the type that wanted to be caught. What's interesting, a lot of other terrorist organizations, they send out these signals saying, we want a claim of responsibility. They want the publicity. They want the world to know that they acted. And what's unusual about bin Laden's network and what makes it particularly difficult for law enforcement sources is that they do not claim responsibility. And indeed, the first lead that law enforcement sources tell me that they got was intercepting these 2 cell phone calls that now led them to all these different locations, led them to Boston Logan Airport, led them to a number of locations in South Florida, and now it sounds like a hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, not too far from there. But with the word getting out that they were indeed being looked at, and indeed we started reporting that in the press just hours after the attack, very much they had the heads up, possibly anticipating that law enforcement officials will be going in.
Senior correspondent Rita Cosby. Rita, we'll check back in with you in just a moment.
As events transpire in Boston for the search for the suspects, it looks like they may, in fact, be cornering at least some of them. The questions are larger. If they get these suspects, will Congress follow through with their threats to really create a war on terrorism, even if it's an undeclared one? Our man, Britt Hume, managing editor of our Washington bureau, the man who really created that bureau, joins us now to tell us, Britt, if they find these suspects, will that be enough? Will Congress step back and suddenly go into a more peaceful mode, or will we stay on a war footing?
Well, it's impossible to say right now, David, and a lot of that depends on what the president asks for and what the president does. At a moment like this, a president has even more than usual the opportunity to lead and to take command of a situation and to get the things that he says he wants. It is not clear what the president will do, but he can act unilaterally. If he wanted to carry out strikes, for example, of some kind against a perceived enemy or against a terrorist cell or even against a country, he could do it and make it happen. If it didn't go down well, there might be objections in Congress. So the president has a lot of freedom of movement. I should tell you, David, that we have just heard reports, and we're checking them now, sirens in the streets, emergency vehicles headed toward Union Station, which is, as you know, is just up the street from the Capitol, where there have been seen some signs of smoke. So no one yet knows. There's going to be a lot of this kind of thing, and no one yet knows whether this is anything we need to be worried about or not. But obviously, as much on alert as this city is, we're watching for every single sign of possible further trouble that might emerge, and particularly when it comes from a transportation facility. Union Station, of course, that is the railroad terminal of the Washington, D.C. area. So when there's more on that, we'll try to bring it to you. We're aiming a camera in that direction. It appears now that it may be a truck fire, which could be something quite harmless, but we'll keep you posted.
Indeed.
Been reading on the wires now that it seems at least one of the avenues that investigators are taking is that some of these hijackers may have come across the border of Canada through a checkpoint. They caution that this is still developing information, but it seems to be the avenue down which they're traveling. I remember back around the turn of the millennium, Britt, and they caught this guy who had come into Canada and made his way into the Seattle area. Are there concerns now about the Canadian border?
There are, and as you know, the Canadian border has been closed overnight. So at this point, I think there's concerns from here in Washington, Shep, about all borders and all possible avenues, because obviously what the administration and the government is worried about is whether there will be follow-on attacks. You heard the warning that Jim Angle reported on just a short time ago that's been issued to the airlines that says that the United States government is concerned about the prospect of possible further attacks. And obviously no one knows whether that will occur, whether this was about all that a terrorist group could pull off, astonishing as it was at one time. But that's obviously a concern, and you know that had to be part of the concern of security agents around the president yesterday when the decision was made to keep him in the air aboard Air Force One, and at one point the intention that they had to take him not back to the White House or any such place, but to the North American Air Defense Command in the mountains in Colorado. So we have so you can sense what they're worried about. Possible future attacks are very much on everyone's mind.
All right, we jump in on this conversation, Britt Hume, Shepard Smith, and take you back to Boston, which is truly the hub of activity right now. This is the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston. It is burned, this coming from the Associated Press, that it's believed that some of the hijackers on board those two flights hijacked out of Boston yesterday were staying at this hotel. The police officers swarmed this hotel a short while ago. They're also apparently searching another hotel in a suburb of Boston known as Newton. Let's go back to WBZ's local coverage.
Evidence that may have been left behind as they stayed here. It's unclear if that's confirmed had they stayed here, but this looks to be one of the central points of this Boston investigation, other than Logan Airport and some of the evidence that was left behind over there. But it appears at this hour, maybe 45 minutes since those police personnel got here, that this is starting to thin out. It's unclear whether they found what they were looking for, but this was a location where heavily armed law enforcement showed up about 45 minutes ago with battering rams and full metal jacket. Another saying is that they had heavy armor going on into those rooms. It's unclear if any arrests were made. I did not see anybody brought out by law enforcement, but there's so many different entrances and exits to this hotel, you wouldn't know if somebody was arrested if they brought them out the other side. But now, which we are left with motorcycle crews, special operation crews, bomb squad crews, but it looks as if the bulk of that law enforcement is starting to pull out, and crowd control also being pushed back into Copley Square. Just a few minutes ago, that whole crowd was pushed up to where you see the ambulances, and it's a bit surreal. I don't know if Michael Bennett can see, but just to the left of those ambulances are an American and Commonwealth of Massachusetts flag that are at half-mast today in memory of those who died and suffered in yesterday's bombings. So just as these flags fly at half-staff around the country, one of the investigations continue to be centered here in Copley Plaza. We should get some confirmation, we hope to this afternoon, that a search warrant was executed here at the Westin Copley Plaza Hotel, but it's unclear if any arrests were made.
All right, we're going to continue stepping into WBZ's local coverage there. It appears that it's quieting down a little bit at the Westin Hotel. There is still conflicting information as to whether anyone was arrested at this scene. Eyewitness reports have said yes. The Associated Press has said no. Senior correspondent Rita Cosby has been talking to her law enforcement sources, trying to get updated information, even as the FBI apparently has now gone to a hotel in Newton, Mass. That's just a short while outside the city of Boston. It's a suburb. Rita, what do you have?
Well, we're told from law enforcement sources that there are a number of suspects and individuals in custody in Boston and Florida. And we're told that, in fact, this hotel in particular, I don't know about the one in Newton, but I can tell you this hotel, that it does believe that one of the hijackers, or one of the people they presume to be one of the hijackers, was staying there. And we're told that possibly several of them were staying there. So they were trying to see if there was any vital information in terms of planning for the attack, any sort of pieces of paper that they may have left behind, any phone calls they may have made from there. There are a number of different things that they could check when going into that hotel, and we're not quite clear if they were able to arrest anyone in this particular hotel. We are told there are several people in custody from locations in Boston and also in Florida. We're also told that those individuals are being questioned as we speak, and that some of them may prove to be material witnesses, not necessarily someone that they will arrest, but someone that could provide helpful information in the case. And we're also told, however, that some may turn into being individuals who may be directly tied to the hijacking. We're told that some of them do appear to have very strong links to Osama bin Laden, that some of them have some loose ties, some of them have some very clear ties, according to a law enforcement source. And we are also told from a senior law enforcement official that they are almost certain that Osama bin Laden was behind this attack, and that typically, as we know from covering him from a long time, that a number of the individuals that he hires are sort of 2 or 3, sometimes 4 or 5 layers away from him, that he often has a number of surrogates carry out the attack, and that's sort of the way he does it. He doesn't want to have it directly sort of come back to him. So he may do several different layers removed, a number of different organizations that he might recruit. And in the case of, say, the USS Cole, where U.S. officials believe privately that he was strongly behind that attack, he's not been indicted in that, but they strongly believe he is behind that attack, it looks like he may have recruited some Yemenis, some local officials, and also possibly some Egyptians there. In this case, they're saying that they believe that his tentacles were quite wide to carry out such a sophisticated attack. And indeed, we do know that one of the individuals that they're looking for, at least in Florida, and we don't believe this individual is in custody, is a man by Mohammed Atta. We also heard a Mohammed Akka. We've heard 2 different spellings, and he is Egyptian and apparently has some ties to Osama bin Laden. And another thing, here in Washington, we're hearing some sirens at Union Station, which is not too far. It's literally about a block away from where we are here. We're told a couple different things. We're trying to check it out. One thing, we're hearing that there may be a car on fire, but at this point it's not clear if it's related at all to what's going on.
Rita Cosby in Washington. As we take it back to the New York coverage, just a piece of information. Massachusetts State Police and Boston FBI are now waiting for a search warrant to be executed at the Park Inn in Newton, Massachusetts. We will keep you updated as we get more information. Now to Shepard Smith, monitoring the cleanup operation in New York City. Shepard.
Yeah, this is certainly affecting the lives of Americans from coast to coast, and certainly people from around the world. This just in, baseball has postponed all Thursday games, the 3rd straight day that the whole schedule has been postponed. That's never happened in America. We are now sort of in a city that's changed its complexion over the last day or so. You can get out of New York, but you can't come back in. That's been the case for the past day or so, which leaves the streets feeling like a Christmas morning or a New Year's Day morning, largely empty, largely clean, as if the street folks had come in and swept up all of our mess from a big celebration the night before. This morning on a gorgeous day, a perfect fall day in New York, you walk out of the apartment building and down to the subway, as every day, and stop by the newsstand to get the morning papers, the New York Post, the Daily News, the Times. They had none of those today. They were all gone. Some of them hadn't made it there. Only the USA Today, and picked it up and, talked about war on the front. You can't get around on the streets because there are no cabs, there are no black cabs, there are no yellow cabs, there's none of that. They're using all of those vehicles to get emergency personnel around, and there's no way to travel except by subway. So even if you're one of the probably millions of people who need some privacy right now and needs to figure out if it's your turn to grieve, your only mode of transportation is the subway. And it was a very pointed moment today, getting on the 6 train to head south in and a young woman, probably 30 years old, sitting directly across from me, most of the seats empty. She has the paper in front of her and just breaks down in tears, and another man follows suit, and another man follows suit. And their hugs on the 6 train southbound today as people made their way toward Midtown. This city is deeply affected, rocked to its soul, and looking for some degree of solace. And in a city where we routinely bump into each other in our hustle and bustle to get to the next stop as we move from box to box to box, there's a new atmosphere, David.
Shep, in addition to the sadness, which of course is everywhere, and you mentioned the silence, which is almost it's just unnerving. It's so unusual for a city like New York, the hub of all this attention and excitement. But there's also, I noticed, a sense of true resolve among New Yorkers, and New Yorkers come out with that sense when they're in times of crisis, whether it's a strike or a snowstorm, whatever, and particularly in a terrorist event like this, the likes of which we've never seen, there is, in addition to the sadness, tremendous resolve, perhaps best epitomized by the mayor himself, Rudy Giuliani, who's just been absolutely steadfast in his commitment to stay with this thing and to see New Yorkers land on their feet. So the resolve is there.
All right, as we continue to look into the rescue efforts in New York City, just a new piece of information about Boston. Law enforcement telling the Associated Press that at this Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston, a hotel room is believed to have belonged to at least one of the hijackers, if not more. Officials say that the room was vacant when they got in there, but it did include some information linking it to a name that was on the manifest of one of the hijacked flights that left out of Boston Logan Airport. They have not identified this individual. We take it back to Catherine Herod. She is at St. Vincent's Hospital, the closest facility to the World Trade Center. Catherine.
Linda, the latest information we have is that they've taken on 5 more firefighters at the hospital this morning. They were brought here because of exhaustion. They have been working for over 24 hours. Hospital officials emphasizing to us that they were not pulled from the rubble, but they have learned that the activity in downtown Manhattan is intensifying. Of course, that is good news because they're hoping beyond hope that there will be more survivors here. But that, of course, brings other complications. Taking in heavy equipment, trying to remove the debris to get at those who may be alive and trapped, stirs up the dust. And one of the injuries that they've seen over and over here with the firefighters and with the police officers are abrasions to the eye. Essentially, your eye is moist, and when you have that concrete dust in the air, it sticks to the eye and gets trapped under the eyelid, so that when you naturally blink, you are scratching, you're abrading the eye. It's very painful and, of course, makes it very difficult to see. The latest statistics that we have for you are virtually unchanged in the last few hours. 369 patients have been treated here, 95 have been admitted, 4 sadly have died. Amongst that total, 68 are firefighters and police officers. Today they told us earlier that what they were expecting were what I call the walking wounded, people who were hurt yesterday but were able to get home. Once they got home, they realized that they needed medical attention, so they are seeing some of that here today. They have scores of mental health professionals on hand, because what they're saying is, as families come here searching for information, searching for those who they've had no contact with, it's starting to sink in that perhaps they have died, and they're trying to help them through that grieving process. Overwhelming stories really from all of the medical professionals here. We had one earlier from 2 paramedics who are trying to save lives and in the process nearly lost their own.
I had one patient, we grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes, and basically dropped her off to a site and then went back to the command center.
I think if it wasn't for the first patient I took out, Jenny, who we took to Cornell, I would probably not be here right now.
They've had countless volunteers here, 500 doctors, 150 nurses, and what the mayor has emphasized to people is that if they wish to volunteer, there is still a need. Many of these people, they have to consider 2 points now. They are physically exhausted. They have been working for over 24 hours, and they're also mentally and emotionally exhausted from what they've seen. The trauma injuries, the blunt trauma injuries, severe burns, 2nd and 3rd degree burns, and severe lacerations. So these people perhaps are unable to cope, and there will need to be replacements in the days and, of course, weeks ahead. Back to you.
All right. We heard earlier, Catherine Herridge, some very disturbing news that while the facilities exist and while doctors are on hand and everybody's lining up to give blood, there aren't too many victims being brought into hospitals, which leads a lot of people to believe that the death toll will be in the thousands.
Yes, absolutely right, David. Actually, earlier today I confirmed with a senior hospital official that since midnight they have not taken any casualties from ground zero, from the disaster scene. They have only taken emergency workers, the police officers, and some of the firefighters I mentioned. And what they keep telling us is that they are hopeful and they are determined to help. But of course, with every passing hour, that hope, of course, has to fade. Back to you.
Catherine Herridge, we were talking earlier about some smoke that Britt Hume saw and some other people adjacent to the Union Station. We should mention that our Washington headquarters for Fox News is just a stone's throw from Union Station. That smoke apparently unrelated to any of these incidences. So we are very happy to report that, in fact, what happened at Union Station, there you see a picture of the fountain in front of Union Station. You can't see any signs of smoke. May simply have been unrelated. We've heard reports of a truck fire and other things as well.
All right, we go now to my colleague, Shepard Smith. Back once again on the roof of the Fox News Channel headquarters. Shepard.
Linda, we've been watching over the building down lower Manhattan, probably 70, 80 blocks down there, and certainly those rescue efforts, which Catherine Herridge was describing, are underway. I understand they're moving some of the perimeters, and our senior correspondent, Eric Shawn, is there. Eric, are they kicking you out of there?
Removed to an area a little further north. Basically, one of the situations is that the wind has changed all day since we've been here since 3 in the morning. The wind had been heading south, taking that plume south and over the Hudson River. Now it is turned around and it is, excuse me, it's been coming up north. So making it a little difficult, plus communications here are difficult with our cell phone service. You talk about the lack of victims, sadly, in the sense that more people will not be able to be treated at the hospital, indicating they could be dead. You wouldn't think that anyone could survive this 2 110-story buildings and the 48 number 7 World Trade Center, but in fact at least 9 people have survived. They were miraculously plucked from in that debris. 4 New York City firefighters, 3 cops, 1 man, one of those police officers, Port Authority officer John McLaughlin, the miracle man of this day here. He, according to the rescuers, rode that building down from the 82nd floor. When he was rescued and pulled out from underneath the debris, he said he was on the 82nd floor when that building imploded, and he rode that building all the way down to what is left of the World Trade Center, just a 5-story hunk of twisted metal and concrete and burnt out, crushed cars here in the street of New York. We're now with Peter Kirklis, who's helped work with the removal of some of the material. Is it orderly? What are they looking for? Is it focused?
We came to work this morning and we decided what are we going to do today? We're an independent metal shop. And we said, well, why don't we give it a chance and try to go to the Williamsburg Bridge and see if we can go and volunteer. We had no preconceived ideas of what we were going to do when we arrived.
What did you do when you were here?
We were most effective untangling the oxygen and acetylene hoses that seemed like there were a lot of iron workers, very focused, doing their job. And my team, four co-workers, found that we were most effective untangling the oxygen acetylene hose.
So you're talking about people doing very specialized jobs, yes, from pulling people out, and iron workers taking care of the iron, maybe other people, yes, breaking apart concrete, and then moving the cranes.
There was crane people and the fire department. I was really impressed with the fire department, and they're all working in unison because they were moving from small pieces, moving up to larger pieces, and then there was a 100-foot crane that was their last objective. We found that we needed to leave because they were at a point where it was getting kind of dangerous, where they were getting to some of the larger structural pieces that I felt we would kind of be in their way.
Well, Peter, that is one element that, because they worked all night, took out about 120 trailer trucks worth of debris, going on barges, leaving the area, and they have a lot more to go. They are now moving toward the larger sections, the big cranes, heavy equipment moving in here to try and move some of these big sections to hopefully get to some of the people who they believe are trapped in pockets called voids underneath the World Trade Center, specifically in some of the areas of the shopping arcade and perhaps even the basement. People who were in the basement who were able to survive and are basically still alive who have been in contact with authorities and family members through the cell phone and have been able to withstand this thing because of the superstructure of the World Trade Center still enabling them to survive. So for right now, that's where the situation here stands. 2,000 emergency workers busy at work in high gear, hoping that they can get more people, more than just the 9 that have already been saved. We're live in Lower Manhattan at the site. Eric Shaw, Fox News. Back
Eric,
to you.
thanks. Let's hope and pray. He was mentioning this plume of smoke over the past 24 hours. It has drifted east over toward Brooklyn and left a lot of ash there and left toward North Jersey. But the smoke has never come north toward the rest of Manhattan. So above 14th Street into Midtown, the Upper East and West sides of town, you never even smelled the smoke, never saw it. The soot never came here. But now the wind has certainly shifted, and this reality of South Manhattan or Lower Manhattan is making its way to the rest of New York City. It's hard to miss. Linda Vester, back down to you.
All right, Shepard, thank you very much. A little more information coming in as we take you back to Boston, which seems to be the hub of activity in the FBI investigation. You're looking at the Westin Hotel in Boston. This is where police and FBI swarmed in a little bit earlier today with shields and battering rams going into, it appears, at least one room that is believed to have belonged to one of the suspects, one of the hijackers. Let's listen to WBZ local coverage.
Of yesterday, but this scene does look like it at least starting to slow down. Still a crime scene, but I think what may come out of here, we understand that one person was brought into custody and that they executed a search warrant on the 13th and quite possibly the 16th floors of this hotel. What they got out of there may help them in this investigation.
Okay, we are going to continue keeping an eye on Boston because we mentioned a little bit earlier, we've gotten word that apparently law enforcement is also waiting to execute a search warrant in a suburb of Boston. It's called Newton. It's not very far from downtown Boston. There is a hotel called the Park Inn at Chestnut Hill. Apparently FBI and local police are there on the scene. They have a search warrant. They're waiting to execute it. We're going to keep you updated on that. In the meantime, we take it now to the White House. Correspondent James Rosen is there on the North Lawn. James.
Well, Linda, a well-informed source close to the Bush administration tells Fox News that authorities have already identified by name the hijackers of at least United Airlines flight number 93. This was the flight that left Newark, New Jersey, bound for Los Angeles, and of course met its tragic end in Pennsylvania. According to this source, the key to solving the entire investigation is, and I quote, what we're finding in Pennsylvania at the wreck site, located 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Quote, there is much there that didn't burn and has been salvaged, the source said. And based on materials already found in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the source says, and I quote, the hijackers have been identified by name, unquote. Now, the source also specified that these individuals, these named individuals, are indeed linked to Osama bin Laden, the Islamic militant who has served on the FBI's 10 most wanted list and who has been linked to various terror attacks against Americans over the past decade. Meantime, President Bush convened a meeting of his national security team this morning and made brief remarks beforehand. Mr. Bush saying yesterday's attacks were more than acts of terror, but acts of war. But the president reminded Americans that we face what he called a different enemy than we have faced before.
This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever.
Now, President Bush this morning met with a bipartisan, bicameral group of congressional leaders. What that means, if you don't speak Washingtonese, is that the leaders came from both the House and the Senate and from both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. A key agenda item in that meeting was an emergency supplemental funding request. Capitol Hill sources say this will amount to a blank check to be used to help with the search and rescue operations and also to help rebuild Lower Manhattan and the damaged section of the Pentagon. After this meeting, those leaders approached microphones outside the White White House and said they stand figuratively and literally shoulder to shoulder with the president, ready to help him do whatever he decides to do to retaliate for these attacks. But to recap, authorities have identified by name the hijackers of at least United Airlines Flight 93, the Newark to Los Angeles flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. This according to a source well-informed and close to the Bush administration. We take it back to our colleagues in New York.
James Rosen on the North Lawn of the White House. James, thanks very much for that. Also, a little piece of information coming in about the airlines and how they are responding to the grieving families of those who are on board those 4 hijacked doomed flights. American Airlines has now joined United Airlines in offering $25,000 to each family of each victim on board those planes, this to help them meet immediate needs. American Airlines going also a little bit further, asking its employees not to react with anger toward Arab Americans and have a knee-jerk response. Perhaps a difficult order to carry out, but American Airlines asking its staffers not to react with anger specifically toward American Airlines, even though it does appear now that there may be a link here to Osama bin Laden.
There is also, of course, curiosity about what the after effects might be in a legal sense from what happened yesterday, whether or not there are going to be lawsuits that ensue not only against the airlines, but whether against the authorities involved in the World Trade Center, which used to be a part of Port Authority. Now it's privately owned, and that there are questions about exactly who might be sued by whom and how much. A lot of economic repercussions, of course, this happening in an economic downturn, if not a recession or if not in the beginning of a recession. The question is, how will the markets react? Of course, Lower Manhattan is trying to dig out from underneath all the rubble, and that means that the exchanges have been closed. There are some inklings that perhaps before the end of the week they will be reopened. What happens when they do reopen? A huge question in an economic downturn. Already our own Neil Cavuto is reporting that some people he's been contacting are pulling their money out any way they can. Of course, it's difficult to find a play to do that in an environment in which only European and foreign Asian markets are open, but they are trying to do that.
David, as you well know, overnight the Nikkei was down to a level unprecedented, or unseen at least in 17 years. So much of the money going into gold and going into oil, which is a classic place that people, when they can't figure out where to put their money, end up putting it. There are fears about the markets here, but Neil seems confident that we'll be able to rebound from this. Midway Airlines, one which will not rebound, citing concerns regarding yesterday's attack. Midway Airlines has shut down all operations, will not reopen. 1,700 employees without jobs now, and the hope is that that is not just the tip of the iceberg. It is going to be a daunting challenge for President George W. Bush, not only to manage the emotions of the nation as the leader of us all, but also to handle whatever repercussions are necessary. It's worthwhile to look at history to learn a little bit about what our future may bring us. Hugh Sidey is a presidential historian and friend of the channel who's joined us often. Hugh, good to see you. Hugh, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm there, or I think I'm there.
The president, with so much on his plate this day and so much to do in the days to come, to what president's activities might he look for some degree of guidance? What's worked and what hasn't?
Well, I think you can go all the way back. Of course, we've had Pearl Harbor mentioned, the assassination of John Kennedy, the responses of Lyndon Johnson. I think you go to Ronald Reagan and his responses to terrorism.
Excuse me for the interruption. We have breaking news in Washington. Straight to Britt Hume now. Britt?
Shep, it's worth noting what's happening on the Senate floor right now. The Majority Leader, Senator Daschle, asked that all members take their seats for a roll call vote on the resolution. It is a sense of the Congress resolution that will clear both houses, supporting the president and condemning what has happened. It speaks, before the resolution is over, of support for what is called a war to eradicate terrorism. There had been some debate about whether the word war would be used, but on a bipartisan basis, we understood that there was willingness to do that. This is likely to pass unanimously. It is unusual to see all members sitting in their seats voting. And let's listen to a little of it.
Mr. Corzine, aye. Mr. Craig. Mr. Craig, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daschle. Mr. Daschle, aye.
Well, there you heard the vote by the majority leader himself. The voice you hear is that of the clerk, whose job it is to call the roll. And on a vote of this kind, what you're seeing is the customary repetition after each member casts his or her vote of the nature of that vote for the benefit of people like ourselves who are listening or who may be watching from the gallery. So this is the first legislative response that we've had to this. This is a resolution that which was devised in the House and the Senate. This is not something that the president had asked for, obviously, although it expresses support for him. It is, as I said, a sense of the Congress, in this case, a sense of the Senate resolution. It will also pass the House, has also passed the House, that is support for him and the other things that you would expect. It is not possible to gauge from this, Shep, what else Congress might be willing to do, but the sense one has in this town at this point is that whatever additional efforts the president may wish to make, military, relief, rescue, rebuilding, he is very likely to get, and that the money, the $160 billion of surplus Social Security revenues, which for perhaps one of the first times in American history was declared off limits for general spending, will now be on limits.
Britt, you mentioned this word war. I wonder about the significance of that and would be interested to hear your take on it, given that we have a war on drugs that many might argue we don't really seem to be in the business of wanting to win.
Well, in this context, of course, this is a sense of the Congress resolution. It is non-binding. It has none of the effect that a declaration of war would have. The president has not asked for a declaration of war. If he were to do so, of course, at this point it is unclear against whom and what the declaration would be declared. So it would be made. So that obviously is a legislative and legal question of considerable consequence. But the issue that all of us who are political observers have been watching in this town the last couple of days is to see what kind of tone and language is set. If there appears to be a shrinking from calling this event by words that are the starkest, from using military terminology, that would tip us off that perhaps something less than a full and muscular response would be in prospect. So far, we haven't had that. The president was relatively mild in his early responses. His statement this morning seems stronger. Make no mistake, he said an act of war, mirroring the comments of a number of senators senators and House members made yesterday. So we appear to be edging into a situation in which very strong action can be sought if the president wants it, and the feeling we're getting from Congress, from what we can tell, is if he asks for it, he will get it. That means money. That means authorization for missions and operations. That means, if he finds a way to do it, possibly a declaration of war.
Britt, recent history would suggest that swift retaliation is something that the American public tends to demand, and in a matter of hours more often than a matter of weeks. I know President Clinton made a couple of attacks, or there was a decision to make a couple of attacks after Kenya and Tanzania. The success thereof up for debate, but certainly it did seem to quiet the populace. Would it be your sense that something could happen, and soon?
Well, Shep, I wouldn't rule it out, but I think in this case, this president strikes me, and this administration, composed as it is of seasoned hands who have been around before. Colin Powell, for example, Dick Cheney. These were people who saw the first President Bush through the Gulf War. And that was a situation in which something happened. The president announced, as this president did, that it would not stand. And it was a matter of many weeks and months before there was any actual aggressive military action by the United States. There then came a long period of buildup and work diplomatically to forge a coalition. There was then an arduous effort to get permission from a resolution from the UN to authorize it, and then a resolution from the U.S. Congress to authorize it. That was a little different from this, because that was not a direct attack on the United States. What we had yesterday very much was. So my sense is that this president could act without quite as much time, if he needed it, for gathering coalitions and putting together congressional authorizations, which I think would come very quickly. The question is, how ready would he be? Would he have the forces in place to do whatever it is he decided was appropriate and necessary to do? Would the intelligence be there to tell him where to strike if he decided to strike? But the sense you have now is that we are in a political atmosphere in which the president, if he leads, has a Congress that is likely to follow him.
Britt, Hugh Sidey's with us as well, and I just wonder if there's any historical context to place all of this in. Thought maybe you might have some questions for him, the producers are suggesting.
Shep, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Producers were suggesting that maybe you had some questions for Hugh Sidey, our political historian, presidential historian who's with us.
Yeah, I'm very delighted that Hugh is with us. Hugh, you probably heard this last babble from me. What is your sense of it? Did you read the political atmosphere as I do?
Well, I was going to congratulate you. I think you hit it pretty much on the head. And I do believe it's a delicate mixture of both restraint and then also some active events. I think possibly politics requires something here fairly soon, but then the long haul, I think, is quite different. I would assume that George Senior Bush is probably being called up by his son because, as you pointed out, that was a marvelous kind of orchestration of allies, coalitions, the gathering of force, and that's what we need. I would also point out that Ronald Reagan, on 2 instances, the bombing of our embassy in Beirut and the killing of the Marines in Guatemala, he did not strike because he could not find the perpetrators. And he said, I will not kill innocent people. But when he found some link with terrorists in West Germany when GIs were killed, he hit Libya. So it's this kind of orchestration that we're going to have to go through, I think.
And Hugh, that was a time when the populace was demanding some sort of strike.
Yes, indeed.
My reading of the history book suggests that all of America was looking for a place to put this pent-up rage and could not find it.
Yes, and I think that's probably one of the dangers now. As a matter of fact, before I walked into the studio, somebody suggested to me that indeed Afghanistan would be a parking lot by the end of the month. Well, I'm not a bit sure about that, and I certainly am not sure unless there's information that requires something like that.
And I think it's probably worth reminding viewers here that we're also keeping an eye on the events unfolding in and around Boston, Massachusetts this afternoon, where at a minimum search warrants appear to have been executed at the Copley Plaza, the Westin Copley Plaza Hotel. And there are also been additional reports of arrests having been made. And of course, Fox's James Rosen has been reporting from the White House, where sources are there. You see a shot of that hotel right there in the middle of downtown Boston. Has been reporting that the crash scene near Pittsburgh has yielded considerable information that enables authorities to believe that they now know the identities, at least of the terrorists who hijacked the plane that went down there outside Pittsburgh, and perhaps quite a bit more information. So we also have this investigation moving forward on a number of fronts. At least search warrants executed at that hotel there in Boston. Station WBZ has been on the air with that live picture and reporting from there, and we're also keeping an eye on a hotel outside Boston in the town of Newton, Massachusetts. So investigation moving forward here. All of this, of course, feeds into the funnel of information that will come to the President of the United States as he contemplates what sort of immediate and long-term, as Hugh Sidey was suggesting, and long-term action that he might want to take. He has, of course, the political atmosphere in which he can probably get the Congress to give him pretty much what he wants, and he also has a public, as we've been talking about, with a strong appetite for action. As we speak, the Senate is concluding its vote on this sense of the Congress resolution to support the President, to condemn the terrorists, and to declare support for what was called the war to eradicate terrorism.
Yeah, Britt, you mentioned these contacts in Boston. We also now know, preliminary reports are, that some of these people who have done this attacking, preliminarily at least, may have actually been trained on American soil at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical Institute in Florida, a world-renowned place for training, and folks who are going to be attacking America, at least preliminarily, were trained right here.
Well, that's right. That obviously is an area of the investigation that will be watched with great interest. We just saw, just before the picture went away, that was Senator Debbie Stabenow of the state of Michigan, who was in the chair as this vote unfolded. You saw her pick up that little gavel. It looks like the head of a gavel, and tap it. The vote in the Senate was 100-0. The majority leader now has the floor. Let's see what he's moving on to now.
After 3:30 this afternoon, we would invite senators to come back to the floor to express themselves if they have not yet had the opportunity to do so. I yield the floor.
Madam President. All right, there you saw a customary courtesy that senators, the Senate leadership often asks be extended to members after a vote so that they might, as they say, revise and extend their remarks. so that when the congressional record is published and members want to have had themselves on the record in support or opposition to a particular measure, that those remarks will be included. In this case, of course, there is no opposition. The measure passed 100-0. Hugh Sidey, of course, that's just a sense of the Congress resolution, but one does sense that it could be the forerunner of other resolutions that would rather quickly pass if the president asked for them, for money and authorization to take further action.
I think that's right. I think the way he handles all of these things, the sense of the Congress, the United Nations, when and if it meets again, our allies, all of that sort of thing is the test of this president. And his father in the Desert Storm did it so magnificently. At least there is that precedent. So, and he's got the same team there. But I also, Britt, the test is, as you mentioned, the long-range war. I go clear back to Allen Dulles, and virtually every head of the CIA has always lamented our tendency, once these convulsions happen, to declare war. Well, not quite that.
Hugh, let me just interrupt you. Hugh, let me interrupt you for a second while we listen just briefly to Trent Lott, who's outside the Senate chamber.
The Senate and the House is moving. This is not Democrat or Republican. This is American. It's a serious problem. We've got to deal with it in a dramatic way. We have got to cooperate with our commander-in-chief. We've got to be prepared to trust each other as to how we proceed. We need to also identify new, important, bold moves that we can make to deal with this problem in an appropriate way.
All right. You get a sense of what Senator Lott is saying there, just reiterating what I think is the sentiment expressed in the resolution that just passed by a vote of 100-0 in the Senate. With thanks to Hugh Sidey for joining us with these observations, I want to pass it back to Linda Vester in New York. Linda?
We want to take you back to the hub of activity investigatively, so to speak. Boston, downtown Boston. You're looking at the Back Bay, and that is where the Westin Hotel is, near a major mall called Copley Place. Earlier this morning, FBI teams and police SWAT teams moved in. They had their shields up. They had battering rams. One of them pulled up in a completely unmarked silver van, and a number of police officers just came pouring out. What they did is they went inside. According to a hotel employee who tipped off local media, they were going to at least the 16th floor. It is believed, as is being pieced together right now through law enforcement sources, it's believed that the 16th floor may have had one of the rooms that belonged to one or more of the hijackers of those two Boston flights hijacked yesterday afternoon. Apparently, the latest word from law enforcement is that there was no one that they arrested there. Conflicting reports. Some eyewitnesses said they did come out and put someone in a van. It's still a very fluid situation. But the word that we have gotten from law enforcement is that at least they were able to search the room. And apparently, according to an anonymous source, they did not find anyone in that particular room. They did, however, find materials that linked this individual with Osama bin Laden. Now, apparently, there were also FBI agents and other law enforcement at a hotel near downtown Boston. It's a suburb called Newton, waiting to execute a search warrant at a hotel called the Park Inn at Chestnut Hill. We want to go now to WBZ's local coverage there in Boston. Let's take it live.
From law enforcement to find out exactly what's happening with the situation.
There may be some pauses here in the local coverage because clearly it's fluid. You can still see law enforcement carting things out of there. One would only presume that this is evidence they're taking away. We did see a bomb squad there earlier. There was no incident, but you can imagine that once they got this information, this tip that appeared to link somebody in that hotel with somebody on the passenger manifest of one of those hijacked planes, they had to react with utmost caution. They had to have a maximum number of law enforcement. They had to be prepared for anything in case they went into one of the rooms and that perhaps one of the hijackers may have left a booby trap. Apparently the coast was clear, but it does look like they're going in to get to at least remove some evidence from the scene at the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston, Massachusetts. Back now to Shepard Smith.
Linda, you mentioned the bomb squad arriving there in Boston, certainly one of the first to arrive to any sort of scene like this. Yesterday morning, just after 9 o'clock, a 5-alarm fire was reported in the southern end of Manhattan. That brings about 200 firefighters in a matter of about 5 minutes to a location and it also brings New York City's proud and famed bomb squad. And it's now believed that the World Trade Center collapsed on the heads of those brave men and women, and that the entire bomb squad of New York City Police Department may be gone, and that as many as 200. Just absolutely unbelievable. You are looking at what was a 110-story building. They believe that it collapsed because the heat from that fireball in the center of the building literally melted the metal at that level, melted it, which caused one floor to fall to the next, onto the next, onto the next, onto the next, and each of them concrete reinforced floors. So anyone who was on those floors would have become a part of that pancake. And as you're looking now, you can see those cranes. They're enormous. This rubble, some 5 stories tall. You can see the men working there on the upper left of your screen like little ants, if we can go back to that tape. And beneath them, within that rubble, you can actually see the fire trucks. Those fire trucks, which we talked about, which responded to that scene in a matter of 4 minutes. A 5-alarm blaze in Lower Manhattan brought more than 200 of New York's bravest, our bomb squad, all to beneath that building. And as they were rushing to get people out, the building literally collapsed on top of their heads. And now by the hundreds, rescue workers search for anyone who might, by some miracle of God, survived it all. And so far this day, the scenes have been mostly this. There are prayers now that they may be able to find some alive, but many doubt it, and doubt it quite severely. These pictures will continue to come in throughout the day. We are screening them quite closely. Linda Vester, back down to you.
Shepard, once again, we're also getting word that the fighter jet surveillance of New York City and Washington, D.C. will continue around the clock until further notice. Also, this information coming in from the Department of Justice leading the investigation. The head of the FBI and the U.S. Attorney General have been on Capitol Hill today briefing congressional leaders about what they know about the suspected hijackers of those 4 planes. They, at the head of the FBI and the Department of Justice, are not yet confirming any information about these reported arrests and arrest warrants in Boston and Florida. But with that, we go to correspondent Orlando Salinas. He is near a university known as Embry-Riddle University in Daytona Beach, Florida, which appears to have trained, perhaps, some of those who may have been involved in yesterday's incident. Orlando.
Hi, Linda. Embry-Riddle University, it's an aeronautical university here in Daytona Beach, Florida. As you said, really is one of the top-notch flight schools, we're told, anywhere in the country. This school has a 4-year program for pilot wannabes who want to learn how to fly planes. Right now, those school officials are being very, very tight-lipped about an ongoing investigation with the federal agents as well as local police here on their campus. Now, just a hop from here at the Daytona Beach International Airport, police and bomb squads have been checking out a 737 Continental airplane, but we are told that this kind of scrutiny taking place right now is very, very common in light of what happened yesterday. Nothing uncommon. They're taking all the checks, all the precautions that they have to. Now, here at Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach, investigators say that they have intercepted cell phone calls that originated out here, calls that were apparently congratulatory after yesterday's attacks. Calls, the feds say, were made by terrorist sympathizers from here in Daytona and in Broward County. Now, also, we're hearing right now confirming that a student here at this campus, the Daytona Beach police force, confirming right now that they have interviewed a 20-year-old man by the name of Ali Mohammed Al-Darmaki. He is a 20-year-old student here at Embry-Riddle. They're telling us right now that he has been cleared of any and all suspicions. Apparently, he had a red Camaro, a 1994 red Camaro with a Palestinian flag there. Also had a picture on a window of what people believed may have been Osama bin Laden, the Arab billionaire terrorist. His car was impounded yesterday by the feds, and we understand that just a short while ago, the feds did indeed clear him completely. They say that picture that what everybody thought might have been Osama bin Laden was actually, I believe, a picture of that man's father, not of Osama bin Laden. Investigators say flight schools are known to be used to train, in some cases, terrorists, followers of bin Laden, a billionaire Arab terrorist. And of course, it's important to point out that that does happen, but the feds say in many times these sorts of training schools unknowingly have taken a part in this and unknowingly have trained these terrorists. We also want to catch up on something else. in Venice, Florida. We understand that a couple, the last name Voss, that they indeed, we understand, are being spoken with right now by investigators. They say that the couple Voss, did indeed in early June house two Embry-Riddle students in their homes when they didn't have a place to stay. And right now, police are speaking to them, feds are speaking with them, wanting to find out if they can help them out with any clues as to what happened and who really was behind the attacks. Also, Linda, if I could, we're told right now that several people here in Florida, around the state of Florida, have indeed been rounded up, have been taken into custody, and are being questioned right now. Federal authorities believe that those folks also may be able to help point investigators into the right direction in tracking down and finding out who definitively was behind yesterday's attacks. Linda?
Correspondent Orlando Salinas. Orlando, thank you. We understand that the FBI is also checking a training organization called Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida. Apparently, two of the hijacking suspects may have obtained flight training from this organization. The owner has told authorities that two students came to his company for flight training, that they flew small single-engine planes. They did obtain pilot licenses from his company, and then they took them to use them for turbo training access, meaning training for more powerful planes. Apparently, the FBI contacted the owner of Huffman Aviation about 2:30 Eastern Time this morning asking for information. Now, apparently, after completing their training at Huffman Aviation, these two men went to jet training near Pompano Beach in Southeast Florida. They left Huffman Aviation back in November. One of the suspects, it appears, according to the owner of this company, was from Afghanistan. They don't know the nationality of the other men, or the other man, rather. Okay, more information as we continue to talk to our correspondents and check around the country for more updates. Boston, also a big problem here. Well, perhaps it may be the beginning of a solution. Law enforcement converging on the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston. A short while ago, they had some link, they had information, this according to the Associated Press, that at least one of the hijackers on one of those two flights hijacked out of Boston may have stayed at the Westin Hotel in Boston. They went into that room. We want to show you some videotape from a short while ago where it appears, it's hard to tell, but it looks like somebody is being let out by law enforcement. We don't want to jump to any conclusions here. It's just that it is noteworthy videotape to show you. We're going to try to pull that up. Again, here we go. There's the videotape. You see police. You see the back of the van. Law enforcement getting into the back of the van. Now, according to some eyewitnesses, they saw police, law enforcement, put someone else, a civilian, into the back of that van. Let us listen in to an eyewitness right now.
Soon after the bomb sniffing dog went in, a couple of the bomb squad guys came out, came back in with cameras and tools. I don't
Cameras?
know what,
Fiber optic stuff?
I don't know.
Did you tell?
I couldn't tell that. It was in a box.
What was going through your mind when you were seeing all this?
That I should probably walk away.
What's your name?
Travis Johnson. Thank you.
Okay, a little more information coming in. Senior correspondent Rita Cosby has been working with her law enforcement sources to find out more about what law enforcement is doing in Boston right now. Rita?
Well, Linda, I can tell you one law enforcement official telling me that they did go to that Westin Hotel. The actual room itself, they said, was vacant, but they said that they did get some important information from the room. I wasn't quite sure, gleaning from that, if it was physical information, i.e. maybe some paperwork or some other documents. They said there was physically no one inside, but there were some things left behind that could be helpful, according to one law enforcement source. Apparently, what led them there was a name on a manifest that they were able to sort of connect to what they believe was one of the hijackers. And also, Fox News has learned that law enforcement sources are now saying that they have identified about a dozen people believed to be involved in the hijacking. And we are told that these are people who actually participated in the hijacking itself. Law enforcement officials were saying that they thought about 3 to 5 people per plane were involved in the hijacking. Obviously, 4 4 planes involved. So you do the math. If they say that they have about a dozen, that sounds to be quite accurate based on what we're hearing before. But law enforcement sources are telling me that they have identified about a dozen people believed to be physically involved in the hijacking. This is in terms of identification of them. And many of them were told that the names came from the manifest, that they were actually able to go through the manifest. Some of the names actually rang out, and some people who've been very closely tied and watching the bin Laden network for some time were actually able to identify 1 or 2 of the names, and then we're told through that we're able to locate some of the others. But on the manifest list, they were able to tie in, we're told, about a dozen people. Now, in terms of actual arrests at this point, we're not clear if any of these individuals have been arrested. One law enforcement source told me that it looks like someone who may have been helpful in the planning of the hijacking may be in custody at this time. We do know, law enforcement sources are telling me, that they have taken into custody a number of individuals in Boston and also a number of individuals in South Florida. We're not quite clear, however, if these were actually involved in the actual hijacking. We're told that one may have been involved in the planning, but in terms of actually physically carrying out the attack, actually being on one of those planes, we're not quite clear. In addition to that, we're told that that they do have some information that is leading them to a hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, that something else on the manifest is triggering them to go there as well. Possibly another hijacker stayed there. We're told that at the Westin Hotel that there may have been at least one room where one of the hijackers stayed, and that might have been sort of a base for a couple of them in terms of planning out, and that he may have stayed there, had been there before at the hotel. We're not quite sure if he had stayed there at this point for several days, but there was an indication that he may have stayed at that hotel before and then returned again just recently, right before the attack. We're also told from law enforcement officials that they are rounding up, quote, the usual suspects. This bin Laden network has been something that they've been aware of from some time. The problem is that it is so widespread that they cannot certainly keep track of all the individuals who are involved and aren't even aware of all the people that are involved. But they are indeed rounding up the usual suspects. Now, in addition to this, real quickly, I want to give you an update that I got from the FAA. Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta has just released a statement saying that there will be a limited reopening of airspace. The ground stop, in other words, all planes, for the most part, will technically still be grounded, but there will be a few exceptions to the rule. And let me give you just real quickly, the ones that are going to be in this exception are ones that were diverted yesterday and ones that need to travel for bereavement purposes. So we will see a limited amount of flights. And now let's go to my colleague, Britt Hume, who's also here in Washington.
Rita, just following up on that, the Transportation Secretary, as you noted, is going to allow passengers aboard flights that were diverted yesterday, and thus these people are stranded in places where they had no intention to go, for those flights to go on to their original destinations, but only after the airports themselves have been very thoroughly searched and screened, and under dramatically, not to say drastically, increased security, in which no check-in would be allowed anywhere but at the airport, and a whole bunch of other restrictions. But here, at the moment, is Colin Powell.
Let me begin once again by saying that our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it. We are undertaking a full court press diplomatically, politically, militarily. And in the course of the morning and early afternoon, I have been in touch with a number of foreign leaders and international organizational leaders to coordinate the diplomatic approach to this. I have talked to Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I thank the United Nations for the Security Council resolution they passed, and also for the statement from the General Assembly, and I expect the General Assembly to also work on a resolution later today. Lord Robertson in NATO is hard at work with a resolution that is under consideration now that would tee up, if I can put it that way, prime Article 5 responsibilities. Article 5 of the Charter says that an attack from abroad by any one against any member of the alliance is an attack against the alliance. If that resolution goes forward, That doesn't invoke Article 5 yet, but it puts in a position to be invoked when the United States makes a judgment about the nature of the attack and where that attack came from. And I appreciate what Lord Robertson and his colleagues are doing for us. I've also been in touch with Foreign Minister of Belgium, Louis Michel, who is also head of the presidency of the EU at this time, and High Representative Javier Solana, to thank them for the strong support we have received from the European Union and the statements they have made and their cooperation promise to us to deal with this tragedy and to move forward. I've also attended, along, of course, with my other colleagues, a National Security Council meeting with the President where we reviewed all that has happened and began to make our plans for the efforts we will be taking in the future, not only to bring these perpetrators to not only justice but to the punishment they deserve, but at the same time to undertake a worldwide effort to build a coalition against all forms of terrorism, wherever it may occur and however it rears its ugly head. This will be a major priority of the administration, and I can assure you it will therefore be a major priority of the State Department. I've also, in the course of the day, spoken to the Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Germany, Canada. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Perez twice, Prime Minister Sharon, Chairman Arafat, and Foreign Minister Manley of Canada, if I didn't mention that, Foreign Minister Ivanov of Russia, Foreign Minister Ruggiero of Italy, and I have another number of other calls that are in the process of being made so that we can bring all of this together. And I must say I am deeply touched by the expressions of support I have received from my colleagues. And as I think you all know, the President has been very busy, and I'm sure the White House has announced his 2 phone calls to President Putin as well as to Mr. Chirac, Jiang Zemin, President Jiang Zemin, Prime Minister Blair, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Chrétien. So he's spoken to all 5 members, other 4 members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. And I will leave it to my other cabinet colleagues to talk about the issues under their purview over at Defense, Justice, and FBI. There are, of course, lots of reports and rumors out there, and I think it is wise for all of us to take many of these reports and rumors into some context and perspective. This is also a time, of course, in that regard, for the American people to try, in this time of tragedy, to restore the society to a sense of normalcy. We've got to get back to our jobs. We've got to get back to work. And I know that Secretary Mineta, as soon as it is possible and as soon as it makes sense and is safe, will restore the air traffic system, and commercial air traffic will be brought back online, and I will wait for him to make those announcements with respect to that, and I know that's very much on your mind. Once again, we're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end. I will be delighted to take a few questions.
Secretary, the State Department has been advocating restraint in response to terrorism with the argument that violence only provokes more violence. It's an endless cycle. I wondered if the U.S. will be guided by its own admonition now that the U.S. has been horribly attacked by terrorists.
I think when you are attacked by a terrorist and you know who the terrorist is and you can fingerprint back to the cause of the terror, you should respond.
But the question, I mean, should it be a limited response or?
You should respond, whether it's limited or other than limited. You should respond to those who did it, and if you're able to stop terrorist attacks, you should stop terrorist attacks. Andrea?
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan, and that this evening the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with General Musharraf. What specific steps are you asking Pakistan to take, and have you at all insinuated that if all signs do lead to bin Laden, that the U.S. would take military action against Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Our ambassador is going to be seeing going to be having that meeting that you made reference to. It'll probably not be this evening, more likely tomorrow as a result of schedule problems. But Ambassador Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, did meet with Pakistani officials today, and really to share views. We have not made a determination yet as to who is responsible for yesterday's attack. But we thought, as we gather information and as we look at possible sources of the attack, it would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level that we are looking for and expecting their fullest cooperation and their help and support as we conduct this investigation and as we generate more information, and to see if they can be helpful in generating information, as well as how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information. So yes, we are doing what you described with the Pakistanis. Robert?
Just to clarify, when you say you're building a strong coalition to go after the perpetrators, does this mean that you are expecting or hoping that other countries will participate in some kind of military retaliation?
Under Article 5, if we go that far and it actually is executed, then there is an obligation on the part of our NATO allies to assist if we go in this direction. It doesn't mean that they necessarily will participate in the attack, but it makes it easier to obtain support in the way of overflight rights and things of that nature. So but I don't want to get into what we might or might not do and who might go with us and who might not go with us, because that's just too speculative at the moment.
Can I follow that? Having been through the Gulf War as you were, would you hope to build a kind of coalition that extends perhaps beyond NATO and includes perhaps Muslim nations from different parts of the world?
It should include Muslim nations. Muslim nations have just as much to fear from terrorism that strikes at innocent civilians. And I do have a number of calls, and I just haven't connected yet with other leaders in the world representing Muslim populations. As I was coming down, I was waiting to receive a call from Amma Musa, head of the Arab League, and I'll also be talking to my Egyptian colleagues and Jordanian colleagues before the evening is out. Yes, sir.
You have not yet mentioned the point that President Bush made last night, the idea of holding other countries responsible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a dramatic escalation in the U.S. view on how it responds to terrorism. Is that a correct interpretation of it? And as a follow-up, you talk about returning to normal, yet there have been all these mentions of acts of war, and the idea that the country is in a war. How can we just return to normal when in a situation like this?
Well, on your first point, I mentioned in my earlier statements, and I will mention it again, that it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have, whether that source of support might come from a host country or other organizations that provide them. We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups. Now, yes, we believe that acts of war have been committed against the American people, and we will respond accordingly. But at the same time, life has to go on. In all of the difficult times we will be facing ahead, we have to still try to return life to a sense of normalcy. We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified. We're going to be strong in this difficult period, and we're going to move forward with pride and with determination, and we will get our society back to normal with whatever additional precautions nevertheless might be necessary to secure our society without locking ourselves down. Yes, sir.
Secretary Powell, yesterday Senator Graham said that in response to the attacks he would be willing to reassess the ban on assassinations of foreign leaders. And I was wondering, would you support such a reassessment?
The ban is an executive order, and we have not made such a reassessment, and I'll just leave it there. Jane?
India has said many times in the past that Pakistan is harboring terrorism and there are training camps in Pakistan, and now U.S. officials, including a number of lawmakers here on the Hill, are saying that Osman bin Laden have his training camps in Pakistan, and because he's sending all his, running his empire or terrorism empire from Pakistan. So now, is it time now to go after those countries who are harboring terrorism really? Because how long can we wait, or how many innocent people can we kill?
Well, I don't want to confirm what the Indian government may or may not have said. But as the president said last night, we will be directing our efforts not only against terrorists, but against those who do harbor and do provide haven and do provide support for terrorism. Jane?
Deputy Secretary Armitage heads a task force with the Russians on Afghanistan, where the United States and Russia seem to share some interest. Can this be used as a platform in the coming days?
Yes, we're planning to do that.
In what way?
As you know, it's a little difficult to travel right now, but we're looking at ways that he and Deputy Foreign Minister Trubnikov can pursue this. Yeah.
Secretary, with a country like Afghanistan, with whom we don't have diplomatic relations, there's less leverage that we have against that country. What kind of things are you thinking of using now when you talk about going after the entire country? Is it food aid? How else?
We haven't singled out any country to go after. What we're trying to do now is gather the evidence and the information so that we can make a judgment as to who is responsible for this act. And once we do that, we will go after that group, and we will determine what kinds of support they've been getting from what host countries or other supporting agencies, and we will go and deal with them as well.
Mr. Secretary, there are some 25 organizations on the list of FTOs, the State Department's list. Should all those organizations consider themselves targets of this global campaign against terrorism? And secondly, when you speak to the Arab leaders, and will you be asking for specific acts of support, of material assistance in this campaign?
On the first question, just the very designation that they have been put on that list of foreign terrorist organizations suggests that the United States will be taking action against them, and we just identified another one this week, the AUC in Colombia, and we take certain actions against them. It doesn't mean we go in and attack them with military force, but there are a variety of political and diplomatic and other and legal actions that you can take against them. With respect to conversations with Arab leaders, I'm sure I will discuss with them a full range of possibilities as to what kind of support they can give us of a political and diplomatic nature. I don't know of any other kind of support that I would ask for at this time. I might mention that in the context of my discussions this morning with Shimon Peres and Chairman Arafat, and also Prime Minister Sharon, I encouraged all sides to do everything they can to get this process of meetings started that we have all been waiting for Mr. Arafat and Mr. Peres to find an opportunity in the very near future to meet and not have protracted discussions about where to meet. It's more important to meet. So in this time of tragedy, in this time of heightened tension throughout the world and especially throughout that region, let's seize this opportunity to see if we can not start this process of meetings, this schedule of meetings, so that we can get to the Mitchell Peace Plan. So even while we are dealing with this situation, this crisis that is here in Washington and New York, we are also working on the Middle East situation and seeing if we can get that jump started. Yes.
Do you believe that this attack is linked to the events in the Middle East, to the Arab-Israel crisis, or is this something that preceded this current intifada? And secondly, do you believe that this bombing will somehow serve as a problem for moderate Arab governments whose peoples seem to be more enthusiastic about this bombing than their governments who have condemned it?
The governments have condemned it. I think that when it is realized throughout the region what a horrible act this truly was, I think it'll be sobering for the region. And I hope everybody will realize that no matter what you might think about the crisis in the Middle East, this is not the way to solve it. This is not the way to express your views about that, by killing hundreds and thousands of innocent civilians. I hope that is sobering to anybody who has any civilized drop of blood flowing through their body and who believe in an almighty of some form or another. This is not the way you do it. There's no religion that would condone the kinds of action that we are seeing. And so I hope this will be a sobering experience for the world, and especially for those in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. Yes, dear. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, we know you have said that you don't know who's responsible, but your comments this morning on television and the president's comments about harboring terrorists do seem to indicate an organization such as Osama bin Laden, and also about harboring terrorism point to Afghanistan as a country that harbors terrorists. What did you make of the comments by the Supreme Leader of the Taliban yesterday about the attack? And do you think that that the Taliban are still harboring Osama bin Laden? And if he is deemed responsible for this attack, do you think that the Taliban will expel Osama bin Laden and help the U.S. bring him to justice?
I'm sure that the Taliban leadership providing protection and opportunities and facilities for Osama bin Laden. But I don't want to get into the hypotheticals as to whether or not he is responsible for it. A body of evidence is being developed, and in due course we'll make an announcement, but I don't think it's useful to say, well, we are 50%, 60%, 70% sure it's this organization or that. That just leads to very often incorrect answers, and I don't think it's helpful during this time. So as the evidence builds, and it is building, in due course, we will make a judgment, and we will act upon that judgment in the way the President has indicated.
The last one for Alan, Mr. Secretary. What conversations do you anticipate having with the leaders of Persian Gulf countries? What support will you be seeking from them if, in fact, it's found that the threat originated in their part of the world? And what kind of military latitude would you like to be able to exercise in that part of the world with their blessing?
If we think they can be helpful in finding those who may be responsible, we will expect that help. And we will express the point of view very, very clearly, and I've already started to do so in some of my preliminary conversations, and frankly, I expect support. They are outraged, they are shocked, they are stunned, whatever their views might be, or whatever the views of their people might be with respect to the crisis in the Middle East. They are stunned and find this to be a deplorable act. I think they are speaking not just as leaders, but as leaders of people who, although some might rejoice and shout, most find this to be deplorable and something to be condemned. And going back to an earlier question, obviously the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a long time and is always in the background, but some of the terrorist organizations that we have seen at work over the years conduct terrorist activities against the United States, regardless of how the peace process may or may not be going with respect to the Israelis and the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Conversations you were going to have with the Persian Gulf leaders?
I beg your pardon?
Specific conversations you anticipate?
We've temporarily lost that signal, excuse me, with the Secretary of State Colin Powell, but one of the most, all right, we're going to take it back now to Fox News Washington managing editor Britt Hume in Washington. Britt.
Linda, thank you very much. Just to reprise, if I can, a little bit of what Secretary Powell has just said. I think in what is giving the clearest indication we have yet to see of how this administration plans to proceed. You heard him speak of efforts to the Security Council resolution that was passed, of an effort that is underway to get NATO to pass a resolution, which, as he put it, would tee up a circumstance in which an attack on one would be perceived as an attack on all. That is a mutual defense pact, of course, NATO, which would mean that once the United States decides how this happened, that whoever was responsible for it, be it by a host or a perpetrator, would face the possible full wrath of NATO. You also heard him speak about the worldwide effort to organize a coalition against terrorism. This begins to sound and look very much like the kind of effort that Colin Powell was a part of, to build a coalition to fight fight against Iraq in the Gulf War. You heard Colin Powell say that they have not yet identified who it was who carried out this act. And you also heard him say, and this is important, that the Arab-Israeli conflict and the Palestinian situation is always in the background, but the terrorism has proceeded against the United States from some of these organizations, regardless of how that situation was unfolding, reflecting perhaps the belief by Colin Powell and the others in the administration that this is not an outgrowth of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, but an outgrowth of an enmity toward the United States felt by terrorist organizations located in the Middle East. Now, someone who is very much a part of that coalition that I just spoke of, that Secretary Powell then at the Pentagon was involved in, is James A. Baker III, who was the Secretary of State under President Bush I, and he joins us now here in our studios in Washington. Mr. Secretary, welcome. And let me just ask you this question. Does this not begin to sound a little bit like the coalition building that you and your team engaged in?
It does indeed, Britt, and I think that's very, very good, because it seems to me that most of the world is outraged about what happened, and most of the world would be, I think, ready to join us in a coalition designed to stop the spread of terrorism, because this was more than just an attack on the United States. This was an attack on free peoples everywhere.
Now, does this not also sound to you as if, sir, that when the time comes and an identification is made, that the U.S., joined by as much of the world as it can get to follow it, would be engaged in what might be quite possibly extensive and serious military action, not only against individuals or terrorist cells, but possibly against states, particularly those who may not cooperate in the efforts to get rid of terrorism, root it out, branch and root, as you heard Colin Powell say?
Well, it does sound like that, and frankly, I was very glad to hear the Secretary of State say that. We heard the President last night, as a matter of fact, say we're no longer just going to look at the people who commit these atrocious acts. We're going to look at the countries and or peoples who harbor them and help them do it and help them train and that sort of thing. And I think if you're going to have an all-out fight against terrorism, if indeed it is a war, and it seems to me it is, then you've got to employ all means that you have available.
Mr. Secretary, you heard Colin Powell speak of difficult times ahead. Does this suggest to you that he is trying to prepare this country, while he did talk of life returning to some extent to normal, for the fact that life will not again be the same in this country for a long time, and that we're now embarked upon a new era and period in which, in one way or another, the United States will be on a war footing?
Well, I think we have entered a new era. I think that happened yesterday. And I think really that's probably what the Secretary of State was alluding to. I think that is the fact, and I think we need a new approach to fighting that type of terrorism. And it's going to involve a lot of things, in my view, Britt. It's going to involve upgrading our intelligence capabilities, getting involved in the dirty, messy business of human intelligence, which the United States has pretty much stayed away from for the last 25 years.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, our human intelligence capabilities have degraded significantly since the mid-'70s, when the Church Committee hearings were held, and somehow it was deemed to be really too ignoble for us to engage in the dirty, messy business of planting agents around the world in some of these cells and groups. But why? Because the first thing that they ask of a clandestine agent normally is, prove your bona fides by going out and murdering somebody. Well, that offended our sensibilities. But when you look at what happened yesterday, we have got to get a better human intelligence capability, and we've got to get better security arrangements at our airports, sad to say. You know, we haven't had a plane hijacked in this country in over 10 years, but we had 4 of them hijacked pretty damn successfully, unfortunately, yesterday. So we need to do some things there. I think we ought to take a reassessment at the executive order that prevents the United States from assassinating terrorist leaders who might be responsible for these kinds of acts. And I can say that because I'm not Secretary of State. Secretary of State says that reassessment hadn't started, but I bet you at some point it will start. We are engaged in a war.
Mr. Secretary, you've gotten a sense from the events of the day and the remarks you may have heard from leaders of Capitol Hill on both sides of the political aisle, getting a sense of the political atmosphere here. What if President Bush were to, for example, issue an order revoking that executive order regarding assassinations? And what if he were to ask the Congress now for a major escalation in military spending. What is your sense of what the response would be at this time?
I think he would get everything he asked for and then some. I think the American people are properly outraged. I think that they are going to demand retribution. I think that they're certainly entitled to it. And I think he would have uniform support across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's always good to have you. Thank you for your insights. We're going to have to take a break here, but we'll be right back as Fox News coverage continues.
And deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
President Bush's stark words in reaction to the terrorist attacks that have changed our entire sense of security in the United States, beginning with the first attack that began at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time yesterday in New York City, the first of 4 hijacked airplanes that slammed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center and then forever changed everything. We're waiting for some news conferences to happen this hour. We want to go back now to Washington managing editor Britt Hume with more information on the news conferences set to come in a matter of moments. Britt? We do have some briefings upcoming, Linda, but before I get to that, I want to mention something else that is of some consequence here. Incredible sources, according to officials high in the administration, have given us to believe now that in addition to the Pentagon and the World Trade Center, that the White House and Air Force One were also targets of attacks or attempted attacks or planned attacks yesterday. Now, we know this about the White House, that the airplane that struck the White House was seen moments before it headed down the Potomac River and smashed into the Pentagon, flying very near and seemingly on a dead course toward the White House grounds itself. Of course, the president, as we know, was not there at that time. So that may very well be what's referred to by that. In addition, Linda, we've been keeping an eye on events in New England, and Rhode Island police have boarded an Amtrak train traveling through the state near Providence. No indication whether this has any connection to yesterday's attacks, but of course every bit of flurry, I should say, of police activity is something we watch very closely. Now, we are waiting for the briefing from senior officials of the administration that is about to begin any time now. We're not sure whether we can see a picture from the location of that, but we're waiting and watching for that to begin. Yeah, there it is. This is the Department of Transportation. And the Secretary of Transportation is expected to be accompanied by that's the FBI headquarters, and we're waiting for a briefing there by the Attorney General and others. The Secretary of Transportation has already issued limited permission for some airports to reopen to allow flights that were diverted to airports other than their intended destination to begin to fly under very tight and changed security procedures. So why don't I give it back to you while we await the beginning of this briefing and news conference at FBI headquarters by the Attorney General, among others. Linda? Okay, Britt Hume, we'll get back to you in just a moment as soon as those briefings begin. We are also keeping an eye on Ground Zero, as it were, that area right outside the World Trade Center where they are still tending to the injured and they are still looking for people trapped inside. Correspondent David Lee Miller has been there since it began. David?
Well, rescue workers have been working throughout the evening. This is a desperate race against the clock to save lives. We do not have an official figure yet how many people might actually be buried under the rubble, but they are desperately trying to get to the survivors. We have some videotape that was shot at the scene just a short time ago, and this is the most revealing look yet at exactly what is taking place at the location where the World Trade Center once stood. It is a grisly and a gruesome process. So far, we are told that 9 people have been found alive at the scene. The most miraculous story, that of a Port Authority policeman named John McLaughlin. He was on the 82nd floor of one of the towers when the building collapsed. He says he rode the debris to the ground, and incredibly, he only suffered 2 broken legs and some broken ankles, but other than that, he is fine. We're also told that 6 New York City firemen have also been found alive at the scene, but as many as 259 uniformed officers are still missing. And by that I mean emergency workers, police and firemen, some of those who first went to the scene moments after the tragedy occurred. Now, as for the area adjacent to the World Trade Center, the federal buildings, it is virtually an armed camp. We see APCs, armored personnel carriers, Humvees, military presence, the National Guard here with automatic weapons patrolling the streets. If you look further west to the West Side Highway, and that's where a lot of the debris fell, that area in lower Manhattan remains a virtual ghost town. The electricity is still off. We are using battery-powered lights and generators, as are the searchers in their desperate search to find those who still might be alive. Now, getting information is also very difficult because authorities have using all their manpower to try and save lives. There is no command center in place, so we do not have a specific figure as to how many people yet are feared lost, but I can tell you that there are people down here desperately trying to find loved ones. They are filling out forms, being asked to come up with identification marks on their bodies, but so far we can only tell you right now that 9 people have been found alive. Back to you.
David Lee Miller in New York City. David Lee, we'll get back to you in just a moment. Also an update, as Brit Hume was reporting, there is now credible information that appears that this terrorist attack was far more ambitious than even what we saw, that in addition to the World Trade Center in New York City and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., that apparently the terrorists may have also been targeting Air Force One and the White House. We go now to correspondent Brian Wilson, who is outside the Pentagon right now. Brian?
Yes, incredible information now starting to filter in, and it will bear further investigation. But if those indeed turn out to be true, that's shocking information. Here at the Pentagon, they're still struggling. They have had a difficult time bringing the fire under control. Let's take a look at some of the cleanup efforts that were going on earlier in the day. And you can see they've got a real struggle on their hands here. They've had a lot of hot spots, and at one point, some fuel that apparently leaked down into lower levels of the Pentagon at the impact site ignited, causing a fire. And there was, for a moment, we'll show you some pictures of this, another brief evacuation, at least a partial evacuation of the Pentagon. Pentagon employees came out of the building, and just about the time that the evacuation started to hit its stride, they gave the all clear sign and went back in. There is no smoke coming out of the Pentagon at this hour, and they have really struggled, the Arlington County firefighters and the other experts here on the scene, to bring this fire under control. Now, we know that about 80 bodies have been spotted, maybe not recovered, but they know of 80 bodies, 80 deaths in this building. And in a worst-case scenario, since there may have been as many as 850 people working in this particular part of the building, they say the death toll could rise in a worst-case scenario to 800. Other experts say probably won't go quite that high. They really don't have a good sense, though, of how many people were in the building at the time of the attack. We also should tell you that the structure you see behind me, and this is complicating things greatly here at the Pentagon, is very, very unstable. Now, since they now believe that there probably are no other people alive inside this particular area, they say that the chance that someone survived the fire, the smoke, the impact, the collision is very, very slim. They don't want to risk other lives at this time by putting firefighters in a very unstable building. So they are reluctant to go in and try to get some kind of demolition done that makes this whole structure a bit more secure. So here at the Pentagon, we are standing by. We are told that at 3:15 we will hear a briefing from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. That's new information, and perhaps we'll get some more information about what they are beginning to learn at the Pentagon about the events of Tuesday. Back to you.
Brian Wilson, also this, 2 very serious pieces of news coming in. One of them from Chief Political Correspondent Carl Cameron. Lawmakers have been told in classified briefings that additional attacks are, quote, possible, if not probable. They should not assume a false sense of security. They are being told this message has been conveyed with a very deliberate and serious level of magnitude. Now, we do not want to be alarmist here, but we want to let you know what is being told to the leaders on Capitol Hill. Also this, apparently authorities in Providence, Rhode Island, or just outside, have stopped an Amtrak train. AP reporting this, this train having left Boston. Someone on board local stations reporting that authorities boarded this train just 1 stop shy of Providence after it left Boston, and that they have taken off at least 3 people. It is not confirmed that this was connected to the terrorist attacks. It is believed, however, that it may have been. We have with us Boston reporter Bill Rapley. He is in downtown Boston, has more information on the arrest going on there. Bill?
Linda, what has happened here? I'm in Copley Square in the heart of the tourist district in Boston, and on the corner is the Westin Hotel. Now, the Boston Globe website is reporting that 3 men were arrested at the Westin Hotel late this morning for using a credit card that was associated with the terrorists who took off out of Logan Airport yesterday morning in those 767s that ultimately plowed into the World Trade Center. Now, after the 3 arrests were made, the Boston bomb squad went into the building, and the entire hotel was evacuated. At that point, the crime scene tape went up, and a huge lunchtime crowd was attracted here in Copley Square as we saw the bomb squad go in.
Bill
FBI
Rapley,
and
we need to
ATF
interrupt here. We
agents.
need to take it back to New York City. The mayor is once again giving a briefing about the rescue efforts going on at this hour.
We just
Let us
finished
listen.
a 1-hour briefing to go over all of the things that we need to get done today, try to get completed before tomorrow. I want to thank Governor Pataki for his strong support and all the assistance that the state of New York is giving us. Also, Governor DeFrancesco attended the meeting, and the help of the state of New Jersey has been enormously valuable to us. We have over 2,000 people that we sent to New Jersey who were described as walking wounded, but many of them have ended up in New Jersey hospitals. The New Jersey police, the state police, some of the local police departments in New Jersey, fire departments, are there on the scene helping us and supporting us, and their assistance has been enormously important and very, very valuable. And I thank you very much, Governor. It's really terrific. And that's really been true of everyone. They've all come to our assistance and our aid and our help. And New Yorkers who are strong and very resilient and should also know that they have lots of support, lots of people from around the state, from neighboring states like New Jersey, and all over the country that want to help us, want to support us. The president has made certain that the military is deployed in such a way as to keep us as safe as we possibly can be, given the times that we live in. And the New York Police Department and the other agencies are doing everything that they can to assure us as much safety as is possible. And people should know that they're not alone, that there are a lot of people suffering with them, there to help them and support them. I apologize to the families of people that are lost right now. We have lots of families seeking information about who was in the World Trade Center. Did they get out? Didn't they get out? Are we able to recover them? Aren't we able to recover them? And we don't know the answers to all of those questions yet. We so far have a body count of 55 people as of about a half hour ago. We were able to take out another person about 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out. We're searching for others, and we'll try to get more information, and we'll try to do the best that we can to identify as many people as possible. But I really think this is the situation we're going to be living with for a while, which is we'll only know whether we saved someone or recovered someone's body when that actually happens. But we'll try to get as much information as possible. We have the airline manifests now. They're being kept by the police department. But if people check with us, the police department and the FBI can check the manifest, and we can get the information for you about whether someone's on the airplane. We would urge people to go back to normal as much as possible, to go to restaurants, go shopping, do things, show that you're not afraid, and show confidence in yourself and in the city. We'd also urge people not to in any way take any action on their own. We've had a few, not many, but we've had a few incidents that appear to have been directed against people because they may be regarded as Arab or Asian or Indian or whatever. The police department has a few reports like that. I emphasize not many, and there was only one situation of anybody trying to steal anything last night. So we haven't had looting, which we're going to certainly do everything we can to stop. But nobody should attack anyone else for racial, religious, ethnic reasons or any other reasons. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with the insane, sick hatred of people for another group of people because they fit into some kind of group mentality. It would be really horrible if New Yorkers practiced any form of that. So So the police department will be in those parts of the city and give the ultimate protection that we can give to people who may be in that situation. One other thing, the generosity of people is really enormous. We have thousands of volunteers. We have people volunteering to give blood. They're lined up on the street in front of Bellevue Hospital and all over the rest of the city. Also, some of our corporate citizens have already made major donations for the benefit of the families of the police officers, the firefighters, the EMS workers who will turn out to have lost their lives in this situation. GE, the CEO of GE, Jeff Imholt, told us that he is going to donate $10 million to a fund for the families of the police, fire, and other emergency workers that tragically turn out to have lost their lives in this situation. The Cisco Corporation has also offered a donation of $4 million for similar purposes, and we will organize a charitable organization that can be accountable and can make sure that all of this money gets in the hands that it's intended to get to, meaning to the children and the families that turn out to be the most direct victims of this tragedy. And again, I thank GE and I thank Cisco and all the others who have come forward in their own way and helped us. Governor?
Mayor, thank you. Let me join with you in thanking Governor DeFrancisco for being here and for the extraordinary help we've gotten from New Jersey and the cooperation we've had with the Port Authority. It's been just tremendous, and we appreciate that help. And the mayor referred to us as coming out of a one-hour briefing, but it's really not a briefing. It's a work session. And it's a work session where decisions are made and steps taken to try to alleviate the suffering and do everything we can for those who might still be alive. And I want to commend the mayor for his leadership and for the leadership of his team in these meetings, because it is extraordinary how well everyone works together and how serious everyone is in putting one agenda first and foremost and exclusively, and that is the interest of the people of New York State. So, Mayor, to you and your team, you deserve enormous credit for that leadership. It's not just the leadership, it's also the individual heroes who are out there. And just this afternoon, I was at Bellevue visiting a fallen firefighter who had been hospitalized, and I went up and congratulated him, and he got this smile on his face, and he looked at me, and it was like a line out of a movie, and he said in this thick accent, "What'd you expect? I'm a New Yorker." That's the spirit that is allowing us to get through this tragedy, and it's also the heart, because right after that, he got tears in his eyes and talked about his partner in the fire department who was missing, who had 10 kids. And I told him we would stand with him, we would stand with his partner, the city, the state, the country, to make sure that their heroism was recognized and protected. We have to, in honor of them, get back to business, make sure the states and city and country runs and that people go about their lives. And to that end, tomorrow afternoon, we are going to be holding a special extraordinary joint session of the state legislature and the state capitol, where we'll be having remarks and a memorial for those who, a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives. And the legislature will be passing a bipartisan legislation condemning this terrorist act and commending the tremendous heroism of those who have responded as they have. And I want to thank Senate Majority Leader Joe Bruno and Speaker Shelley Silver for coming together in a bipartisan way to send this strong message to the people of New York and to those terrorists that we're not going to be stopped. Also, to help get back to business as usual, beginning tomorrow, our Empire State Development Corporation will be making available on the 32nd floor of our office at 633 3rd Avenue all state agencies and authorities in one place, where companies, businesses, industries that need emergency economic assistance can come and find out what assistance is available so that we can look to provide, whether it's office space or help with power or lighting, that type of support. This is an incident that was going to remain in our minds throughout our lives, but it's an incident that we can overcome. put behind us and move forward in protecting our freedom and the future of our city, state, and country, we are going to do that. Mayor, again, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Governor?
Yeah, if I could, there are a couple reasons why
Thank you very much.
I was able why I wanted to be here was, first of all, to tell the both of you that you've exercised great leadership during this very difficult time. I express my sorrow for the many, many people that we've lost, but also our support. Really, we're here to tell you that we support you in any way possible. We don't want to be in your way, but we want to bring support ranging from the state police to the National Guard or to the volunteers and many thousands of people that want to do something to help New Yorkers who have done just a fabulous job. Your city and state workers, your fire department, your police personnel, your emergency management people, your emergency medical services people have all, based on what we've seen, done an outstanding job. We were prepared to handle many, many people who were injured, and we still are. But the New York people have just done a fabulous job in dealing with that issue, and I congratulate everybody, but I do express my tremendous sympathies on behalf of the state to all of you for the losses you've incurred. But thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for your help and
Thank you,
support.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Governor. I just want to say on behalf of all of the council members and really the people of the city that during a terrible, terrible time of crisis, I can't think of the better leadership that we've had, probably the finest hour I've ever seen, with Mayor Giuliani and with the governor standing next to me. You know, it's during a time of crisis you know who your friends are. It's during a time of crisis you know the people that really are able to help. This is like being in a foxhole together. They've responded to the greatest horror in my life, probably all Americans' lives. Can't imagine anything worse, but I can't imagine anything finer than to see how New Yorkers have risen up to this challenge. And I guarantee everyone that New York will rise from the ashes, be much better than it ever was before, and that those responsible for this are going to realize they picked on the wrong city.
Also want to thank Congressman Nadler for joining us and for his support and for his help. And as I said, we'll be counting on him and the members of the delegation for the help and support we're going to need in the future. Thank you very much, Congressman.
Commissioner Kerr, can you talk a little bit about some of the incidents that have happened around the city?
New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, the Governor George Pataki, and Speaker of the City Council of New York in what is clearly one of New York's most darkest hours, as now the city rallies together, find support in each other, and get the rebuilding going on and try and locate some people who may have survived somehow in the midst of all that chaos. We're expecting Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld to speak in just a matter of seconds. And as we wait for him to walk through the door there, I can give you this from NATO in Brussels, Belgium, which has just put out an announcement that NATO considers this terror attack, these terror attacks in the United States, an attack on the entire NATO alliance. This could be significant as we move on. Early indications are here that should something be in the offing, NATO would clearly not be opposed. So NATO with word that the terror attacks in the United States can be considered a terror attack on all of NATO. Should we quickly go to Bill Rappley while we wait now? Let's keep it in the doubles and go to Bill Rappley, who's in Boston with some brand new info. What's that? He's not with us at the moment. I'll bring you the information that I have then. The Boston Globe now reporting that not only were there arrests in the city of Boston today, people who are suspected at least of playing a part in all of this, but that there were numerous arrests. In fact, the Boston Globe is reporting that there were 3 arrested. This coming to us from the Boston Globe and its website. 3 people arrested this afternoon at the Westin Copley Hotel in Boston, a place we took you live a short time ago through the services of our network news service affiliate WBZ in Boston. These arrests after federal authorities linked them to the credit card which was reportedly used to purchase tickets on the flights involved in Tuesday's World Trade Center attack. This, according to a source close to the investigation, a source of the Boston Globe's. 3 arrested through a credit card receipt for tickets bought to board that plane. The 3 people, according to the Globe, taken from 3 rooms on the 16th floor of this hotel, which is located in the center of one of Boston's leading shopping districts. They are in the custody of federal authorities now. It's not known what their relationship is to the bombing. Federal authorities were assisted by the Boston police team. WHDH-TV, the NBC station in Boston, has reported that the agents were wearing bulletproof vests and carrying shields, and our correspondents on scene have said exactly the same thing. So the arrests are coming in. We also know that there is an attachment here to Embry-Riddle University down in Florida. Correspondent Orlando Salinas there. Orlando, it would appear the arrests are coming pretty quickly now.
Now here, Shep, federal agents as well as local police are still going through records, loads of information here at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida. They have recently, just as really a few hours ago, been serving search warrants here on this campus and or around homes or apartments in this area. Now, a good chunk of that focus, we've got some video to show you that we shot earlier of the campus here in Daytona Beach. A good chunk of that focus centered on a 20-year-old Embry-Riddle student, Ali Mohammed Al-Darmaki. Now, yesterday, his red Camaro was seized. It's still not completely clear why, except that Darmaki from the United Arab Emirates had a picture of what appeared to be Osama bin Laden on the window of his car a short while ago. Local police here in Daytona Beach told us that they did indeed clear him of any involvement in yesterday's attacks at all, any involvement. Now, we've heard from some foreign students here on this campus who say foreign flight students and foreigners in general are now being targeted for questioning at random. Now, there still may be a second student at this school who is address listed on a car rental application that was filled out by one of the terrorists for a car rental. And we also understand that Charlie Voss may have possibly housed two students from that school in Venice, Florida, in his home several months ago. And right now, Shepard, federal investigators are all out there in Venice, Florida, doing their best to squeeze whatever information they can out of Charlie Voss to see if he knows anything at all about what happened yesterday. Shepard.
Orlando Salinas live for us on the campus of Embry-Riddle University in Florida, one of the foremost training grounds for jet pilots and a place on American soil where it's now believed that some of those who may have been responsible for this may well have been trained. Here comes Rumsfeld. There's more information on suspects being arrested. Maybe the Defense Secretary will have that for us.
I have taped a message to the people in the defense establishment across the world, which I understand is going to be available shortly. I'm en route over to another meeting in the White House in the next few minutes, so I thought I'd just stop down and make 2 or 3 points. First, we currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case. Second, I do want to again express our sympathy to the families and friends and colleagues of all those who have been harmed by this attack on our country. Also, we're, needless to say, deeply grateful to the many units from all over this area that are out there and have been out there for more than 24 hours. Firemen, ambulances, and different teams and squads of individuals who are doing a very professional job for our country. We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield. And it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country. Finally, I'd like to say a word or two to the men and women in the defense establishment, most of whom deal with classified information. Since the end of the Cold War, there's been a relaxation of tension, and it's had a lot of effects. It's led to proliferation. It's led to the movement towards asymmetrical threats as opposed to more conventional threats. One of the other effects has been it has had an effect on how people handle classified information. And it seems to me that it's important to underline that when people deal with intelligence information and make it available to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the effect is to reduce the chances that the United States government has to track down and deal with the people who have perpetrated the attacks on the United States and killed so many Americans. Second, when classified information dealing with operations is provided to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the inevitable effect is that the lives of men and women in uniform are put at risk because they are the ones who will be carrying out those prospective operations. And this is a message really for all the men and women in the United States government who have access to classified information. It seems to me that when they see or learn of someone who is handling classified information in a way that is going to put the lives of the men and women in uniform at risk, they ought to register exactly what kind of a person that is. It's a person who's willing to violate federal criminal statutes and willing to frustrate our efforts to track down and deal with terrorists, and willing to reveal information that could cause the lives of men and women in uniform. I think it's time for all who deal with that information to treat it with the care and respect that it merits. I'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
Secretary,
yes, Bob.
The casualty figure you referred to, I assume, is the 800 number that was provided by the Arlington County Fire Department.
It is.
And you say it's considerably high. We've heard from the military service.
I hope and pray that it is.
The military services, information from the military services indicates that it may be more in the neighborhood of 100 to 150. Is that closer to reality, or can you give us some
We just
better
won't
guidance?
know until we finish the work. The problem with trying to do roster checks with units, it may not include people that were connected with the heliport. It may not include people, contractor people. It may not include watchmen. It may not include work people who were working in the area. So it is folly to try to pretend that there's a number before there's a number. There is not a number, nor have we pinned down precisely how many people were in the aircraft who would also be in that general area.
There are some in the Middle East who are saying that the United States does not have the belly to do the kind of response to this attack on the United States that this administration, previous administration, don't have it to go after them in the kind of way that they have to be gone after without any specifics whatsoever. Help us with the attitude that you go into this process with.
Well, I guess time will tell. I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm inclined to think that if you're going to cock it, you throw it, and you don't talk about it a lot. So my instinct is that what you do is you go about your business and do what you think you have to do. I think anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort, and I don't think that people ought to judge outcomes until sufficient time has passed to address what is clearly a very serious problem for the world. And It's not restricted to a single entity, state or non-state entity. It is an attack on a way of life. The purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. It is to alter behavior. It is to force people who believe in freedom to be less free by altering their behavior and redressing a balance between freedom and security. Anyone who's ever been in a war zone, as I know most of you have, you know that when you walk out of a building, you don't walk out with your head high whistling. You look around the corner and see what's out there. And that's not the way Americans live, and it's not the way we want to live.
Secretary, Mr. Secretary, let me ask what I was just cut off for a second, which I kindly left to my colleagues. So we're getting word from reporters at the White House, quoting Ari Fleischer, that the target of the 757 was actually the White House, and also Air Force One was targeted. Can you shed any
I'll leave that to the White House. I'll leave that to the White House.
Mr. Secretary, your comments on the handling of classified information, are you suggesting that it's time to move to a more secretive government in which there's less transparency about what it is you're doing? And how does that square with the goal of openness that reassures both our friends and foes around the world that the United States intentions are good? We all know that there's a wealth of material that's classified unnecessarily and doesn't necessarily need to be.
Well, as I'm sure you've discovered, I do believe in openness, and I think it's enormously important in a free system with a free press and a democratic underpinning to our wonderful success as a country that we recognize that and respect it. I also know that you're quite right. There are things that get classified that ought not to be classified. But what I said is enormously important, and that is that when classified information is compromised by people who ought to know better because they're unprofessional or uncaring and perfectly willing to violate federal criminal law and seemingly willing to put people's lives at risk, their colleagues and their neighbors and their friends, I think it's something that should stop. Yes.
Secretary, was this... Jim's question, folks, he needs to leave. We need to get you across the river. Last question.
Was sloppy handling of classified information, did that play some role in the attacks?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, sir.
It is an issue that I think, however, needs to be elevated and looked at, and that people in all aspects of government.
What's the catalyst? Why are you raising that today?
Yeah, has it happened in the aftermath?
It has been happening daily.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld stopping in the Pentagon briefing room, a building in which, and a room in which work has gone forward in the last couple of days, despite the fact that the building is on fire and continues to burn. The Secretary thanking people for the efforts that they had made and saying that we're on a new battlefield. And issuing a warning to military personnel everywhere and Pentagon personnel, and as he put it, the military establishment, which would include, of course, a number of people who have security clearances who are outside military service and are indeed civilians who work for military contractors, that the time has come now to be very careful about classified information. And he said leaks of this kind of information occur daily, a function, he said, of the fact that the Cold War is over and that the atmosphere has relaxed, and so apparently has people's attention and carefulness about classified information. He was quick to say, however, when asked, that he did not have reason to believe that a leak of classified information was related to the terrorist attack on the United States on the Pentagon. He left to the White House, by the way, a confirmation of reports that we now have based on authoritative sources that the White House believes that the White House building itself was a target of attack yesterday, probably by the plane that ended up hitting the Pentagon, because it was actually seen. Eyewitnesses saw a plane, a large plane, that presumably that 757, in the air at a very low altitude, seemingly headed toward the White House before veering off, heading down the river, and eventually, it seems, being the plane that crashed into the wall of the Pentagon. Those reports also include the possibility of an attack on Air Force One. Now, we're in here now for a rapid-fire succession of briefings. We're expecting a briefing from the FBI building from Attorney General Ashcroft and the new FBI Director Robert Mueller. There you see a live picture of reporters waiting in that room for that briefing to begin. That is to be followed a little bit later by the daily briefing by Ari Fleischer, the presidential press secretary. Mr. Fleischer is the one who has been quoted by some news sources as saying that indeed the White House and Air Force One are now believed to have been targets of what happened yesterday. Of course, the White House was not hit. Air Force One was not. There you see the live picture of the White House briefing room where people are waiting around as they do much of every day for the briefings there to begin. And that, I believe, is at the Department of Transportation, where Secretary Norman Mineta is expected to come out about 4:30. Secretary Mineta's comments are going to be eagerly awaited, not least because he can be expected to give us some more information about the disposition of air travel in this country, which has been locked down now for a day and a half. Some limited flights are now beginning to be allowed by the Secretary under very strict security conditions. Those, of course, are the flights that had been diverted to airports other than the ones they were intended to go to, and are going to be now allowed to fly as soon as certain security precautions have been taken and security conditions have been met. We can perhaps expect from Secretary Mineta some further word on the rest of the U.S. transportation system, at least air transportation system. This is of considerable worry, of course, to the airlines themselves, which are terribly concerned that as a result of what has happened here, there will be a steep and sudden fall-off in air travel and of the kind that could cost them enormous loss of business and losses. Some losses, of course, can also be contemplated from the insurance business. That was the woman at the podium there was Mindy Tucker, who is the spokeswoman for John Ashcroft, the Secretary General. I wasn't quite able to hear what she said, but perhaps we will know in a minute. I suspect that she was letting the reporters there know that that briefing is soon to begin. In any case, a series of briefings here in Washington soon to begin. First, we'll hear from Attorney General John Ashcroft, together with FBI Director Robert Mueller. That to be followed at 4 o'clock or thereabouts by the White House briefing by Ari Fleischer, the President's press secretary. And then after that, we will be taking you live as well to the Department of Transportation, while Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta will be heard. In the meantime, as we await what we expect is the imminent arrival of the Attorney General and the FBI Director, let's reprise for a moment what we heard from Colin Powell just a short time ago as he described the diplomatic initiative that is underway. Well, we won't have to wait any longer. Here comes the Attorney General.
This investigation and recovery is a highly coordinated effort. I want to thank all of the federal, state, the local agencies that have worked tirelessly yesterday and today to help the victims of this act of war find relief and to help the United States of America locate the people who are responsible for these terrible acts of war. Immediately after the first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources. Throughout the day, secure video conferences took place among the National Security Council, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, FEMA, CIA, the FAA, and other federal agencies. Both the President and the Vice President presided over our full resources were put into operation immediately. As I will explain in greater detail in a few moments, these resources have been deployed both to investigate this act of war and to assist victim survivors and victim families. But let me stress that this is not simply a Department of Justice effort. The response of the federal government across the board has been, I believe, from the President of the United States to the rescue workers, magnificent. I'll now turn to the information that the response we have been making has developed. I'll give you the information that we can give you. However, we will give you only facts that we can confirm. You may be hearing things that we have not told you, but some people have the luxury of speculating. We won't speculate, but we'll only give you confirmed facts. And also, we must be careful to protect confidential intelligence sources and the methods of our intelligence so we do not compromise this ongoing investigation or the capacity of this nation to undertake such investigations as this. The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor. Throughout the day and into the night last night, Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, who is not with us at this moment, and I were present at the FBI's Strategic Information and Operations Center, together, of course, with the director and a number of other individuals. The Justice Department is working closely with investigators, the FAA, and the intelligence community, including the CIA, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Department. Numerous agencies have assigned personnel to the SIOC at the FBI to coordinate investigative efforts so that information which is received on these premises becomes immediately available to the cooperating agencies. And I might add that we reciprocate with similar deployments in a variety of other settings. The Justice Department's Terrorism and Violent Crime Section is coordinating the response of the U.S. Attorney's offices nationwide. These agencies have a presence at the SIOC here in the FBI 24 hours a day and are coordinating efforts both in the United States and worldwide around the clock. Investigators are reviewing intelligence and have received numerous credible leads. Command posts have been established at all crime scenes. Evidence response teams and the FBI's disaster squad have been deployed to the crash sites. The recovery of bodies and the collection of evidence is ongoing at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Investigators are working with the National Transportation Safety Board to recover the black boxes from the crash sites. The crime scene at the WTC has been secured, but is not yet a crime scene accessible to investigators. The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, and videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews. All investigative resources of the FBI's laboratory and crisis response capabilities have been mobilized. Now let me turn this podium over to FBI Director Bob Mueller to talk more about the investigation itself.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I want to start by saying that the men and women of the FBI join the nation in expressing our deep sympathies for the victims of these horrific tragedies and their families. And we, all of us in the FBI, pledge to those directly affected by these attacks that we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to help find those responsible and to bring those individuals to justice. Let me turn, if I could, for a moment to the effort that we have undertaken at the FBI to investigate these tragedies. Early after the planes started to fall yesterday, as soon as we heard that there was a particular city that was either a city of origin for a flight or a city such as New York where a flight went in, we established command posts. We have at those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation, 4,000 special agents and 3,000 support personnel. We have over 400 of our laboratory personnel deployed at the crime scenes in New York City, south of Johnstown in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. And we anticipate this level of resource commitment will continue for the immediate future. In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing two objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country, but also overseas. We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively. Let me conclude at this juncture by emphasizing again the FBI's total and unwavering commitment to this investigation. We will not stop, and as I said before, we will leave no stone unturned until we have determined who was responsible for these attacks on our freedom. Now, I would be happy to entertain questions, as I'm sure the Attorney General would.
Director, have there been any arrests of any of these associates that you've identified in the
Now, I understand that there is reporting out there that the FBI has made arrests with regard to the hijacking. That is not accurate. There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
People that you've talked to and the people that you've identified, are these people that have been under FBI's watch in the past relating to other kinds of terrorism activities? Are they people who you're familiar with?
As we identify names, there may be one or more individuals with whom we have information as to involvement with individual terrorist groups.
We've seen activity today in Boston, Rhode Island, and in southern Florida. Can you walk us through, in any of these cases, and give us any guidance on why these particular individuals have been stopped and what the FBI is doing?
We have in Boston, my understanding also in Providence and also in Miami, we have leads indicating the presence at some point in time of either the hijackers themselves, and we are attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates, and consequently we are following all leads with interviews, with search warrants, and whatever investigative techniques are necessary to obtain the evidence.
They've got to get to the White House for a meeting.
How many?
How many associates, Mr. Mueller, do you think? And how many were workers at the airport?
I can't give you a definitive number on the associates.
Have you linked this to Osama bin Laden?
Thank you very much.
There you have FBI Director Mueller, who was joined earlier by the Attorney General, outlining what is being described as the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted by the Justice Department. He revealed a few, what he said are facts that they have come to count on, that they were 3 to 6 hijackers for each plane, and they had such weapons as knives, box cutters, and in some cases made bomb threats, he said. He confirms what we have been hearing from other sources, that White House and Air Force One were, according to Mr. Mueller, targets of yesterday's action, although obviously neither of those entities was hit, and that the hijackers, some of them, were trained as pilots in the United States. Mr. Mueller portrayed what appears to be considerable progress so far in the investigation, saying that they believe they have identified many of the hijackers, and in some cases others who may have had something to do with the hijacking as well. We, of course, have been covering this afternoon, considerable flurry of activity up in New England. You saw the scene outside the Copley Plaza Westin Hotel there in Boston, where police had descended and according to some reports, arrested several people. No arrests, said Mr. Mueller. There's an FBI news conference going on in Pennsylvania now. We're going to join that as we await the beginning of Ari Fleischer's briefing at the White House. Let's listen.
Need for information in terms of the specifics, the capabilities of the items shown here. Feel free to call the NTSB at their headquarters at 202-314-6100. Again, we're looking for human remains, aircraft parts, the black box, and other items of evidence. I want to take some time to express our gratitude to representatives of the Salvation Army and the American Red Cross, as well as other organizations who provided us with support here on site. As you can imagine, we're working long hours to try to address this issue of the processing of the crime scene. Again, for information regarding attacks that occurred in New York and Washington, you can call 866-483-5137. If you have any information to provide to us, you can call the FBI Pittsburgh office at 412-471-2000 or go to ifccfbi.gov. At this point, I'd like to defer to the Lieutenant Colonel, who will speak to United Airlines.
This morning, a number of you had inquired about United Airlines, and the response from the United Airlines is that their communication through the media would be, or to the media would be, from Agent Corvington of the FBI. However, there are a couple of numbers that I want to give you. The United Airlines contact number in Chicago is 847-700-5538. They also have a website, www.united.com. The United Airlines contingent has a facility at Seven Springs Resort, which is nearby here. They will have a media room for families who come to this area and opt to talk to the media. The phone number at Seven Springs Resort is 814-352-7777.
You are listening to an FBI presser that has been going on, one of many today, trying to sort out the details of who was responsible for what in the greatest calamity ever to hit the United States of America. A day after the fact, still a lot of questions. Who prompted this attack? Who was behind this attack? And now, how to respond for those who were.
Consistent with what it has been.
Welcome back, everybody. Neil Cavuto here as we continue another hour trying to ascertain exactly what happened yesterday and who is responsible for it. You've been going back and forth to a number of press conferences as we plan to continue to do that right now. We are also awaiting a press conference from White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer. We're also expected to hear from some NTSB officials, even though they have essentially bowed out of this as far as their responsibility now. This is a criminal investigation looking into the 4 hijacked planes that were behind yesterday's calamity at both the Pentagon, of course, in Pittsburgh, and, of course, no doubt at the 2 World Trade Center towers. So we're going to be waiting on all of those developments. Meanwhile, I want to go to David Lee Miller. He has some of the latest at the sort of epicenter of all of this. David.
Neil, authorities at this hour are in a race against the clock to get to the survivors trapped under the rubble that was once the World Trade Center. Now, we have some videotape recorded just a short time ago at the scene. This is a home videotape, and it is the most recent video that will show you exactly what is taking place only a few blocks from where I am now standing. So far, 9 survivors have been pulled from the rubble. Thousands, though, are feared missing, presumed dead. The most miraculous story to date, a Port Authority cop named John McLaughlin. He was on the 82nd floor of one of the towers when the building collapsed. He says he rode the debris to the ground, and incredibly, he only suffered 2 broken legs. Now, 6 New York City firefighters have also been found alive, but unfortunately, these type of stories are really far and few between. Right now, as many as 259 cops, firemen, and uniformed personnel, EMS workers, those who were first on the scene, are still reported to be missing. One rescue worker told us that in the last few hours, they pulled 15 bodies from the wreckage, and that they have located other bodies as well, but it is simply too difficult to get to them. It is too dangerous at this point to remove some of the bodies that are trapped at the World Trade Center. And to give you some idea how difficult and grisly that this type of undertaking is, they have brought to the scene cranes, heavy equipment, tractors, all types of equipment. They have welders on the scene who are actually cutting into the steel girders of the World Trade Center to try and dismantle the structure. Then by hand, the workers are actually removing the debris from the scene, hand by hand, taking what was left of the World Trade Center, placing the debris in trucks, those dump trucks, if you will, then making their way up Church Street, where we are now standing, and then they're taking the debris to 59th Street, where there is a dump. The FBI has a special staging area where they are going through the evidence. We have some breaking news now, Neil, so I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, David, thank you very much. David Lee Miller. Now on to Ari Fleischer at the White House.
These are phone calls to leaders around the world to rally an international coalition to combat terrorism. He has spoken today with Prime Minister Blair, with Prime Minister Chrétien, with President Chirac, with Chancellor Schroeder, with President Jiang of China, and twice with President Putin. The President will continue to reach out to leaders throughout the world to develop this coalition, to send a message that the United States and the world stand united, all the freedom-loving countries and others, to fight terrorism. The President is also gratified by the action taken today by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, in which they invoked Article 5, saying that an attack on one NATO nation is an attack on all NATO nations. The President is also gratified by the United Nations Security Council resolution that passed today condemning this attack and saying that it was a threat to international peace and security. Finally, as the President said in his remarks this morning, freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know that we are facing a different enemy than we have ever faced, with the President's words. In this case, we have specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were also intended targets of these attacks. As the President also said in his remarks, this battle will take time and resolve, and make no mistake, we will prevail. I'm happy to take questions.
In terms of this specific threat that you talked about against the White House and Air Force One, we have heard from administration officials that the plane that went into the Pentagon may have originally been targeted at the White House. What can you tell us about that?
John, we have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
Can you tell us about the nature of that evidence?
No, of course I cannot. Any questions relating to how we have obtained any of this information, sources and methods, I will of course not answer.
Why it changed course, or why it went to the Pentagon and not the White House?
We really do not know the answer to that, but we are aware of what we have.
Why did Vice President Cheney remain in the building?
The Vice President was removed to a secure area at the White House.
We were told he was working out of the Situation Room with Condoleezza Rice.
The Vice President worked out of several locations, and the White House has sufficient secure locations in events such as this. And this follows a regular plan that the White House has in case of any such incidents. Campbell?
Confirm reports, though, that the plane flew over the Pentagon and passed over the U.S. Capitol. If the White House was indeed a target, there have been military sources who say
I've not heard that report. I've not heard that report.
Are the threat against Air Force One?
Kelly?
All right, then do you have credible information that the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania was intended for Air Force One?
Do not have any information about that, about that plane.
If Air Force One happened to be a target, isn't it true that when the president went to Louisiana, at that point, once he took off from Louisiana, there were no flights in U.S. airspace?
No, at that moment, there were still reports of airplanes that had not yet been identified as to the whereabouts. That's another reason that the White House and the president operated in the secure manner that they did. At that moment, when the president had left Florida and was on his way to a base that no one knew where the president was heading to, there were still reports of planes that had not yet been brought onto the ground per the FAA's order.
So, I want to follow up though, but when Air Force One left Louisiana and headed to Nebraska, I believe at that time there were no U.S. planes or any planes still in U.S. airspace. So then why did the president go to Nebraska and not back here to the White House?
Because the information that we had was real incredible about Air Force One. The manner in which Air Force One operated maintained the security of Air Force One at all times, and that also was one of the reasons why Air Force One did not come back to Andrews, where some people may have thought it would.
If we can make the connection here, that would suggest, Ari, that the threat against Air Force One came in the form of another aircraft?
No, I'm not indicating what form it came in, John, and it will not.
Time did the White House get this information?
On the flight from Sarasota to the first location.
So did the evacuation of the White House come as a result of that information?
That's a detail that I'm not going to get into, Terry, but all appropriate security precautions were taken.
And then on the subject of rallying this international coalition, does that indicate that the president would wait or try to get support, either operational support or political support of other nations before responding to these attacks?
Well, I'm not going to indicate anything about, speculate about any type of response. You've heard what the president said, and his words speak for themselves about America's resolve. However, as I indicated in my opening statement, the president is very heartened as a result of the world reaction and the solidarity that the world is showing at all levels in so many nations toward what has happened. And the president is going to continue to talk to leaders around the world as he builds his coalition.
Did the president secure the support of President Jung and President Putin in those phone calls?
Let me try to give you a little more specific information on each of those phone calls. The president, as I indicated, spoke twice with President Putin, once for 5 minutes, the second time for 7 minutes. The president thanked President Putin for his call and for the message of condolence that President Putin sent yesterday. President Putin informed President Bush that he had signed a decree that there be a moment of silence at Russia and throughout Russia at noon tomorrow, with flags at half-mast to express the outrage and solidarity of the Russian people with the American people. The two presidents agreed that they would work closely together in the coming weeks to fight those responsible for yesterday's acts of terrorism. The president's phone call with President Chiang of China lasted for approximately 10 minutes. President Bush thanked President Chiang for his condolences and concern for the American people as well, and the two agreed to work together also to combat terrorism, which is another indication, as I mentioned, of the coalition the president is seeking to form as the world unites in the fight against terrorism.
All right, will that coalition look at all like the Persian Gulf Coalition, see reaching out to Arab nations as well?
The President's going to continue to have conversations throughout the world, and as you know, Secretary Powell has too, talked to many people, and we'll try to keep you informed of the conversations the President has.
But is it right that the President has not yet reached out to any Arab nation leaders?
I'm going to try to do my best to keep you informed, but this is a process, and the President is going to continue to make phone calls. The President is, as you know, he has a meeting this afternoon with the security team. Following his meeting with the congressional leaders late this morning, the President had lunch with the Vice President. He made additional phone calls. He has a meeting with the security team today, and we're going to keep you informed of all the information we can about the President's phone calls and activities. Terry and Jim.
Given the scale and the level of killing in these attacks yesterday, can the President assure the American people that the response will be commensurate with that?
I'm just not going to speculate about the response. You have what the President said about how the United States will prevail. But I'm not going to go beyond that. I'm not going to speculate. And I leave it at that.
Can you say how close the U.S. is to knowing who is responsible for the attacks?
The United States is in the process of gathering all the facts about this matter. The full resources of the federal government at all levels have been dedicated to this. And we will continue to gather those facts and ascertain all the information available.
Can I just follow up? Has there been at least early consideration of possible U.S. responses, or is the U.S. government not at that point yet?
Again, I'm not going to speculate on that. Jim?
Yeah, what is the practical effect of invoking Article 5?
About.
But Ari, when you talk about coalition, it implies that you're looking for some sort of tangible support from other nations, not just words of support. Is that a way to look at it?
Well, this is a moment for the world to stand up to terrorism, and President Bush is very pleased with the reactions of leaders around the world. This is an opportunity for the world to stand up to terrorism, and that's how President Bush sees us.
Ari, is the White House going to make an open-ended request to Congress for funding, or is there going to be a figure given to Congress?
No, Keith, the President thinks it's important that this not become an open-ended request. The President, and by the way, the meeting with the congressional leaders today, bipartisan congressional leaders, was a very important and stirring meeting of patriotism. The outpouring of support, shoulder to shoulder, regardless of anybody's political party, was wonderful, it was impressive, and it should make every American proud. The President will continue to work with Congress, but he does not think there should be an open-ended commitment.
So just to follow up, is there going to be a specific request given to Congress today or tomorrow for a specific amount of funding?
We're going to work with Congress on the specifics of it, and as soon as we have something to announce, I will announce it or provide the information to you. Jim?
Given NATO's decision today and the kind words from so many, or supportive words from so many foreign leaders, does the President feel that at this point he has the international support he needs if he decides to strike, if one decides to strike?
Again, I understand that you're trying to determine what may or may not come next, but it is just an area that I'm not going to speculate about, and I'm sure you can appreciate the reason why.
Can I just go back to the threat on Air Force One? I mean, at the time the 4 planes were hijacked, the President was in Florida. If you have a threat to Air Force One, it seems as though you're raising an additional threat that perhaps we don't know about.
I'm sorry? Raising an additional threat that we don't know about?
Some other action that was going on. I mean, obviously the 4 planes that we know were hijacked, clearly, I mean, were no threat to Air Force One.
There was real and credible information that came into the White House, and that is the reason why the White House, Air Force One, took the actions that it took in accordance with all existing plans. And that also included yesterday, as those who traveled with us knew, that we were not going to indicate where Air Force One was heading to.
All right, involving one of those planes,
one of those
4 planes, Ari, is that where the credible threat, or can you say, are we talking about something totally different?
You're asking me, in essence, what the source of information is, and I think the American people...
No, have we accounted for those 4 planes and what their targets were? Is there, which, by deduction, you would assume there is something else that we're talking about targeting Air Force One. Can we make that assumption?
I'm not going to lead you any further as to speculating about what was the nature of the threat to Air Force One. But as I indicated, and I'll say it again, it was real, it was credible.
Planes that we have accounted for.
I'm just not going to speculate about the nature of it.
All right, can I ask you this question? Was the President's original destination upon departure from Sarasota Andrews Air Force Base?
Again, I'm just not going to get into those type of details about Air Force One's operations and its locations in this context.
If it was your intention to return to Washington,
But suffice it to say, if people suspected that the likely location of a return of Air Force One would be to Andrews Air Force Base if the President were returning to Washington, it would be wise and in the interest of the country for Air Force One not to return to a location that would have been predictable.
All the fingers are being pointed at Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. He's being helped by or supported by Taliban and bases in Pakistan. So are we talking about now going against Afghanistan or Pakistan? And if it happened, then it is all in the name of Islam. So is it time now for the United States not to wait anymore that more innocent people will be killed in the name
I was asked earlier about who we believe is the source of this, and I indicated that the United States continues to gather the facts about that information, and so your question presupposes the answer, and I'm not prepared to do that. Jim?
Surely investigators have uncovered reams of credible information that you've chosen not to release. Why did you decide to release this information to us today?
Because just as the President said in his remarks this morning, and I'm quoting from the President, the American people need to know that we are facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. And the President, having said that, thought it was appropriate to let the American people know the lengths to which those who perpetrated these terrorist acts were prepared to go in an attack on our nation.
Were there any other targets that we don't know about?
These are the only ones that I'm aware of, Cam.
In terms of the president's language
Terry,
this morning.
Terry, and then we'll come back to John.
Is the President satisfied, and should the American people be satisfied with the performance of the intelligence community in this country, given what happened yesterday?
The President believes that the intelligence community and the nation's military are the best in the world. And clearly, something yesterday took place in New York that was not foreseen, that we had no specific information about. But the President's focus right now is on helping those who have the families of those who have lost their lives and those who are suffering in this tragedy, and then on taking whatever the appropriate next steps should be.
Does he want to know what went wrong? Has he asked to find out where the gaps were?
I think at the appropriate time, the President will ask all appropriate questions, but the President is focused now on getting help to those who need help in New York, here at the Pentagon, and on to talking with his national security team about any appropriate actions.
Ari, in terms of the President's statement this morning that this was an act of war, was it the realization that both the White House and Air Force One were targeted that elevated his language to talk about an act of war? Was it a threat against the head of this country that elevated it to that level?
John, I think that the actions against the soil of the United States are what led the President to say that this was an act of war against the United States.
But why not use the word war last night in his televised address to the nation? What changed overnight to ratchet up that rhetoric?
I think that you're just going to continue to hear the President speak out on a regular basis, and the President will share his thoughts with you as his thoughts develop as a result of the conversations he has with his security team, and as he thinks this matter through in his mind and shares information with the public.
How much money are you talking about in this spending request? You know, are we correct to assume it's in the billions of dollars?
That's a correct assumption. And again, once we have specific information, more specific than that, I will get it to you. But the President made it clear that this should not be an open-ended commitment. We'll have as soon as the information is better developed in our conversation with the Congress. I'm going to do my best to provide it to you in specificity. Go ahead.
What are you hearing from the President's financial working group about a possible timetable to reopen the markets? And how important is that to not only investors in this country, but to the global economy?
Well, first of all, on the first part of your question, the Security and Exchange Commission as well as Department of Treasury are looking at that matter, and so I'm going to leave that answer up to them. But obviously, as the President said today, that the federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it's not business as usual. So the President is cognizant of the fact that it's important to get as much back online as quickly as is possible, and all the agencies of the government are tasked with doing so.
All right. Given the President's language today, is there any discussion here of asking Congress for a declaration of war?
You know, again, as the President said, there were acts of war that were carried out against our country, and the President will continue to work with Congress on any appropriate measures at the appropriate time. But, this is also a different situation from situations our nation has faced in the past, and the President is cognizant of that. As the President indicated, in this case, as we ascertain information, we are dealing, at least at this point, with nameless, faceless people, and it is a different type of war than it was, say, when you knew the capital of the country that attacked you. So we will continue to work with the Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time.
Just trying to understand your answer, given what you said, since it is unclear who has done this, or officially unclear who has done this at this point, is it less likely that there will be a request for a declaration of war?
No, I didn't indicate one way or another. I said that the President will continue to work with Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time.
Not ruling it out.
I've answered the question.
Are you planning?
Are resolute and are shoulder to shoulder, and that is the President's mood. I indicated yesterday that the President is determined, and I think that is still a fitting description of the President.
There are administration officials who are describing him as more angry than they've ever seen him. Do you see that?
I see him as determined. There's no question that the President has strong thoughts and strong feelings, but the President also is focused on this matter in a way that, again, I just go back to the meeting he had with the members of Congress. He is focused on rallying our nation, on helping those who need help at this time in New York and at the Pentagon, expressing his sorrow to the families involved, and on ascertaining all facts and all information so that the United States can and will do the right thing.
Ari, has he heard from or reached out to former presidents for advice, for counsel, for support?
I don't have any information, Kelly, about any former presidents that he's talked to beyond what I indicated yesterday.
As to the meeting with the leaders of Congress today, does the president come out of that thinking he has carte blanche in response, etc.?
No, the President does not think that. The President is going to continue to consult. The President is going to continue to lead. But the President understands that at all times it's important to work with Congress, but it's particularly important now to consult with the Congress. One of the greatest strengths of our country is that we are a Constitution-based democracy. Our Constitution and our nation have survived acts of terror and attacks on our nation before. And the President knows that the strength of our nation comes from that Constitution, which gives an important role to Congress. And he will continue to consult closely with Congress and its leaders. Ron?
Threat to Air Force One, are you really saying that this was an assassination plot that either went awry or was thwarted by our reactions, U.S. reaction?
Well, Ron, I'm not going to speculate about that. I'm just going to share the information that I shared about what the targets were, and I think you can draw your own conclusions.
Let me ask you about the idea of a willingness to attack those who host terrorism. Is this a change in the U.S. policy for how we treat these countries who may not have participated in the act, but may have known that these terrorists were in country? Is this a change in U.S. policy, and if so, where does it come from?
Well, I don't know if this is a change or not. Of course, given the fact that President Bush has been in office now for 9 months, this is, I think, an example of how President Bush is going to address this in a resolute manner. The President's words speak for themselves about what he said and why he said it, and everyone should be clear about what the President said.
Ari,
Go ahead.
The President's outspoken about his religious faith. Can you tell us if he's had any conversations with pastors or religious leaders over the course of events the last 2 days?
Yeah, I have not asked him that, so I do not know.
He quoted the Bible in the speech last night.
Right.
Is it safe to assume that his religious faith is sustaining him during the crisis?
I think it's fair to say that in all things the President's religious faith sustains him, particularly at a time like now.
Ari, you did
Go ahead, and I'll come back on it.
Before this occurred, the Congress and the President were at odds about the budget and about spending this year. As a result of this patriotic meeting today, does the President have any reason to believe that that will be resolved more easily?
Well, I think there is no question there is a real sense from members of Congress and the President about the importance of working together on all issues. And as always, the government, the President, all agencies will continue to work closely with Congress, and there'll be other important issues that get addressed as this international issue gets addressed. Helen?
Will the President have to dip into Social Security surplus to get for these terrorist funds? And one unrelated question. How can you declare war against a nation when you don't know the nation involved?
Well, that's one of the answers I gave earlier when I was asked that question about...
War against an individual, surely.
And that's why I indicated that we continue to work with the Congress on appropriate language at the appropriate time. But as the President has said, that this is a nameless, faceless act at this point. And so that's where the President is on that. As for Social Security, again, the fiscal year will end on September 30th. We'll have more specific information at that time. But clearly, the situation has changed. But the President was always going to be mindful of the economy, will always be mindful of the need to help our nation's seniors. And that's another reason it's so important that the government is up and functioning. Seniors are receiving their Social Security checks. And as the President said, it's not business as usual, but the business of the nation and the government is going on.
Go
ahead, Helen.
Does he feel he has to have a declaration of war to go after known terrorists?
Absolutely classic White House briefing. There are times when it is the job of the White House press secretary to add practically nothing, if anything, to what the President has said. The President has spoken this day in words that were obviously very carefully chosen. He did use the phrase, as was noted in several questions there, act of war. Ari Fleischer, as you saw, was asked to elaborate on that and its implications, which he very carefully declined to do. He did enumerate the conversations that the President had with other world leaders, principally the heads of state of the members of the National Security Council, the UN Security Council, which is obviously a very important organization to work with and through if you're seeking to build what Colin Powell described as a worldwide coalition against terrorism in all its forms. But on this day, the news was made first by the President this morning, later by Colin Powell at the State Department, and then subsequent to that by John Ashcroft and the new FBI Director Robert Mueller at the FBI headquarters. And you saw the White House reporters trying to get a little bit more news from Ari Fleischer and not having a little luck on a day when they wanted to let the President make the news. That concludes it from here. We've got other briefings to come, but for now it's back to Neil Cavuto in New York. Neil?
All right, Britt, thank you very, very much. I want to quickly go to Jerusalem now. Jennifer Griffin keeping an update on Middle East reaction to this, particularly among the Israelis. Jennifer, what do you have for us?
Hi, Neil. It's been a day of mourning here in Israel. The Israeli government called the day of mourning to show solidarity with the American people. They also have taken very serious security measures. They closed their borders, and only El Al, the national airline flights, are allowed into the country. The pictures you're seeing now are of Palestinians celebrating yesterday in the streets after hearing news of the attack on America. Palestinian leaders here have been have come out very strong in distancing themselves from those celebrations, if you will. There were about 4,000 people in the streets in Nablus. Yasser Arafat's personal security services actually threatened cameramen who shot these scenes because they were worried about the PR that they would be getting from this. Yasser Arafat went on his own PR blitz today. He actually donated blood to the Americans hurt in the attack. He'll be sending that to the United States. Also, the Israeli Mossad has offered to help Israeli intelligence in any way they can. Right now, sources here are telling us that the Israeli intelligence community suspects that Osama bin Laden, the Saudi billionaire exiled in Afghanistan, is behind this attack, and that in the past, Israel has not been a target, but now they feel they are. Neil?
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. Jennifer Griffin reporting live from Jerusalem. We want to very quickly update you on some other developments concerning the financial markets. As you heard Ari Fleischer in the press briefing here, the President is eager to see at least the capitalism return to business as usual, even though it's going to be very tough to do when much of it was occupied in those two towers that went down yesterday. But we are getting indications, at least from the Securities and Exchange Commission, that its preference would be for the markets to go ahead and open tomorrow. Separately, the Chicago Board of Trade is indicating that it will open for business tomorrow. I'm going to take this up with Diane Swank and Terry Keenan in just a second. But in the meantime, I do want to go to Rita Cosby. She's not available? Okay. Then, guys, what I will do is go to Terry Keenan and Diane Swank. First on the financial information stuff that I've got. Terry, on you first, because Diane has a separate little story with you that's just remarkable I want to get into. But, Terry, on this issue that the exchanges could be looking to open, if not tomorrow morning, certainly sometime tomorrow, psychologically, the impact.
Psychologically very important. There is a rule
perhaps an unwritten rule that the stock market should not be closed for 4 consecutive days. That means that we would need to have an opening on Friday morning. For that reason, the day after Thanksgiving, the market's always open, even though it's unpopular and only for a half day, to give that confidence that we do have the biggest and most liquid markets in the world, and indeed we do.
Although there is precedent for 2 days in a row, the markets being closed right after World War II. That was really a celebration. But of course, this is a different case here.
Yeah, this is certainly a different case. So everyone is mobilizing to try to get the markets open. A lot of the firms that were headquartered in the World Trade Center may not know exactly what their positions are and where their books were when those buildings went down. So that, of course, will be a factor as well. But right now, SEC officials, along with major market officials, are meeting in Midtown Manhattan, just a few blocks east of here. They've been meeting all afternoon. They continue to meet at this hour to try to get those financial markets open.
In fact, you've been sort of assessing that as we speak, haven't you?
Yes, we've continued, to monitor the entire situation. The problem is with Manhattan closed below 14th Street, how do those specialists and those traders on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, thousands of them, get into the building? And so far today, when I've been calling down there, only the security guards have been in that New York Stock Exchange building.
All right, we should. Terry has indeed put something together on the bigger issue, what happens in Wall Street. Let's take a look.
As fear grips a nation still in horror, will that fear also tip the economy into a recession? The question is a valid one. As terror tore apart the twin symbols of American capitalism Tuesday, the economy they represented was already in decline. Unemployment up, the stock market down, and the consumer the only thing holding it all together. With confidence shaken to the core, the economy could be the next casualty.
I felt we were in a recession starting early this year, and this, of course, is just going to make it more likely that we're in a recession.
If so, it would likely be the first global recession in a generation, a cruel conclusion to the longest economic expansion in U.S. history. Reflecting that possibility, global markets have cratered since the attack. Japan's Nikkei closing below 10,000 for the first time since 1984. What's more, eerie parallels with the Gulf War period a decade ago have begun to emerge. Back then, the outlines of recession were written as the U.S. drew a line in the sand. Now as then, oil prices are on the rise, some airlines and insurers on the brink. And already a corporate casualty, Midway Airlines shutting down and laying off 1,700. There will surely be more to come. But U.S. markets will soon reopen, and the economy will recover. Acts of evil no match for the most free and fair economy on earth.
I don't view this as an attack on the financial markets as I do as an attack on a national landmark. And I think the New York City skyline, which is now forever altered, has been altered by this act. I don't think if it was intended as an attack on the financial markets, in that respect alone, it was a dismal failure.
Now, of course, the rebuilding will begin, a perhaps $20 billion effort that should help to buffer the New York economy. Still, billions spent on brick and mortar will not be enough to restore the promise of the new economy so early in this new millennium. Neil.
All right, Terry, if you can stick around there, because I want to bring in a friend of mine, Diane Swank, the chief economist over at Bank One. Not only is she a savvy reader of the markets, but she came pretty close yesterday to losing her life. She's alive, I'm very happy to say that. But Diane, explain to me, you were at a gathering, a business gathering, right at the World Trade Center.
We had our association I was former president of. Alan Greenspan's been president of the National Association for Business Economics, had their annual meeting at a place that I actually chose. I was on the choosing team several years ago, and we went to the World Trade Center at the Marriott and chose that site. So the feeling that I have of guilt in all of this is also extremely personal. We were in the main ballroom, the grand ballroom, where Bob Scott from Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter, was delivering his CEO address to about 250 NABE members, mostly business economists, a lot of the top economists on Wall Street as well. And all of a sudden, about 2 minutes into his speech, we heard the shake. It felt like an earthquake. And the entire ceiling of the Marriott ballroom is made of glass chandeliers. And that was shaking, looking very close to breaking. And immediately, I give so much credit to the Marriott staff, who very efficiently, obviously very well trained, tried to evacuate us.
We should stress, if I'm getting my perspective right, this is when the first plane hit.
This is when the first plane hit. And we got out from the first plane and began to, I was mentoring some students. One student had come from the Arab Emirates just to meet me and take her picture with me. And she had asthma, and she was starting to panic, and
Wow.
she had no medicine on her. We had several people tried to gather around, hold hands to make sure we could stay together as a group and not lose anyone. And we're making it away towards the water and running away from the building. She said she couldn't run, and we said, you have to do whatever you have to do, just keep moving. And every time people would look back, unfortunately, they looked back and they saw the second plane hit, which was a very gruesome experience because you could see.
So they're running back. They're running to get out of there. They
And we
look
heard
back. They see the second plane hit. Now,
and
that one was quite severe because all of a sudden everything is falling out of the sky besides.
including bodies.
Right.
And trying to keep these kids. I'm a mother, and my instinct is keep kids calm. And they're not kids; they're in their early 20s, but they were scared to death. They're
Sure.
from different countries. None of them had their passports with them. Everything was in the hotel, and so we all somehow 3 of us chief economists from Chicago, Tim O'Neill at Harris Bank and Carl Tannenbaum, found each other along with Steve Landefeld, the head of the Bureau of Economic Analysis in Washington, was with us, and we got a group. It ended up being about 12 of us all together that walked into Battery Park, and then came the soot. And as the soot started to come, people panicked again in Battery Park, and it was terrible. You saw, acts of extraordinary kindness. In our group, I saw a woman who was walking with a crutch, and people said, "Walk faster," and we're trying to almost trample her. And she didn't have a mask, and they had been giving out masks, so I gave her my mask, and Steve handed me his tie, and I tied the tie around my face, and because I could move faster than she could. I saw people in wheelchairs, and people were, trying to throw chairs at windows to get inside of buildings to escape.
Was anyone in that group, Diane, hit by any of this shrapnel or falling?
Actually, a good friend of mine who was reporting from the conference, Mike McKee at Bloomberg, he ran into us later on. He was there when the building collapsed and somehow caught up with us in the park, and he was covered in dust and had blood and cuts all over, and we were trying to clean him up a little bit with what water we had. And then he ended up having a truck came by that he recognized the people in, and he got in it, and I contact with him later, and he was okay. But as far as I know, everyone got out of the hotel, but there's still people my friends that we couldn't track down. We sort of set up, at Bank One, we set up a main space. They had food for us when I got there. I was in contact with the chairman's office. They were making phone calls from Jamie Dimon's office around the country to anyone I met that I could get a line out, just because no one could get any lines out of New York. They're making phone calls to assure people. Also, Bank One, Jamie is an old New Yorker.
Did you say Jamie Dimon is the head of Bank One?
Chairman of Bank One. He has established a fund already where Bank One will match for the disaster relief $1 up to $1 million in contributions.
Diane, I'm glad you're well. But
Thank
just
you.
a quick psychological question for both of you. Terry, I'll raise this to you. Is that, a lot of people came very close and saw quite a bit yesterday. And I'm wondering, among the survivors, the friends of the survivors, how that affects going back to business.
Well, it has to. Even if you're just watching these horrible images on TV, how can you just go back to business as usual?
What do people tell you, Diane?
Well, one of the things that it reminds me of is I've been thinking about, I never delineate between the economy and my life, and this can't be more wrapped up in both. I've been asked the economic impacts of this, and ironically, we talked about the rebuilding, and rebuilding is a stimulus, and it's something you don't want to talk about in sad times. But I think what you have to think about is we've been through crises. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis when John F. Kennedy was killed. The economy continued, life goes on, the sun comes up the next day, and I think that's the way it's going to be.
Diane, we are very glad you're well. Thank you very much. Good seeing you. Diane Swonk, the chief economist of Bank One, of course, our own Terry Keenan. We did get word that not all financial firms were so lucky. We are told as well that the vast majority of the folks who work at Cantor Fitzgerald, a major brokerage firm in its own right, have not been accounted for and are feared dead as well. We do not know the status of all the workers of Morgan Stanley Dean Witter who were housed in those 2 towers. Early reports are that the vast majority of them got out okay, but no indications as to who did not. And separately, Fred Alger Management, the big mutual fund folks, no indications on their status. So we'll be keeping you posted on this as soon as we get confirmations as to any of that. There is no status in death, obviously, but when big names like these potentially face calamitous losses of life, the financial community does indeed take note. All right, I want to flip across the country now, go to Los Angeles, where Trace Gallagher is at the Los Angeles International Airport. I guess the question, Trace, is when those planes are going to be flying again.
I got to tell you, Neil, as the day goes on, the odds dwindle of any airports opening across the country. In fact, LAX holding a briefing right now saying they don't know when LAX will reopen. But the FAA and the Department of Transportation have said they will begin allowing limited flights. Mostly the flights that were diverted yesterday to other airports and in essence are stranded. But those flights will not fly until the airports they are flying away from are thoroughly searched and the passengers once again checked in with even tougher security. I got to tell you, here at LAX, it is still a big plane parking lot. 178 planes on the ground. They normally handle about 2,200 flights a day here. So this thing is going to take a while. Even when they do finally lift this ground stoppage, we're talking about 3 to 6 hours before the first flights even take to the air. It could take up to a week to get these things back on schedule. With that in mind, airport authorities across the country are issuing travelers this warning.
Travelers should not attempt to come to the airport until an official announcement has been made that the airport has opened, and then should check first with their respective airlines for flight schedules and status.
That applies, by the way, to travelers across the country. This will forever change the way we fly. There'll be no more curbside check-in, a lot more security checks. In fact, they'll have random ID checks. The security checkpoints will be stiffer, and no more knives allowed on flights. Previously, they'd allowed knives up to 4 inches long. Now they're not even going to sell them in the gift shops. And as airport to airport goes, they'll even have some tougher parking standards and parking garage standards. 3 of the 4 hijacked flights were coming here to Los Angeles. The families of the victims yesterday were all gathered up, taken to local hotels. They were greeted by, of course, grief counselors and clergy. The airlines have offered the families $25,000 initially. That is money to pay for their initial payments. And then, of course, traditionally, the airlines will then take those families at some point in time to the various crash sites so they can then grieve there and hold their memorial services. The last flight that left Los Angeles International Airport was yesterday. It was a 747 Life flight filled with blood and medicine and medical workers bound for New York City. And Los Angeles still has some military flights patrolling the skies. Neil, back to you.
Trace, do you know anything about a federal plan to make sure either a member of the military, the Coast Guard, National Guard, is seated on each and every plane that eventually flies in the next couple of days? That would be obviously a Herculean task, but have you heard anything about that?
It exactly would be a Herculean task, Neil, but they have talked about the fact of having air marshals again. You know, years ago they had these things. They're talking about having more air marshals in the air. A lot of these different security measures being bandied about. This is the early stages of this. You can bet if you had to get to your flight an hour ahead of time in previous years, even with the security implications put into effect, that now it could be 2.5 hours before you have to be at your flight. That could really drag things out here. The airports are going through all kinds of scenarios to try and improve security. They've not set anything down yet except for the basic guidelines of no knives, of better security, of different parking guidelines, but air marshals are a distinct possibility.
You know, we talk about the airline industry, Trace, and it's a big moneymaker for this economy. By some accounts, it accounts for $1 out of $10, in fact, that go into it. So the fear is that if this drags on much longer, this is going to have an economic impact. Are you beginning to notice a lot of folks looking at nothing more than that these days, that this is severe as far as the economy is concerned?
And I think it's already having an economic impact. I mean, let's face it, we're talking about this thing is going to be a week before it gets back on schedule. If you wanted to fly somewhere tomorrow, even if the airport's open late tonight or tomorrow morning, if Neil Cavuto wanted to jump on a plane tomorrow afternoon, good luck. They've got people that are stranded, people who have been kicked off and bumped off flights. It's going to take them a couple of days to get back in the swing of things. So we're talking, I mean, when they shut things down for weather alone, Neil, for a major storm, there are major dollar losses. When they shut the whole country down for 2, 3, 4 days, you're talking about incrementally going up to the nth power.
All right. Trace, thank you so much. I appreciate it, buddy. Trace Gallagher at the Los Angeles International Airport. All right, we are getting word from Dick Grasso, now the man who runs the New York Stock Exchange, that they do eventually plan to reopen. But any of you who thought that it would happen as soon as tomorrow, think again. Mr. Grasso indicating that he would like to open before the end of the week. If it's not tomorrow, it's got to be Friday. But it doesn't look likely tomorrow. Again, the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, and he's really the granddaddy of the bunch, the NASDAQ and the Amex essentially tag along with whatever decision the NYSE makes. And they are looking at possibly opening up no later than Monday. But again, there is that rule, as Terry Keenan pointed out, that the stock exchange tries to close no more than 4 consecutive days. So if they did not open this week, they would be disobeying a cardinal rule they've held since there was a New York Stock Exchange. But separately, the Chicago Board of Trade, which trades things like interest rate contracts and bonds and all that arcane gobbledygook, they are planning to open. Now, why is that important? Because a lot of people want to trade in our dollar. They want to trade in our bond market. They want to get a sense of how the U.S. is faring. Psychologically, this is important, folks, because if the feeling is that U.S. capitalism can't conduct business as usual, that ain't good, and it's going to rattle some investors here and certainly abroad. We should stress as well that the dollar, which is a great proxy for foreign confidence or the lack thereof in both our economy and our country in light of these tragic developments, that's very, very important. And it has stabilized. In fact, it was getting shellacked yesterday at this time. It seems to be stabilizing. I was bringing that up with John Gibson yesterday, and it's a big issue today because it has improved. And what you want to do in the markets is give people the opportunity to trade on that stuff, and they're not going to get that opportunity, maybe not to the degree they wanted. Now, I should stress as well that even when trading is resumed, those 2 towers there you're seeing were a big part of the New York financial community, and they are gone. And that means that a lot of futures trading in a host of agricultural products, in a lot of currency products, you won't be able to do that. And so-called cross-trading between the various exchanges, because those buildings were blown up and are now gone. It's not only a tremendous loss of life, but it is a tremendous hole in U.S. financial markets. There is simply no way to replace that anytime soon. So expect volume to be hit, expect a lot of skittishness. Indications are that when the financial markets do open, they could be down appreciably. But I must stress, being a half-full glass kind of guy myself, that the European markets also started off very negatively today, and by day's end, most were up, only a couple unchanged. So we'll keep you posted there, but indications are, again, from the big board, there'll still be a big delay. All right, want to check in with James Ugly right now of the Arab American Institute. James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Let me ask you a little bit about this. There are folks, James, who are immediately going to start taking out their agita on the Arab American Institute. Yeah. What have you heard?
Well, they've already started. We got a dozen threats yesterday. I came in this morning to an exceptionally vile threat on the phone. And we've had reports all over the country. Try though we may, and we issued a statement yesterday trying to make it clear that that Arab Americans were in the World Trade Center building. Arab Americans were in the Pentagon. Arab Americans are firefighters and policemen in New York City. And this is our day of mourning as it is everyone else's day of mourning in America. We have nothing to do with these actions, and we condemn them because our friends and our family are victims like everyone else. But while we want to mourn, we end up having to look over our shoulders because some people point a finger, and frankly, it's unfair, and I'm hoping that we will get statements soon from the Attorney General, from the President, making it clear that there should not be the assumption of collective guilt on Arab Americans.
James, what did this caller tell you? Give me the nice version.
He said he was going to slit my throat and kill my kids. And frankly, that doesn't make me feel awful good.
Simply because you're an Arab American?
He said, yeah. Yeah, he said, you guys will pay for this. And frankly, that is the kind of prejudice that has affected Jews and affected blacks and affected others in this country, and it's affecting us. It's wrong, but it is the same kind of violence that we saw in New York on a minor scale when it targets individuals in a targeted community. It, like any other form of racism, is terrorism because it goes after victims mindlessly. The people who died in the World Trade Center died because they happened to be Americans in the wrong place at the wrong time. And when you target an individual ethnic community, just blindly going after them because of their ethnic association, you're doing the same kind of thing. That is what we've got to stop. It's at the root of all of this hatred, and it's important that we get rid of it.
You know, there are a lot of people in this country, failure or not, James, who are going to sort of associate anything bad that happened yesterday with the Arab community, the Muslim community. They're not going to distinguish, and they're not going to differentiate. Are you fearful of a sort of a hate wave in this country?
We saw it after Oklahoma City, and it was obviously misplaced, and we may see it again. But you know, even if this action that took place, the terrorist actions that took place, come from the Middle East, it's not Arab American.
Doing that?
what we're hoping is that, as Bill Clinton and Janet Reno did, that George Bush and John Ashcroft will also issue statements and make it clear that it is
James?
something that they want to see Americans
I apologize,
not do.
buddy. I want to go to Transportation
As
Secretary
the
Mineta right now.
President said last night, these despicable terrorist attacks have shaken the foundation of our greatest buildings, but they have not shaken the foundation of this great nation. And I hope that we will all heed the President's call to keep the victims and their families in our prayers. Now, effective immediately, I have directed the Federal Aviation Administration to reopen on a limited basis the nation's commercial airspace to allow flights and passengers who were diverted yesterday to be able to continue on to their original destinations. Only passengers on the original flights will be allowed to reboard under strict security, and only after airports and airlines have implemented strict screening measures. Now, airlines will also be allowed to reposition empty aircraft in preparation for the resumption of regularly scheduled airline service. I have also directed that the FAA temporarily extend the ground stop order that was imposed yesterday while additional security measures are being completed and we continue to assess any potential threats. Safety is always of paramount importance, and in these extraordinary times, we intend to be vigilant as we remain committed to resuming commercial flights as soon as possible. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to enter and reboard aircraft. We will discontinue curbside check-in at the airport, and passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We will also discontinue off-airport check-in. We can no longer allow passengers to check in for their flights at hotels or other venues. Passengers must check in at the airports. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners to catch their flights. And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. I know that all Americans want us to move as quickly and prudently as possible to return our national airspace system to normal, and we will, as soon as we can do so safely. In addition, I have the following announcements to make concerning other major transportation modes and venues. Major railroads are reporting normal operations and minimum delays. Amtrak is operating on a normal schedule and has returned normal operations in the Northeast Corridor. Many bridges connecting Manhattan and New York City remain closed, open only one way, or with limited access. New York City Transit is 95% operational, with the exception of the traffic around the World Trade Center site. Washington, D.C.'s Metro Rail system is operating on a regular schedule. Greyhound bus service has returned to normal operations. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, in terms of their terminal operations, remains closed. Our biggest concern is for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks. I would also like to commend our Department of Transportation employees who have shown an outpouring of support. Hundreds of our employees have asked what they can do in the wake of this catastrophe, whether donating blood or supporting rescue efforts. The United States Department of Transportation has been coordinating industry volunteer efforts to provide buses to transport emergency rescue personnel to Stony Creek, Pennsylvania. Again, let us leave here this afternoon with our thoughts and our prayers for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks.
Secretary, could take a couple of questions now. Jonathan Salam.
Both the General Accounting Office and the Office of Inspector General said that part of the problem with secured airports are the low-paid, high-turnover screeners. What's being done to improve the screening of passengers before they board the planes?
Well, we started this process actually earlier this spring by coming out with a rulemaking to allow the Department of Transportation to have the increased powers or authority to require not only in terms of requirements, but the monitoring of the screening people at airports. And so as part of that process, we are looking at the whole issue of how to improve the ability to screen passengers as they come into the airport. As I said, one of the things that we're going to say is that no passengers are going to be allowed beyond that point. So they will only be screening passengers from now on. The second part of it is, how do we make sure the ability of those folks and what they're doing in terms of screening passengers is increased? That process we had started back in May of this year, I believe it was.
Mr. Secretary, can you give us some sense of how long you think it will take to get the system back up with the new security procedures?
Well, I can't give you a date or time as to when we will be back in operation. We're trying to make that determination based on the safety and the security of the passengers and the airline operation, given the intelligence reports that we are getting. Now, as I had indicated earlier, I had hoped to start operations today at 12 noon, but because of the concerns of the FBI and the intelligence agencies about intelligence information they had, and we had a meeting early this morning, and then there was a meeting of the Security Council or a deputies meeting, and then we had, subsequent to that, a National Security Council meeting, which I was part of today. The determination was made to put off operations until we are sufficiently secure in our own information about when to resume operations. To the extent that we are moving or starting operations, that's why I said we're going to allow passengers who were diverted yesterday to be continuing on those flights and the repositioning of other aircraft. But beyond that, right now, we are not resuming normal operations.
The security concern that is keeping you from...
Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta is announcing that the Transportation Department will allow people who were caught in transit to return to their destinations, but airport operations, air operations